In my previous life, I was completely love-brained and hopeless. Everyone tried to persuade me to leave that unworthy person. But I always tell myself that as long as I give more, one day he will know how to cherish me. However, I was so wrong. He became addicted to gambling and was in debt of tens of millions. That night, he knelt in front of me, crying, and kept repeating, "Give me one chance. I will definitely work hard and start over." When I saw his miserable appearance, my heart felt like it was being cut by a knife, and it hurt so much that I couldn't breathe. How could I watch him fall into the abyss? So I made the stupidest decision of my life. The next day, without my parents' knowledge, I secretly sold all their shares and handed over the huge sum of money to him without a penny less. I naively thought that this time, he would really change for me. But reality taught me a cruel lesson. After he got the money, he was not grateful, but became more unscrupulous. One day, I got home early from get off work. When I opened the door, I was greeted by that unfamiliar smell of perfume. In the room, he was hugging a woman, lying in our shared bed, being intimate and affectionate. At that moment, my heart seemed to be frozen and the keys in my hand slipped to the ground. I wanted to question him, to get angry, to rush over and slap him hard, but I found that I didn't even have the strength. It turned out that I had been tortured by him so much that I had lost even the courage to resist. And he just looked at me coldly, his face full of disdain and annoyance. With a sarcastic smile on his face, he said, "Why did you come back so early? This woman will live here in the future. You either accept it or get out." My heart was completely broken at that moment. My name is Lin Ji, and I was originally a girl from a wealthy family who had little food and clothing. Until one day, I suddenly felt unwell, had a high fever for no apparent reason, and felt weak and powerless. After going to the hospital for a checkup, the doctor told me that an extremely rare virus had been injected into my body. And all this was actually designed jointly by him and his lover. They had no intention of letting me go, but were planning to take away my house, property, and even my life by means of this vicious means. At that moment, I finally realized that everything I had done was just a joke. In the last moments of my life, I lay on the cold hospital bed with everything in front of my eyes blurry. If there is an afterlife, even if I turn into a ghost, I will never let go of those two bastards who ruined my life. Suddenly, I woke up from my dream, my heart beating faster, and my mind was still full of memories of the nightmare. Looking up, the clock on the wall showed June 30th, 2111. This means I'm reborn, but this day is only 3 days away from the end of the world. Memories of the end of the world flooded into my mind like a flood. The wrath of nature completely destroyed the world. 3 days later, a world-shaking magnitude 12 earthquake occurred in a neighboring country, with plates moving violently and the Earth's crust shattered into pieces. The disaster brought by the earthquake was just the beginning. What really plunged the world into despair was the serial explosions in nuclear power plants located along the earthquake fault zones. But I didn't expect that God would have mercy on me and let me go back to the time before the end of the world. This time, I will never make the same mistake again. Suddenly, the rapid ringing of a cell phone broke the silence in the room. I was startled and looked down. A name was flashing on the screen, Jiang Songmin. In an instant, anger and hatred surged into my heart like a cold wave. In my previous life, I loved Jiang Songmin unconditionally, but in the end, he and Su Ningning joined forces and pushed me to death. That heartbreaking betrayal has already left a deep scar in my heart. In this life, I will never be as stupid as before. I took a deep breath, suppressed my surging emotions, and answered the phone. Jiang Songmin's voice was filled with fear and anxiety. "Linji, something's happened to me. Those people are after me because of my gambling debts. I owe 10 million. Please help me this time." Sure enough, it was the same familiar plot. In my previous life, I was willing to lose everything for him and even fall into a desperate situation to save him. But in this life, I have already seen through everything. Then I smiled coldly and said lightly, "You are still the same." Without waiting for him to say anything else, I hung up the phone and blacklisted his number. After hanging up the phone with Jiang Songmin, I dialed another number without hesitation. "Mr. Xiao, it's me, Lin Ji. Regarding what happened yesterday, I decided to sell my shares. I can lower the price, but I only want cash." There was silence on the other end of the phone for a moment, and then a cold and steady voice came. "I will have 15 minutes in an hour come over for an interview." I nodded. Even though the other party couldn't see it, I still showed my calmness. "Okay, I'll be there right away." After hanging up the phone, My thoughts couldn't help but drift to Xiao Yuanlin and his Xiao Group. Xiao is a national leading enterprise with a strong background and abundant resources. And Xiao Yuanlin, the giant who rose in the apocalypse, took a fancy to my hunting talent in the previous life and made an exception to let me enter the ant fortress he built, ending my helpless wandering life. Just as I was getting ready to go out, a slight click suddenly broke the silence in the room. The emerald bracelet my mother left me broke silently in my hands. I was stunned for a moment, and just as I was about to put it away, I suddenly felt a strong sense of dizziness and my body collapsed uncontrollably. When I opened my eyes again, a completely unfamiliar and mysterious space appeared before my eyes. This is a dual-system space. The space is divided into two parts. One side can store dead things, and the other side can accommodate living things. Although the area of the space is only a few hundred square meters, it is already a huge resource advantage as the end of the world is approaching. I was a little stunned. This bracelet was buried in the rubble during an earthquake in my previous life, and I couldn't take it with me. Now it has cracked, and I have unexpectedly gained this space. This is undoubtedly a survival weapon given to me by God. With this space, I suddenly had a new plan in my mind. In this life, I'm no longer the silly girl who passively waits and lets others do whatever they want. After simply fixing my makeup, I drove to the Xiao Group. Xiao Yuanlin, it was he who bought my shares in my previous life and gave me some good advice, but I was so absorbed in love at the time that I didn't listen at all. And now I will never miss this opportunity again. Arriving 20 minutes early, I walked into the Xiao Group building and saw Xiao Yuanlin walking out of the conference room. His posture was upright, his steps were steady, and every movement he made exuded an inviolable and cold aura. Memories of my past life flooded back to me. That cruel and ruthless man in the apocalypse finally gave me a chance to survive. It was he who let me enter the ant fortress, led me to collect supplies, and personally taught me how to survive in desperate situations. And now seeing him again, my emotions are mixed, a mixture of gratitude and awe. After entering the office, Xiao Yuanlin looked at me silently, tapping his fingers lightly on the table, obviously thinking. I knew he was waiting for me to speak, so I took a deep breath, looked up and looked into his eyes, breaking the silence. Mr. Xiao, I'm not trying to save anyone, nor am I doing this for immediate benefits. I am willing to sell my shares at a low price just because I want to invest in your ant fortress. A hint of surprise finally flashed across his indifferent expression. Ant fortress. When Xiao Yuanlin proposed this project, it was questioned and ridiculed by countless people. Even the board of directors within Zhao's company tried to terminate it many times. Unexpectedly, I now take the initiative to propose investment. But I nodded without hesitation and said firmly, yes, after I sell my shares, I want to invest in the Ant Fortress project. However, I have one condition. I hope to be the second person in charge of the project. She knew that Xiao Yuanlin was naturally the first person in charge, but he still had to manage the Xiao Group, so the actual control would fall into her hands. Ant Fortress. She planned to turn it into her own refuge in the end times. Xiao Yuanlin's eyes fell on her face, with a trace of scrutiny and doubt. Are you really planning to sell your shares, invest in this project with almost no return, and still want to be the second person in charge? He seemed unable to understand why this seemingly quiet girl in front of him would make such an irrational decision. I had expected this reaction from him, so I calmly took out my phone and handed it to him. Mr. Xiao, have you heard about the rumor of a magnitude 12 earthquake that has been popular on the internet recently? Xiao Yuanlin frowned slightly and looked through the messages on his phone. Although I am a doctor, I have always been concerned about climate change. Recently, extreme weather has occurred frequently around the world, including earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, melting glaciers. These are not fictional. The earthquake warnings on the internet are not groundless. Once they occur, nuclear leakage and ecological destruction may force humans into doomsday survival mode. I have also been following the Ant Fortress project for a long time. Although it was originally developed as a prototype of a shelter to deal with war and extreme weather, the country's funding issues have caused many local fortress projects to be abandoned halfway. The Ant Fortress in Beijing was completed because of your huge investment, Mr. Xiao, which made it a new landmark in Beijing. With a firm tone, I continued, the design of the Ant Fortress is not only earthquake-proof, bomb-proof, and flood-proof, but it can also cope with cold waves, generate electricity, and store supplies. It is enough to accommodate more than 100,000 people for emergency shelter. The end of the world is coming, Mr. Xiao. I can tell you clearly that shares and profits will be meaningless in the future. Only Ant Fortress is the real capital in the end of the world. After saying this, I looked up at Xiao Yuanlin with a resolute look. Although my words sounded a little crazy, I did not back down. Time seemed to stand still. Xiao Yuanlin stared at me quietly for 2 full minutes. Just when I thought he would refuse, he suddenly took out a contract and pushed it in front of me. Sign it, and I'll ask the finance department to transfer the money. My depressed mood instantly relaxed, and a smile appeared on my face. Half an hour later, I signed 2 contracts. The first was to sell my parents' shares and get a cash flow of 5 billion. The second one was to invest 4.98 billion yuan in Ant Fortress, becoming the second investor and person in charge of the project, and successfully obtaining construction rights. After walking out of Xiao Yuanlin's office, I felt a lot more stressed, but I only had 3 days left. I still have 20 million left, plus the real estate and other assets I sold at low prices. It's probably 200 to 300 million. This money is enough for me to prepare for the coming apocalypse. The first step was to head directly to the Ant Fortress in Jing City. I had spent several years here in my previous life, and I knew every corner of it like the back of my hand, even more familiar than most of the staff. As an investor and manager, I chose a room close to the control room. This location is the most advantageous in the entire fortress. Not only is it located on the top floor with a wide view, but the area is also large enough, about 100 square meters, with a separate bathroom and kitchen. In the future apocalypse, this configuration is undoubtedly the top luxury. You know, in my previous life, as a top hunter in the Ant Fortress, I only lived in a 1-bedroom apartment of 50 square meters. For other ordinary people, it is lucky to have a bed. It is unimaginable for everyone to share a bathroom. After choosing the room, I called the worker and handed him a design drawing, attached a stack of cash, and required him to complete the work according to the drawing within 2 days. I knew very well that the windows of the room needed to be reinforced. The doors needed to be upgraded to explosion-proof. Military-grade purification equipment needed to be installed, and the home furnishings needed to be done completely according to my preferences. In addition, I inspected the entire fort and pointed out many imperfections, especially the supply problems in the storage room. I ordered them to immediately begin transporting supplies to the storage room, especially rice, flour, and a large number of filter cartridges for purification equipment, because these are the most precious materials in the end times. After nuclear pollution, all resources visible to the naked eye will be contaminated. Although rice and flour are not scarce in the market now, it is still necessary to transfer goods from other places to fill the entire storage room in a short period of time. However, 3 days should be enough. In addition to food, I also made a detailed list of supplies, covering emergency items such as oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, grains, dry food, canned meat and eggs, warm clothes, quilts, etc. The foreman in charge of the construction and the person in charge of the fortress were stunned by the long list. After I left, the person in charge finally couldn't help but call Xiao Yuanlin. Boss Xiao, that boss Lin, is she from a mental hospital? Do you know what she asked us to do today? She asked us to fill up the entire storage room immediately, buy tens of thousands of tons of rice and flour, and also to prepare enough canned food, clothes, quilts. It's crazy. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a moment, and then Xiao Yuanlin's voice came faintly. Do as she says. After finishing all the work, I left Ant Fortress and went straight to Lu Xiaoyu's company. In this life, I must change the mistakes of the past. In my previous life, I sold my shares to save Jiang Songmin, which made Lu Xiaoyu's persuasion in vain, and we ended up having a big fight. But when the end of the world came, she was brutally abused by the villains in order to let me escape, and died with hatred. Thinking of this, I quickened my pace. As soon as I walked into Lu Xiaoyu's company, she glared at me with a curled mouth. Hey, isn't this my ex-best friend who swore she would never have anything to do with me again? Why do you have the nerve to come here today? Are you planning to mortgage my company again to fill the hole for Jiang Songmin? She was about to leave angrily, and I rushed over and hugged her. Xiaoyu, it's great to see you. I couldn't help but feel my eyes red and my voice choked with sobs. Lu Xiaoyu froze in an instant, her tone still hard. Don't be sentimental. Even if you cry to death in front of me, don't even think about asking me to lend money to that scumbag Jiang Songmin. I sniffed and said, I have broken up with him. I came here this time because I have something important to discuss with you. She was stunned for a moment. Her expression became serious, and she pulled me into the office. What's going on? How did that bastard bully you again? I closed my eyes, and the scene of her tragic death in my previous life appeared in my mind. Jiang Songmin and Su Ningning, this pair of dogs and bitches. I really want to put an end to them with my own hands right now. But the end of the world has not yet come, and killing is still illegal, so let them live a few more days for now. Time was running out, so I didn't have time to think about it. I just locked the door, grabbed Lu Xiaoyu's hand, and told her about my rebirth and the impending apocalyptic cold wave. After hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu was stunned. What? You actually died for that scumbag? Oh my god! You are really stupid to a new level. You supported his family and lost your life. Are you worthy of me? I smiled helplessly and patted her shoulder. Okay, it's different now. I have broken up with him. Next, we have to stock up on supplies as soon as possible, because the cold wave will come in 3 days. I have booked a 2-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment in Ant Fortress, with upgraded security and equipment. We can take shelter together, and don't worry, I still have a space to store food. When Lu Xiaoyu heard this, her face changed slightly, and she was obviously a little nervous. What should we do now? We need to act quickly, right? I picked up a pen and paper and started making plans with her. We decided to split up and try to prepare everything before the end of the world. First, let Lu Xiaoyu withdraw all the money she can use and even sell the house at a low price so that she can get the cash as soon as possible. Afterwards, we rented 10 giant warehouses and planned to store the purchased materials there first, and then transfer them to my space when the time was right. Lu Xiaoyu also selected 100 key members from her security company to help us purchase and transport supplies, and used the name of donation to cover up our tracks. Everything was in order, and our inventory was getting longer and longer. The main focus was on staple food, and we stockpiled at least 1,000 kilograms of each type of food, including rice, millet, flour, corn flour, etc., and 5,000 kilograms of rice and white flour. Next came the meat, including beef, mutton, chicken, duck, and pork, each weighing 1,000 kilograms, vacuum-packed for easy storage. Eggs, duck eggs, goose eggs, and even quail eggs, each weighing several hundred kilograms, were also prepared. Finally, seafood. Although these things are not easy to preserve in the apocalypse, it will be difficult to eat them again after the cold wave comes. I still stocked up some prawns, crabs, fish, etc. I bought as much as I could. Of course, mushrooms and green leafy vegetables are also indispensable. I directly purchased 5 tons of each variety. After the food was taken care of, the next thing to deal with was the strategic materials. Medicines were the top priority. Cold medicines and antipyretics were not to be mentioned, and all kinds of antibiotics, Chinese medicinal materials, and disinfectants were all prepared. To ensure thoroughness, I also asked professionals to help with purchasing. As for weapons for self-defense, although the state has strict controls, buying a gun is almost impossible. But I didn't give it away for free, so as a second choice, I bought a lot of fruit knives, hammers, and other things which can be used for emergency self-defense. In a day and a half, I worked almost nonstop and filled the space up. The other half of the space can still be used to store living things, and the living things I ordered early on have started to arrive one after another. Chickens, ducks, geese, fish, shrimps, crabs, cattle, sheep, horses, and even cats and dogs were all put into the space. In addition to these animals, I also stocked up some vegetable seedlings, flower seedlings, and fruit potted plants. Although I am not sure whether these living things and plants can continue to survive in this space, if they can really reproduce and grow, then I will have a self-sufficient ecosystem. This will not only allow me to survive longer in the apocalypse, but will also provide a steady supply of resources for the Ant Fortress. After a few busy days, I finally had a break. Lu Xiaoyu and I agreed to stay in the Ant Fortress together on the last night before the doomsday, and then deal with the remaining personal matters. The space and the Ant Fortress were fully prepared, and my nerves relaxed a little. At this moment, I suddenly remembered my last wish in my previous life. Before the end of the world, I wanted to go back to my favorite star-rated hotel and have a luxurious buffet. So I immediately drove to the hotel, ready to enjoy the last feast before doomsday, and then take a sauna to completely relax myself. However, as soon as I entered the hotel, I met the people I least wanted to see in my life. Jiang Songmin and Su Ningning, these 2 scumbags and bitches who deceived, exploited, and ultimately killed me in my previous life. 2 floors of the hotel were booked for a business reception, and judging by the way they were dressed up, they were most likely here to solicit investment. I took a glass of wine at the door, looked at Jiang Songmin and Su Ningning coldly, walked over directly, and poured the whole glass of wine on Jiang Songmin's head without hesitation. Jiang Songmin was stunned, then furious. But when he saw it was me, he immediately put on a fake smile. "Linji, where have you been? I was so anxious that I almost went crazy. Don't get me wrong, I just asked your cousin to be your dance partner today." I sneered and said nothing. Jiang Songmin wanted to come forward and pretend to hug me, but I kicked him in the lower abdomen. He didn't expect me to do that at all, and he covered his sensitive part with a grim face in pain. Su Ningning looked innocent, tears welling up in her eyes. Lin Ji, how could you do this to Songmin? Look at what kind of occasion this is, with so many people watching. Besides, there is nothing wrong between us. Songmin has already explained it to you. The guests around began to whisper, and Su Ningning's acting skills were on point, winning a lot of sympathy. Jiang Songmin held his stomach and put on the gesture of a good boyfriend. Ningning, it's okay. Lin Ji was impulsive. I apologize to you on her behalf. I looked at the two of them colluding with each other and said coldly, really innocent? Then the child in your belly has nothing to do with him. When these words were spoken, everyone was stunned and looked at them suspiciously. Su Ningning's face turned pale instantly. She never thought that I would know about her pregnancy, and even Jiang Songmin was kept in the dark. She hastily denied. Lin Ji, what nonsense are you talking about? I'm not pregnant. I sneered. Really? Have you forgotten what my profession is? I'm a doctor. Do you dare to drink this cup of blood-activating wine? I poured a glass of medicinal wine and handed it to Su Ningning. Her face turned pale instantly. Su Ningning was obviously not ready to face this situation, although she had not decided whether to have the child. If she had a miscarriage due to drinking this cup of medicinal wine, it would cause great harm to her body. I sneered at her reaction and poured the wine on her head. You don't dare to drink? And you dare to say that you and Jiang Songmin are innocent? How shameless! Back then, your family couldn't even afford to eat, and it was my parents who took you in and arranged jobs for your parents. As a result, they left, and you turned around and bullied me, trying to take over my shares. Now you dare to steal my boyfriend. You are really a jerk. The people around immediately started pointing fingers at Su Ningning. Su Ningning had never expected that I would expose her past in public, and her face immediately turned pale. Seeing this, Jiang Songmin hurried forward to hold me, lowered his voice and said, Lin Ji, I only have you in my heart. She seduced me. I was drunk that time. Even a 3-year-old wouldn't believe this kind of nonsense. I stopped talking nonsense, raised my hand, and slapped him hard a dozen times, making his face swollen like a pig's head and his wrists a little sore. I looked at him coldly. We broke up a long time ago. A scumbag like you. Please get out of here and don't let me be unlucky. Jiang Songmin's face flushed, and he knelt on the ground in a hurry, holding my hand tightly. Lin Ji, I really love you. She seduced me, and I rejected her many times. I didn't expect him to be so shameless. Just as I was about to break free, a cold voice came from behind me. What's going on? Where are the security guards? Get these people out. I looked up and saw Xiao Yuanlin standing next to me with a stern face. His aura so strong that it was suffocating. When Jiang Songmin saw Xiao Yuanlin, he immediately explained in a hurry. Mr. Xiao, I am your guest. I had a little conflict with my girlfriend. Don't bother the security guard. Xiao Yuanlin glanced at me, frowned slightly, and asked in a low voice. Is he your boyfriend? I sneered. He's just a scumbag who keeps pestering me. Xiao Yuanlin nodded and called the security guard. Please ask him to leave. At this moment, the ground shook violently. Chandeliers and glass cups broke into pieces, and screams rang out one after another. There's an earthquake. The hotel radio sounded urgently, reporting that strong earthquakes had occurred in many parts of the country, accompanied by a sudden drop in temperature. Building glass on the street outside was cracked. Cracks appeared on the road, and pedestrians were running in all directions, some desperately trying to get home, and some rushing towards sturdy buildings. The turbulent earthquakes have stopped temporarily, but the temperature has just begun to drop sharply. The ladies in short-sleeved dresses were shivering with cold, their faces turning blue, and some even tore off the tablecloths and wrapped themselves around them to keep warm. The hotel manager rushed out to evacuate the crowd. Everyone, please take shelter in the open space outside the hotel. Come downstairs quickly. Just as I was about to leave, Xiao Yuanlin beside me suddenly felt his legs go weak, and he fell into a chair. Lin Ji, go quickly. I will protect you. Jiang Songmin rushed over and tried to pull me into chaos, but I pushed him away and turned around to help Xiao Yuanlin, who had fallen to the ground. Boss Xiao, are you okay? I shook him vigorously and was startled, remembering that Xiao Yuanlin had a severe cold. The temperature dropped so suddenly that his illness must have flared up. When Jiang Songmin saw me supporting Xiao Yuanlin, his face twisted with anger. Are you crazy? The temperature is still dropping. If you don't leave now, you'll die. Whether I live or die is none of your business. Get out. I glared at him coldly, carried the unconscious Xiao Yuanlin on my back without hesitation, quickly walked downstairs, and found a room. It was a mess outside, but I didn't have time to pay attention. My medicine box was not with me, so I couldn't use acupuncture to relieve his cold, so I had to turn on the heating. But as soon as the heating was turned on, the whole building was plunged into darkness. The earthquake caused a power outage in the entire city. Yuanlin with all the quilts in the room, but he kept shaking and never woke up. In desperation, I took off my clothes, got in a bed, hugged him tightly, and tried to warm him up with my body temperature. I also found a bottle of red wine, opened it, took a sip, and passed it to Xiao Yuanlin. I fed him several sips in a row, and my face became hot. There is only one thought in my mind now, to wake Xiao Yuanlin up as soon as possible, and I can't care about anything else. When I poured the fifth sip of red wine into his mouth, Xiao Yuanlin finally responded. But things did not develop as expected. He did not wake up, but instead tightly wrapped his lips and tongue around me, as if trying to absorb all the warmth from my body. I could hardly breathe. His kiss made me dizzy, and the heat on my face went straight to the top of my head. Originally, my face was just a little hot due to the red wine, but now, because of him messing around, I felt so embarrassed that I was like a ripe apple. What's worse is that at this suffocating moment, Xiao Yuanlin actually woke up, and the hotel's backup power supply was restored at this time. The room suddenly became bright, and the posture Xiao Yuanlin and I were in at the moment, our skins touching, our breaths intertwined, was simply embarrassing. Our eyes met, and the ambiguous atmosphere that made my heart beat faster made me not know what to say for a moment. I immediately explained in a hurry. I didn't mean it. You had a cold, and I wanted to turn on the heater, but the hotel suddenly lost power, so I thought of using this method dash. At this point, I myself feel that this excuse is weak and powerless, especially now that the hotel lights are so glaring. It seems to expose my lie. Xiao Yuanlin said nothing. His deep eyes locked onto me. His gaze was so focused that it made my scalp tingle. I couldn't help swallowing, and added weakly, "Really, I didn't mean to take advantage of you." After saying this, I felt a little embarrassed. But Xiao Yuanlin's usually stern face actually showed a hint of smile. He said in a low voice, "So, you're trying to tell me that you carried me down on your back on purpose in that dangerous situation just to take advantage of me?" I was stunned for several seconds before I realized that I hadn't put on any clothes yet. I quickly grabbed a blanket and wrapped myself in it, stammering, "Well, let's put on some clothes first." Xiao Yuanlin was very calm. He stood up, picked up his clothes neatly, and put them on slowly. His figure was simply amazing, with broad shoulders and narrow waist like a model. I quickly got under the covers and dressed. When I got out of bed, I found that the hail outside had stopped. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the hotel, I saw thick white snow outside. The doomsday-like scene made my heart tighten. I know that once the extreme cold weather ends, it will be followed by extreme hot weather. In the previous life, many weak people could not survive the alternation of these two extreme weather conditions, not to mention the subsequent nuclear leak. Mr. Xiao, the signs have already appeared. The big earthquake will come early. I have to rush to the Ant Fortress now. You should also finish the things at hand as soon as possible and go to the fortress quickly," I said solemnly to Xiao Yuanlin. He was silent for a while, looking at me deeply, and asked slowly, "Do you mean that this bad weather will last for a long time?" I nodded, looking serious. "Not just for a long time, but for several years. From now on, this kind of extreme weather will occur every day until all the supplies are contaminated by nuclear weapons. Mr. Xiao, the end of the world is no joke. I still need to contact my friends. See you at the Ant Fortress." After that, I left the hotel without further delay. Outside, the hustle and bustle of the past returned, and people did not take the hail and earthquake seriously. I know very well that if I run out now and shout the end of the world is coming, I will just be regarded as a lunatic. I didn't have time to waste, so I drove straight to the nearest supermarket and began to frantically stock up on supplies. Although I had the space, I still needed to put in some effort. While pushing the shopping cart, I stuffed instant noodles, canned food, and self-heating hot pot into it while dialing Lu Xiaoyu's number. "Xiaoyu, the end of the world has come early. Come quickly, I suspect a big earthquake is coming. We have to hurry to the Ant Fortress." Lu Xiaoyu completely believed in my judgment and agreed without hesitation. "Okay, I'll come find you right away." After I hung up the phone, I continued my shopping spree, filling my car to the brim. When I couldn't fit any more, I drove to the Ant Fortress. Arriving at the Ant Fortress, Uncle Zhao teased, "Hey, Miss Doomsday is here? The room is ready for you." You can check in anytime. I took the key from him with a smile and reminded him, Uncle Zhao, the end of the world is no joke. If you believe me, book a room for your family, stock up on food, and get a water purifier and air purifier. Clean air and water will be the most needed things in the future. After that, I took the key and went straight to my room. As for whether Uncle Zhao would listen to me, that was up to him. I moved all the supplies I bought from the supermarket into the house in large and small bags. Just as I put things away, Lu Xiaoyu arrived. As if we had made an appointment, she also brought a large cart of supplies. After a while of hard work, she finally moved everything into the room. My house has 2 bedrooms and a living room. Although it is not big, it has everything I need. In order to store more supplies, I deliberately chose a small bed of 1.2 meters, and the empty space in the bedroom was converted into an extra-large shelf to place various food. After a busy time with Lu Xiaoyu, we neatly stacked the biscuits, bread, canned food, and other supplies that could be stored for a long time on the upper layer, and rice, flour, grain, and oil on the lower layer. Lu Xiaoyu also bought a bunch of dry goods, such as hazel mushrooms, black fungus, and bean curd sticks. I was not vague either. The house was equipped with a large-capacity refrigerator and freezer, which were already filled with beef, lamb, salmon, and even a whole sheep. We almost cleared out the supermarket stock. In addition to these, I also prepared several bottles of natural gas, alcohol pots, and other backup equipment in case of power outages. A small generator was also prepared, and the temperature-control device in the room was kept at a stable 26 degrees Celsius. No matter how chaotic the world outside was, the house was still warm as spring. After finishing these, we both slumped down on the sofa and breathed a sigh of relief. It was dark outside the window, but there was a faint red light in the distance. The heavy snow during the day had melted away completely, and it was wet outside, as if it had rained heavily. Lu Xiaoyu stood up, opened the window, and a wave of heat instantly hit her face. What kind of horrible weather is this? It's late autumn. Why is it still so hot? She quickly closed the window, her face full of disbelief. I smiled faintly. You'll get used to it. This is just the beginning. In a few days, the nuclear leak will pollute the ocean, and even the water circulation system will be completely destroyed. Lu Xiaoyu was confused. How could this wonderful world become like this? I can't understand it. I felt a little sad. After all, I was reborn from the end of the world, and I was no longer surprised by these things, but for Lu Xiaoyu, all this happened too suddenly. Thinking of how she died so early in her previous life, my heart tightened and I gently hugged her shoulders. No matter what the world becomes, as long as we are still together, we will be able to survive it. Lu Xiaoyu smiled, hugged me, and whispered, You're right. By the way, I just ordered takeout. Let's have some skewers and milk tea. When the end of the world comes, it will be difficult to eat. As soon as she finished speaking, her cell phone rang. The takeaway had arrived. She stood up and said, I'll go downstairs to get the takeaway. You find a good movie, and we can watch it while we eat. I nodded. Okay. Lu Xiaoyu went downstairs with her cell phone. The elevator was still working, and she quickly found the delivery guy. However, at this moment, the strange red light outside became stronger and stronger. The ground began to shake slightly, and the temperature in the air became higher and higher. Suddenly, there was an earthquake. The noises around were getting louder and louder. Animals underground rushed out one after another and fled frantically. The flocks of birds in the woods also flew up in fright. There was chaos outside the fortress. An earthquake is coming. Lu Xiaoyu's vision was blurry, and she quickly shouted to the takeout boy, Quickly enter the fortress. Today's earthquake is 1,000 times bigger than during the day. The delivery guy reacted quickly and pulled Lu Xiaoyu into the gate of the ant fortress. The moment they came in, the temperature of the ground soared to 55 degrees Celsius, and the air was scorching hot as if it was burning. I was getting a little anxious waiting in the house. Seeing the ground shaking more and more violently, I immediately called Lu Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, why haven't you come back yet? The earthquake is getting bigger and bigger. Right away. I'll be back soon. Lu Xiaoyu replied loudly. She looked at the delivery boy and said anxiously, Brother, the end of the world is coming. Hurry up and book a room here. Stop sending takeout, and stock up on food before it's too late. The delivery guy glanced at the strange red light outside, then looked at the fortress, gritted his teeth, and decisively walked into the ant fortress. At this time, the price of the fortress had risen to a sky-high price, and a single room cost hundreds of thousands, which was almost all his savings. But facing the end of the world, he decided without hesitation. Lu Xiaoyu and I returned to the room, turned on a movie, and began to enjoy the hard-earned skewers and milk tea. But before I could take a few bites, the room suddenly became dark and the power went out. The temperature in the house soared instantly, but fortunately the power supply system of the Ant Fortress was quickly restored and the indoor temperature stabilized again. Lu Xiaoyu patted her chest and said in shock, "I didn't expect the extreme weather reported in the news to be so terrible." I looked at my phone and saw that the social media platform was flooded with videos of earthquakes and extreme weather, and everyone was complaining about power outages and the heat. Lu Xiaoyu looked at the strange weather outside the window with a look of shock on her face. "What's going on? It's almost winter now. Normally the temperature is around 7 or 8 degrees at this time of year, but now it's almost 60 degrees. I shook my head helplessly, but I felt an indescribable anxiety in my heart. I could only pick up my phone and look at the overwhelming complaints on the social platform. To help everyone, I quickly posted an anonymous post. A major earthquake is coming, a nuclear leak is counting down, global supplies are about to be contaminated, and the end of the world is coming. Please try to stock up on survival supplies. Remember." After doing all this, I put away my phone and continued to enjoy the skewers and milk tea with Lu Xiaoyu. These little enjoyments before doomsday may become a luxury in the near future. After eating supper, we each lay down. I had already made sufficient preparations for the end of the world, and the temperature control system in the room still maintained a comfortable temperature, so I fell asleep quickly. But when Lu Xiaoyu and I woke up, the world outside had already turned upside down. The front of the Ant Fortress was already crowded with citizens queuing up, all of whom came to ask for shelter. The high temperature of last night had long gone, replaced by a biting cold. Outside the window, the snow was falling as high as a person. The power supply was completely paralyzed, and many areas were without electricity and water, as if the nightmare of the end of the world was gradually approaching. I tidied myself up casually, put on a sweater and down jacket, and said to Lu Xiaoyu, "I have to get busy. I am a shareholder of Ant Fortress and the second person in charge. Now the fortress is about to be full, and I have to go over to help deal with it." Lu Xiaoyu asked hurriedly, "Do you need my help? You watch at home. If you feel bored, I have prepared some tools for you to practice boxing. Maintaining a strong body is of utmost importance in the apocalypse," I said as I was getting ready to go out. After opening the door, I unexpectedly saw Xiao Yuanlin from the opposite door coming out. Xiao Yuanlin changed into a sweater instead of his usual suit and tie, which made him look much more approachable. I smiled and asked, "Boss Xiao, do you live here too?" He nodded and said in a low voice, "Room number 1 is where I live." I was shocked because he turned out to be the mysterious occupant of room 1. No wonder I could only choose room 2. But before he had time to think about it, Uncle Zhao, the person in charge of the fortress, came over in a hurry and said to Xiao Yuanlin, "Boss Xiao, there are so many people outside. There must not be enough rooms. What should we do?" Xiao Yuanlin was silent for a moment, then turned to me and said, "The government has informed us that we should try to accommodate as many people as possible. But there are too many people and there are not enough rooms. Do you have any suggestions?" I said without hesitation, "You can buy gold at a higher price. A single room is 500,000 yuan. A one-bedroom apartment is 2 million yuan. And a two-bedroom apartment is 3 million yuan. We are a business, not a charity. For those who don't have enough money, those who can pay more than 300,000 yuan will be arranged to stay in the basement and use the public toilet. In addition, all residents must sign an agreement and must obey the management system of the fortress. Those who do not obey will be asked to leave directly." I propose to increase the price in order to limit the number of people entering the fortress. Although the Ant Fortress can accommodate tens of thousands of people, if there are too many people, it will be extremely difficult to manage in a later stage. Increasing the price and streamlining the number of people is to ensure that the resources of the fortress can be maintained for a long time. Xiao Yuanlin nodded in agreement. "Do as I say." I continued, "Uncle Zhao, I need to know 2 more things: the list and number of all staff members and the amount of food in the storage warehouse." Uncle Zhao quickly handed me the data. There are currently 100 employees in the fortress, most of whom are veterans with good skills. There are more than 100 tons of food in the storage warehouse. I nodded. I was satisfied with this amount. At least it was much better than when we started in our last life. With these reserves, the people in the fortress could survive until the first wave of cold waves ended, even if they tightened their belts. I looked at Uncle Zhao and ordered, "Let's carry out the plan just now. Those who pay can move in, and those who don't pay can leave. Also, Everyone has surplus food from the previous week, so don't distribute food for now. Start again in 3 days. Uncle Zhao's eyes flashed with admiration, and he seemed to trust me even more now. He immediately arranged it according to my instructions. Xiao Yuanlin and I divided the work. He went to check the operation of the various facilities in the ant fortress, count the food, and estimate the consumption rate. I stayed on the first floor and was responsible for selecting the occupants with Uncle Zhao. As soon as the fortress door was opened, people outside immediately rushed in, all wanting to rush in for shelter. However, armed security guards stood at the door, blocking their way. Uncle Zhao picked up the megaphone and calmly said to the crowd outside, "Hello everyone, our ant fortress is indeed open to the public, but we are doing business, not charity. If you want to move in, you must pay and sign an agreement. We offer 3 types of rooms: 2 bedrooms and 1 living room, 1 bedroom and 1 living room, and studio. Each room is equipped with a separate bathroom and kitchen. The fortress has independent heating and power supply systems and can withstand earthquakes, snowstorms, and floods. By the way, we only accept gold." After he finished speaking, the crowd outside was stunned and dumbfounded. "Isn't this shelter free? Why is it so expensive?" Someone outside muttered, apparently not expecting the cost of shelter to be so high. "I do have some money, but who can come up with so much gold so quickly?" The other person looked embarrassed, and it was obvious that he couldn't get the money together in a short time. At this moment, a family carrying boxes stood up and said directly, "I brought gold bars. I want to go in first. There is no electricity or water outside. It is so cold. It is freezing to death." They quickly booked a 2-bedroom apartment, handed over the gold bars, and after signing the agreement, they were taken to room 3 by the staff. Room 3 was just downstairs from me, and the top floor only had a control room and 2 rooms. When others saw the family move in smoothly, some were eager to move in. After all, the weather was so abnormal. But some were hesitant, thinking, what if they spent the money and the weather suddenly returned to normal? In the end, only those who had money stayed there that day, and about 20 rooms were booked. The rest of the people chose to leave and look for other options. As time went on, the high temperatures lasted longer and longer. What started as cold days and hot nights gradually turned into high temperatures all day long. Today, the entire day has been spent in scorching heat, and the green plants outdoors have turned yellow and shriveled almost visibly to the naked eye, as if they had been burned by fire. Standing in front of the window, I knew clearly that all this was a sign of an impending earthquake. The longer the high temperature lasted, the closer the earthquake would be. I was used to seeing all this, and my mood was not affected at all. In the following days, Lu Xiaoyu and I had a fulfilling life. I asked her to be the director of the staff, organizing everyone to train every day and strengthening the defense and order management of the fortress as much as possible. In the evening, the 2 of us sat together and enjoyed the food we bought from the supermarket. It was a peaceful time, until that day, the earthquake came. The ground shook violently, and even a fortress as strong as an ant trembled uneasily under the strong earthquake. I stood at the entrance of the ant fortress, looking at the city outside that had long been reduced to ruins. High-rise buildings collapsed, roads cracked, plague spread, and the continuous high temperatures scorched the earth. In just a few days, the once prosperous paradise on earth has now become a hell. The faces of those who were lucky enough to enter the fortress were filled with joy of surviving the disaster. Although extreme weather is difficult to endure, it is at least bearable. What really makes people unable to escape are these sudden earthquakes. The rooms in the ant fortress are fully booked, and there are only a few beds left in the basement. I thought it was almost time to close the entrance, and just when I was about to ask the staff to take action, 2 figures suddenly rushed in front of me in embarrassment. Jiang Songmin and Su Ningning, who used to be so glamorous, are now covered in dust and wrapped in heavy coats, completely losing their former glory. "Lin Ji, please let us in. I know you are a shareholder, please." Jiang Songmin looked at me pleadingly. I glanced at him coldly and said in a cold voice, "Sure, there are a few beds in the basement. They are now 400,000 each." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Songmin's face suddenly turned ugly. Obviously, he could no longer afford so much money. "Lin Ji, we once had feelings for each other. After all these years, can you really bear to watch me die without saving me?" His face was full of pain, as if I was a cold-blooded monster. I sneered. "Your feelings? How much is that dirty thing worth? If you don't have money, don't block the road. There are people waiting behind you." At this moment, Su Ningning suddenly covered her stomach and cried pitifully, "Lin Ji, I got separated from my parents, and now you are my only relative. And I'm pregnant. You can't drive me away. I will die. Jiang Songmin immediately seized the opportunity and shouted angrily. Did you see that? She couldn't even tolerate her own cousin, a pregnant woman. Do you really believe that she can protect you in the end times? She is a liar who took advantage of the national crisis to make money. This shelter should have been provided by the country. How can she charge for it? She is a profiteer. This made the others present start to talk about it, and almost everyone rushed to me with dissatisfaction. That's right. This is a shelter. How dare she charge us so much money? She is simply taking advantage of the situation. That's right. She doesn't even care about her own cousin. Why should we believe that she will protect us? Give us back the money. Once Jiang Songmin provoked them, everyone's emotions instantly became heated. I sneered, took the gun from the security guard without hesitation, and fired a shot into the air with a bang. The huge gunshots echoed in the fortress, and everyone was shocked. Most people had never seen such a scene before, and they were suddenly silent, and no one dared to say a word. I scanned the entire place with cold eyes, my tone as cold as ice. Who wants to return the money? Stand up. I'll return it to you right away, and then get out. Do you really think I care about your little money? All the banks outside have been robbed. If I lead hundreds of people to rob the vault for money, won't I get more? This money is just your sincerity to survive in the ant fortress. Without even this little sincerity, you still want to eat and drink for free in the apocalypse? If you don't want to pay, get out now. The scene was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop, and no one dared to speak. I was very satisfied with the result and ordered the security guards. Get rid of these two people who are in the way and close the entrance to the fortress. Seeing that they were about to be dragged away, Su Ningning suddenly panicked, took out a pure gold lock from her arms, and begged, "Don't chase me away. I have money. This gold lock is worth millions." I glanced at the gold lock, and it was indeed valuable. If I kicked her out, it would probably cause more trouble. Seeing me hesitate, Su Ningning quickly continued. Lin Ji, we are relatives after all. Can you arrange a single room for me? Otherwise, I can live with you. Jiang Songmin also said, yes, we can save 2 beds if we live together. I sneered and glared at them coldly. You two shameless scumbags and bitches want to live with me? You're dreaming. Your beds are number 1234 and number 1235 on the 2nd floor below ground. Listen carefully. Get out of there. Anyone who dares to cause trouble will be thrown out. After saying that, I turned around and left without looking back. Behind me, the security guards dragged Jiang Songmin and Su Ningning away, and the entrance to the fortress was immediately closed. At this moment, waves of people outside were crying out, "Let us in. We have money. Please." A soft-hearted saint-looking person timidly said to me, "Ms. Lin, we still have space here. We can save as many people as possible. Otherwise, let them in." I glanced at her coldly and asked, "When the food is distributed, will you give her your share?" She immediately fell silent, lowered her head, and said no more. Chapter 11: The Importance of Supplies. Seeing Lin Ji like this, Su Ningning and Jiang Songmin were dissatisfied, but they could only shut up. Jiang Songmin glanced at Lin Ji angrily. He originally thought that Lin Ji would give him whatever he wanted as before, but he didn't expect that Lin Ji would change his attitude in just a few days. Jiang Songmin was puzzled. What went wrong? He was just treating Lin Ji the same way as before, so how come she suddenly changed from being a bootlicker to being indifferent to him? What should we do? Lin Ji doesn't recognize us anymore. Do I really have to live in a bunk bed in the basement with those poor people? Su Ningning was angry and annoyed. I don't want to live in that kind of shabby place. How about we wait a little longer? Jiang Songmin had no choice. Su Ningning said angrily, pointing to her belly and said, "I can wait, but the child can't. Do you want me to give birth to a child for you in that kind of environment?" Jiang Songmin felt ashamed when Su Ningning scolded him in front of everyone. But the situation was special at this time. The company went bankrupt, and he had no money in his pocket. If he didn't bow his head at this time, he would be driven out of the ant fortress. "Ningning, don't worry. I will definitely let that idiot Lin Ji vacate a room for you." Jiang Songmin looked at Lin Ji's back and said, gritting his teeth. The staff came over and gave Jiang Songmin and Su Ningning a metal plate with a chip each. "This is your number plate. Wear it on your body and don't lose it." Su Ningning looked at the label, pouted, and said with disdain, "I feel like a criminal. If you object, just give up the iron plate. There are a lot of people outside the fortress who want to come in now." The staff couldn't stand Su Ningning's pretentious look. Su Ningning rolled her eyes and reluctantly went to the basement with the number plate. Lin Ji returned to the room. Lu Xiaoyu was writing something in a notebook. What are you writing? I'm making a budget. Lu Xiaoyu pointed to the table on the notebook and said, we have invested so much supplies. If we don't use them in moderation, we may not have enough supplies. So I want to control the supplies in advance to minimize the risk. Lin Ji smiled and sat beside her looking at the schedule made by Lu Xiaoyu. Lu Xiaoyu is a senior manager of the family company and is very experienced in company operations and planning, so it is safest to let her do this kind of thing. I don't know how the people above will deal with the shortage of food in the later stages. Lu Xiaoyu was a little worried. Although we have sufficient supplies, there are always some people who are very short of supplies, especially those living in the underground floors. Once these people are short of supplies, they may riot. In addition, the earthquake caused nuclear pollution, and the supplies have basically been cut off. Clean water resources will be more expensive than gold in the future. That's right. Lin Ji nodded. Lin Ji had also encountered these things in his previous life. Even the people in the ant fortress wanted to start a riot due to the shortage of supplies in the middle and late stages, but in the end they were driven away by Xiao Yuanlin's strict management. I'll sort our belongings first, sort out some of the non-essential items, and see if I can exchange them for more medicines. Lin Ji said. Although he had stockpiled a lot of medicines before, she knew clearly that in this environment of the end of the world, a cold medicine was more valuable than a kilogram of gold. But with such a big move we're making, I'm afraid someone has already set their sights on us. Lu Xiaoyu said with some concern. What are you afraid of? Lin Ji didn't care. If the enemy comes, we will stop him. If the water comes, we will block it. If he dares to take our supplies, I will make him die. Lu Xiaoyu looked at Lin Ji's resolute attitude and said in amazement, you are like a different person now. You couldn't say such words before. I was stupid and foolish before, but I won't be stupid again in the future. The two spent a day counting the supplies and reclassifying them. Outside the fortress, the sky was gray. Lin Ji calculated the time. The nuclear power plant in the neighboring country had exploded, and the nearby sea area was completely polluted. Nuclear power plants in some countries along the earthquake belt also had leaks of varying degrees. Land and water resources were polluted overnight. The number of people surrounding the fortress gradually decreased, although there are still a few beds left in the fortress. As the weather outside becomes increasingly severe, the supply and demand of beds become more and more tense. The last few beds were snapped up at a high price of 1 million. Why is it raining black rain from the sky? It's so scary, Lu Xiaoyu said in surprise as she looked at the black rain falling outside the window. Lin Ji instantly thought of the situation in his previous life. She was rejected by the fortress and tried every possible means to survive. She had witnessed with her own eyes what a hell the world outside the fortress had become. The once prosperous world has turned into a graveyard. After the earthquake, the survivors could not find shelter, and the roadside was littered with people who had been poisoned by nuclear pollution, their skin ulcerated. The people outside the fortress are actually quite pitiful. Lu Xiaoyu murmured. Xiaoyu, never have such thoughts in the future. Lin Ji looked at her. What's wrong? When you come to the end of the world, the most important thing to get rid of is compassion. If you want to survive, you must not have compassion. Lu Xiaoyu seemed to have sensed something and said helplessly, I remember it. As he was speaking, the doorbell rang. Lin Ji and Lu Xiaoyu looked at each other. Lu Xiaoyu looked at the door curiously. Who is it? Lin Ji stood up. I'll go take a look. She opened the 3 doors one by one. I saw a young woman standing outside the door. Hello, may I ask? After seeing Lin Ji's face clearly, the woman blurted out in surprise. Why are you living in this room? It turned out to be Chen Cece. Lin Ji was also a little surprised. Ever since entering the ant fortress in her previous life, Chen Cece has always regarded herself as Xiao Yuanlin's cousin and shamelessly asked people for supplies everywhere. Chen Cece is not only thick-skinned, but also extremely narrow-minded and very vindictive. In the previous life, because Lin Ji rejected Chen Cece's successive requests to exchange points for rewards, Chen Cece held a grudge against her and often tried to make things difficult for her. Lin Ji knew that he would meet Chen Cece after entering the ant fortress, but he didn't expect to meet her so soon. Why are you living in room 2? Chen Cece looked at her unhappily. I bought it with my own money. Lin Ji glanced at her and said, if you have the ability, you can also buy it with your own money. Chen Cece was blocked by Lin Ji and had nothing to refute. She could only curl her lips and look at her unhappily. It's just that I was lucky and bought a room here in advance. What are you showing off for? You're right, but I'm very busy and don't have time to chat with you here. Please do as you please. Lin Ji said as he was about to close the door. Wait, Chen Cece grabbed her door and said with an unnatural look, I have something to talk to you about. Chapter 12, Shameless Chen Cece. Can you give me some supplies? Chen Cece looked at Lin Ji. She looked at the door behind Lin Ji. You live so well, you should have no shortage of supplies. It shouldn't affect you if you give me some. Chen Cece's behavior is exactly the same as in her previous life, which is shocking. In this doomsday catastrophe, who can be free from worries about material things throughout their life? However, just a few days after moving in, Chen Cece began knocking on doors everywhere, asking for supplies from others without any scruples. I'm sorry it affects me. I don't have much supplies, Lin Ji said as he was about to close the door. Upon hearing this, Chen Cece's eyes widened and she shouted hastily, You just don't want to give it to me, right? You can afford to live in room 2, so you can't be short of supplies. And I've asked around, and the owner of room 2 stockpiled a lot of stuff before the snowstorm hit. So, Lin Ji folded his arms over his chest and looked at her expressionlessly. What does my hoarding of supplies have to do with you? What does my spending of my money have to do with you? That's why I'm the first one to knock on your door. I know you have a lot of stuff, and giving me some of it won't have any impact on you, Chen Cece said confidently. Lin Ji wanted to laugh after hearing this. Chen Cece was still the same as last time. Her shamelessness was unmatched. She could say these things so naturally and frankly, which most people would be embarrassed to say. You are not me. How do you know it won't affect me? And I don't lend my things to others. Excuse me, please let go of your hand. I'm about to close the door. Seeing Lin Ji reject her so straightforwardly, Chen Cece was surprised at first, and then she was filled with anger. Why are you so excessive? What's wrong with giving me some of your stuff? If my brother hadn't told you about the Ant Fortress project, why would you have sold your shares to him? You even got room 2 through my brother's connections, don't think I don't know. If my brother hadn't bought your shares at a high price and persuaded you to buy a room in the Ant Fortress, you would have frozen to death outside by now, and you wouldn't have been able to enjoy such good material treatment. Chen Cece became more and more angry as she spoke. You have enjoyed the benefits my brother brought you, but now his sister is in trouble, and you don't even help her. How can a heartless person like you be qualified to be the person in charge of this Ant Fortress and manage us? What happened? Lu Xiaoyu walked over at this time, looked at Lin Ji, and then looked at Chen Cece outside the door. Seeing that Lin Ji was unmoved, Chen Cece placed her hopes on Lu Xiaoyu. You are Miss Lu from the Lu Group, right? I've seen you on TV before. Lu Xiaoyu looked at Lin Ji, then smiled awkwardly and said, Yes, what can I do for you? I want to borrow something from you, Chen Cece said shamelessly. Lu Xiaoyu frowned. What do you want to borrow? I know you have plenty of supplies, so lend me 100 kilograms of rice, beef, and seafood. Oh, I heard you have some medicines, share some with me, Chen Cece said as a matter of course. You two don't look like people with big appetites, and you look ruddy, and you don't look like you will get sick. It's useless to have so much food and medicine, so you might as well share some with me. Lu Xiaoyu's face gradually became gloomy, and she finally understood why Lin Ji was so cold. She had seen shameless people, but her knowledge pales in comparison to this woman. In Lu Xiaoyu's heart, only Jiang Songmin could be compared with the shamelessness of the woman in front of her. Miss, I'm sorry, the supplies in our room were all bought by Lin Ji. She has 100% right to use these supplies, and I can't make the decision for her. Lu Xiaoyu kicked the ball back to Lin Ji. Lin Ji looked at Lu Xiaoyu and gave her a look that said, You little thing are so cunning. Then she looked at Chen Cece and said, My attitude is not to lend. Before we came to the Ant Fortress, the broadcast outside the house had told everyone to stockpile supplies many times, but you didn't take it to heart. Since you chose not to prepare for yourself, you should accept the consequences of not making plans for yourself. My attitude is very clear. No matter what you say, I won't give you even a grain of rice. So you'd better give up this idea as soon as possible. I hope that next time you need to borrow supplies from someone, don't knock on my door. Even if you knock on my door, I will not open it for you. Lin Ji's words were merciless. After hearing this, Chen Cece's face turned red and white, feeling humiliated by Lin Ji. She pointed at Lin Ji angrily and cursed. Who do you think you are? What's so great about you? I just borrowed some supplies from you. Why are you so arrogant? As everyone knows, in order to enter this Ant Fortress, you can even abandon your relatives. Such an ungrateful person does not deserve to stay here. Lu Xiaoyu was very angry when she heard this. You are too much. Don't listen to her yelling. Let's go. Lin Ji pulled Lu Xiaoyu and closed the door heavily, blocking Chen Xixi's yelling outside the door. Lu Xiaoyu glanced at the closed door anxiously, and a trace of worry appeared in her tone. If you treat her like this, aren't you worried that she will cause a bigger disturbance? Judging from her expression, it seems that she is not going to give up. First, she will definitely make trouble. Second, I'm not afraid of her making trouble. Lin Ji smiled lightly and said, she is a well-known person who borrows but never returns. If you lend her money, you can get peace this time, but what about the next time? If you don't lend her money once, she will make a big deal out of it. The longer you postpone this kind of thing, the bigger the trouble will be. It's better to nip this kind of thought in the bud from the beginning. After hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu burst out laughing and said, you are right. If you can get a minute of peace and quiet, you should get a minute of peace and quiet. You go write your plan, I'll make a call. Lin Ji came to the window and made a phone call. After the phone call, she took a book and flipped through it quietly. About 20 minutes later, the doorbell rang again. Compared with the last time Chen Cixi rang the doorbell, this time it seemed particularly urgent. Lu Xiaoyu was a little nervous. She looked at Lin Ji and said, it can't be that woman again. Lin Ji shook his head and said affirmatively, it's not her. Lin Ji opened the door. Uncle Zhao is outside the door. At this time, Uncle Zhao was looking at her anxiously. Uncle Zhao, what happened? Lin Ji looked at Uncle Zhao, who was exceptionally calm and peaceful. Uncle Zhao looked nervous and said in a trembling voice, Ms. Lin, the situation is urgent. Something has happened. Chapter 13. Adding fuel to the fire. Uncle Zhao, don't worry. What happened? Lin Ji looked at Uncle Zhao calmly. Uncle Zhao frowned and said worriedly, someone is leading people to cause trouble in the hall. I was afraid that things would get out of hand, so I rushed here to tell you as soon as possible. Lin Ji nodded. You did a good job. Take me down to have a look. Uncle Zhao took Lin Ji and took the elevator to the lobby. At this time, the hall was crowded with hundreds of people, most of whom were residents of the beds on the lower floors. Lin Ji just took a quick look and sneered in his heart. This Chen Cixi was not as stupid as she thought. She actually knew how to unite those who were most short of materials and target her. It is the end of the world now. According to the current situation, the people who are most in need of supplies are those living in the underground floors. In the past, these people were considered to be above the middle class. They were highly educated and had high academic qualifications. Although many of them did not have high academic qualifications, they had relatively ample money. There are many people who usually think they are superior to others and look down on others. Suddenly, the end of the world comes and everything turns them back to their original state. They cannot accept this psychological gap. From the moment they entered the Ant Fortress, they felt resentful of this hierarchy, and this resentment reached its peak, especially when they were short of supplies. During this period, if anyone comes to fan the flames, it will definitely make these people waver in their thinking and gather into a force with great resentment. My family, we just came here to seek refuge, but someone took advantage of our misfortune and divided us into groups, not to mention not giving us any supplies. It's clear that they want to kill us. Chen Cixi stood on a high chair, holding a loudspeaker made of paper tubes, and said loudly, why do some people look down on us just because they are more informed than us and have more resources? We asked the managers to take out their supplies and redistribute them. Everyone listened to Chen Cixi's encouragement and shouted one after another. We asked the administrator to redistribute the supplies. The managers must give us some of their supplies. Uncle Zhao said to Lin Ji with concern, Miss Lin, how do you think we should solve this problem? Uncle Zhao would have driven her away if he encountered this situation, but he received a call from Lin Ji, who said that Chen Cixi would cause trouble here and asked him not to stop her. He didn't quite understand Lin Ji's behavior, but he still did as Lin Ji instructed. Seeing that the situation was getting more and more serious, he didn't know how to end it. Lin Ji smiled coldly. Good. Well said. A loud voice accompanied by applause suddenly appeared outside the crowd. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw Lin Ji walking towards the corner of the lobby. While clapping, she looked at Chen Cixi and said, I think this lady's suggestion is very good. Chen Cixi was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect that Lin Ji, who had rejected her at the beginning, actually agreed with her at this time. She looked at Lin Ji warily. The confused crowd looked at Lin Ji and said loudly, You are one of the managers of our fortress. Hurry up and take out your supplies and distribute them to us. Lin Ji nodded, looked at everyone, and said, It's no problem for me to take out the supplies. I can do it, but there is a prerequisite. What premise? Someone in the crowd shouted. Lin Ji looked around and then said word by word, The people who take out the supplies should not only be the managers, but all the residents of this kind of fortress. And after the supplies are taken out, everyone should share them equally. As soon as this statement was made, the crowd exploded. The sound of discussion was instantly heard. How is it possible to take out all the supplies and distribute them equally? I brought quite a lot of stuff with me. If I really want to distribute it equally, I'm afraid the things distributed will not be as much as what I brought. I don't want that. Why not divide it equally? I came here in a hurry and brought nothing but money. It should be divided equally. You said you wanted to divide it equally because you didn't bring anything with you. You don't have any ability to deal with a crisis, and you didn't even make any preparations. Why should I divide it equally with a fool like you? Chun Cece saw an internal conflict among the crowd. The people who had been united started arguing over whether they needed to take out the items they had brought with them and distribute them equally. Everyone listen to me? Chun Cece said loudly. Lin Ji said this on purpose to make us quarrel here. We must not fall for her trick. Who was fooled by whom? Someone in the crowd shouted. If you really want to divide it equally, I won't do it. You can divide it however you want, but I won't share my things. That's right, I don't care either. Faced with the sudden betrayal of some people, Chun Cece's face turned pale, but there were still some people who supported Chun Cece. Why not? Unless you have something to hide. We are all here to seek refuge, so we should treat everyone equally. I am willing to give out my supplies. What nonsense are you talking about? The person Jiang Songmin was looking at said bluntly. Su Ningning pulled Jiang Songmin's sleeve, and Jiang Songmin winked at her. Su Ningning was a little unhappy, but she curled her lips and said nothing. You said you were willing to take out your supplies. Does that include the jewelry you brought? Oh, you brought more than just one pair of jewelry. You also have a Patek Philippe watch on your hand, and there is a 10-carat loose diamond in your necklace. Jiang Songmin said slowly. The man's face changed when he heard Jiang Songmin's words. He pointed at Jiang Songmin and stammered. How did you know? Don't worry about how I know this. I'm just asking you, since we're going to distribute it equally, are you willing to take out your jewelry and share with everyone else? The man felt very embarrassed after hearing this. He looked around and saw that everyone was looking at him with scrutiny. No need to divide it. Whoever wants to divide it can do it. The man held his watch and necklace tightly, and then fled from the hall. Seeing this group of people become like a pile of loose sand so quickly, Lin Ji couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth slightly. She looked at everyone and said, Is there anyone willing to distribute the supplies equally? If so, I wouldn't mind taking some time to register you and taking out all the supplies from those of you who are willing to share equally and helping you distribute them equally. After hearing this, everyone started whispering to each other. At this time, their morale had been shaken by Lin Ji. Chun Cece gnashed her teeth and looked at Lin Ji. She shouted at him. Others may not hand over their things, but Lin Ji, you must hand over your things. Lin Ji raised his eyebrows. Why? Chun Cece sneered. You used despicable means to get into this ant fortress. Chapter 14, Chun Cece suffers from her own actions. Chun Cece's words instantly attracted the attention of the people around her. The crowd who were originally preparing to leave stopped. Seeing this, Chun Cece shouted, Lin Ji, don't think we don't know what kind of dirty things you do behind your back. You know what little tricks you did behind your back to enter this ant fortress. After hearing this, the people around changed their expressions and began to whisper to each other. I was wondering why Miss Lin, who is so young, could live in room 2. It seems like this is an unspoken rule. There are so many people in this ant fortress who are worth more than Miss Lin, but now they are not as good as her. Just think about it, and you will know what they have paid. That's what I was wondering. With such a sudden earthquake, how could someone be so quick to stockpile so many supplies in such a short time? This ability of foresight is really too strong. What do you mean by foresight? Such a young girl has no ability to foretell the future. It must be some experienced boss who told her. As for why the boss was only willing to tell her, you can figure it out if you use your brain. The people around looked at Lin Ji with ambiguous and contemptuous eyes. If you want to destroy a woman, spreading obscene rumors is the fastest and cheapest way. Chun Cece looked at Lin Ji provocatively and said with a smug smile, Tell me, everyone, how can someone like this be qualified to be our leader? Can such a selfish person lead our ant fortress well? Everyone agreed with what Chun Cece said. That's right. How can he lead us if he has such a bad character? Perhaps the sources of her supplies are all illegal. Facing everyone's slander, Lin Ji seemed very calm, but Lu Xiaoyu beside him was jumping with anger. What nonsense are you talking about? Don't slander Lin Ji. Lu Xiaoyu was so angry that her face turned red. She looked at Lin Ji worriedly. Are you okay? Don't think too much. You are the person in charge here. They dare not do anything to you. Lin Ji smiled gently and gave Lu Xiaoyu a reassuring look. Then she walked through the crowd and came in front of Chen Sisi. When Chen Sisi met Lin Ji's gaze, her heart skipped a beat for some reason, as if she had a bad premonition. The next second, Lin Ji raised his hand and slapped Chen Sisi hard with lightning speed. There were exclamations one after another from the crowd. Chen Sisi covered her face and looked at Lin Ji in disbelief. How dare you hit me? Your mouth is dirty. I will slap it clean. Lin Ji stared at her with a fake smile and said, If your parents didn't educate you, then I will educate you for your parents. Chen Sisi was so angry that she pointed at Lin Ji and said tremblingly, How dare you hit me? Do you know who I am? I don't care who you are. Lin Ji looked at her and said word by word, Even if the King of Heaven comes and says something shameless in front of me, I will still slap him. Chen Sisi didn't expect Lin Ji to be so tough. She was so angry that she raised her hand to slap Lin Ji back, but her hand suddenly grabbed him. Chen Sisi turned around angrily, only to see Xiao Yuanlin behind her, holding her wrist expressionlessly. Have you had enough of the fuss? After meeting Xiao Yuanlin's cold eyes, the anger on Chen Sisi's face disappeared without a trace. She bent her legs and almost kneeled on the ground, looking at Xiao Yuanlin and stammering for a long time without being able to utter a coherent sentence. Manager Zhao. Xiao Yuanlin set his gaze on Uncle Zhao in the distance. Uncle Zhao was so frightened that he came to Xiao Yuanlin's side immediately, lowered his head, and said cautiously, What do you want, Mr. Xiao? According to the rules and regulations of the fortress, how should we deal with people who gather to cause trouble and spread rumors? Xiao Yuanlin looked at Chen Sisi with an extremely cold expression. Uncle Zhao said word by word, According to the rules of Article 25, Section 3 of the Ant Fortress Rules and Regulations, if someone gathers a crowd to cause trouble, causes a commotion, or spreads rumors, all their supplies should be confiscated and they should be expelled from the fortress. Chen Sisi was so frightened that her face turned pale. Her knees went weak, and she knelt on the ground. She looked at Xiao Yuanlin and stammered, Brother, I was wrong. Please don't chase me away. Xiao Yuanlin sneered, Do you know you are wrong now? I really know I was wrong. I didn't do it on purpose. I just was short of supplies, and I wanted Lin Ji to give me some. I didn't intend to gather a crowd to cause trouble. I really didn't do it on purpose. Brother, please let me go. Chen Sisi was terrified when she saw Xiao Yuanlin was unmoved. The people around listened to Chen Sisi's words and started whispering to each other. After all this time, this woman is trying to take advantage of us. It's obvious from the first glance that this woman is not a good person. She has only been here for a few days, and she wants to cause trouble. I knew from the beginning that what she said was not to be taken seriously. It seems that we all misunderstood Miss Lin. This woman deserves to die. She is so mean to spread obscene rumors under such circumstances. Listening to the people around her condemning her, Chen Sisi's face turned pale and blue. Chen Sisi failed to steal the chicken and ended up losing a handful of rice. She originally wanted to bring everyone to force Lin Ji, but she didn't expect Xiao Yuanlin to support Lin Ji in front of everyone. She was so jealous. Mr. Xiao, how do we deal with this matter? Are we really going to kick this lady out? Uncle Zhao looked at Chen Sisi, not knowing what to do. Listen to Miss Lin. Do whatever she says. After hearing what Xiao Yuanlin said, everyone turned their eyes to Lin Ji. Seeing that Xiao Yuanlin had no intention of saving her, Chen Sisi could only grit her teeth and look at Lin Ji, begging, Lin Ji, I was wrong. I shouldn't have slandered you like that. Please don't bother with me. Is that all? Lin Ji sneered. I don't think your attitude of admitting your mistake is sincere enough. Chen Sisi closed her eyes and said, Ms. Lin, it's my fault. I shouldn't have gathered a crowd to cause trouble. I shouldn't have thought of taking the supplies you stockpiled. I shouldn't have spread rumors about you. And I shouldn't have incited so many people to accuse you. Lin Ji smiled. She was very satisfied with this apology. Since this is your first offense, I'll let it go this time. But there must be appropriate punishment. Otherwise, everyone will think that the rules and regulations of the Ant Fortress are just a joke. Chen Sisi didn't expect that there would be a punishment, and she turned pale with fear. Could it be that Lin Ji was really going to force her out of the Ant Fortress? There has just been an earthquake. There is plague everywhere outside. The environment is completely polluted, and even the rainwater has nuclear pollution. If she was outside the fortress, she would not survive more than 3 days. Chen Sisi panicked. Ms. Lin, I was wrong. Please don't chase me away. As long as you don't chase me out of the ant fortress, I will accept any punishment. Are you willing to accept any punishment? Lin Ji raised his eyebrows. A strange smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. You said it. Chapter 15, Hand in All Supplies. I admit it all, I admit it all. As long as you don't kick me out of the fortress, you can ask me to do anything. You can even let me be your servant. Chun Sisi hurriedly expressed her determination. I don't have the habit of ordering people around. Linji looked at Chun Sisi and said with a smile, I saw that you had a strong sense of justice before. You were also worried that everyone didn't have enough supplies. How about this? Take out all your supplies and share them equally with everyone. Since you are the leader of this matter, you should set an example for everyone, don't you think? Lin Ji's words made Chun Sisi look haggard. If all the supplies were distributed to everyone, what would she do? Can you change the punishment? Chun Sisi looked at Lin Ji and begged. You are good at bargaining. Lin Ji said with a smile, it's okay to change it, according to our factoring rules and regulations. I agree. Please don't chase me away. Chun Sisi closed her eyes and waved her hands desperately. Compared to being driven out of the fortress, she would rather have her supplies confiscated. After all, if she ran out of supplies, she could still get some from some stinky men. If she was really driven out of the fortress, she would really have no chance of survival. Lin Ji nodded in satisfaction, then looked at Uncle Zhao. As told, asked the staff to register this lady's supplies and distribute her supplies to those who really need them. Uncle Zhao agreed immediately. Jiang Songmin and Su Ningning, who were standing by, felt a chill down their spines when they saw how Lin Ji dealt with Chun Sisi. I didn't expect Lin Ji to be so arbitrary, Su Ningning said in a low voice. Let's not provoke him for the time being. If we make him angry, I'm afraid we will end up like the woman in front of us. Jiang Songmin narrowed his eyes and looked at Lin Ji. Do you have any way to deal with Lin Ji? Su Ningning touched her belly and said unhappily, I really don't have time to wait any longer. Don't worry, I will definitely do as you wish. But before that I may have to put you in a difficult position. You have to cooperate with me. Jiang Songmin put his arm around Su Ningning's shoulders. Lin Ji's personality changes too quickly. The previous method is no longer feasible. We need to try another method now. You don't want me to compromise and be humble to her, do you? I won't do that. Su Ningning was very dissatisfied. Jiang Songmin comforted her, don't. Didn't we do everything well before? Didn't you also humble yourself in front of Lin Ji to gain her trust? Now we are doing this for our future and our baby. Don't ruin our future because of a momentary impulse. Okay, but don't let your fake acting turn into real feelings for her. Jiang Songmin sneered. How is it possible? Who would like her with her stupid appearance? You are worrying too much. He is not even as good as one of your little fingers. How can I like him? That's good. Su Ningning was very satisfied with Jiang Songmin's statement. At this time, the staff in the fortress came over with large boxes one after another. Miss 3845, please hand over your supplies. The staff looked at Chun Sisi expressionlessly. Chun Sisi cried and shouted, but she had agreed to it with her own mouth, and she couldn't deny it. She could only watch as her personal belongings were packed up and taken away. Brother, you have to save me. How can I survive without supplies? Chun Sisi looked at Xiao Yuanlin pitifully. Xiao Yuanlin glanced at her and said, Science shows that people can survive for 7 days by drinking only water. Elder brother, don't call me brother. I only have one sister, and her last name is Xiao, not Chun. Chun Sisi's face was as white as paper. Chun Sisi and the staff left. The cause and effect of this farce spread quickly in the ant fortress. Everyone in the ant fortress knew that this young Miss Lin was strong-willed and strict in her management. There were some people who originally coveted Lin Ji's supplies, but after learning about this incident, they no longer dared to target Lin Ji. On the way back, Lu Xiaoyu seemed particularly excited. She held Lin Ji's hand and talked all the way. I was really scared just now. I really thought they would do something to you. Fortunately, you responded appropriately. And fortunately, Mr. Xiao was able to come out to help you at the critical moment. Lu Xiaoyu said, but with some regret, it's a pity to let this woman go like this. She is not a good person at first glance. She actually dares to stir up trouble here. To be honest, Uncle Zhao just said that such troublemakers should be kicked out. I really hope she is kicked out. Honestly, Lin Ji, did you also want to kick this woman out just now, but you only kept her because of the consideration for her? No, Lin Ji said. Then why? Lu Xiaoyu was puzzled. When people are desperate, they will resort to extreme measures. If I really push her too far, who knows what she will do? Lin Ji said calmly. Besides, her thoughts are too easy to be seen through. Even if Xiao Yuanlin doesn't come, I have a way to make her admit her mistakes and apologize to me. Lu Xiaoyu looked at Lin Ji with great admiration. It's true that a man who has been away for 3 days should be looked at with new eyes. I remember that your personality was not like this before. You used to be timid and panicked when encountering such things. I didn't expect that you can handle things on your own now and handle things neatly and without dragging your feet. Because only through nirvana can we grow. Lin Ji smiled faintly. By the way, I see that Mr. Xiao is quite nice to you. Is that true between you two? Lu Xiaoyu winked at him. No, he and I are just partners. Lu Xiaoyu seemed a little disappointed. Just a partnership? Hey, I thought you two had something. What makes you think that? Lu Xiaoyu looked at Lin Ji curiously and said, Don't you know? People in the Ant Fortress are privately saying that you and Xiao Yuanlin have a close relationship. Lin Ji frowned and said, When was it spread? How come I didn't know about it? It has been spreading for a long time, but I don't think this rumor will do you any harm, and I think so too. If you two are really together, I think you are a perfect match. So I'm too lazy to dispel the rumor. Lu Xiaoyu looked at Lin Ji with a smile. Lu Xiaoyu's words reminded Lin Ji of what happened at the banquet that day. She couldn't help but blush slightly. However, when Lin Ji thought of Xiao Yuanlin's attitude, he felt that he was overthinking. Xiao Yuanlin's eyes were terrifying that day. If he really had a good impression of her, he would not have shown such an expression. Forget it, don't think too much about it. It's the end of the world. Why are you still thinking about love? The two of them went back to the room while talking. Just as the two were about to open the door, suddenly, a hand was placed on Lin Ji's shoulder. Chapter 16. The humblest man is invincible. The strange touch made Lin Ji shiver all over. She ducked reflexively, then grabbed the man's wrist and threw him hard over her shoulder at lightning speed. Lu Xiaoyu, who was standing aside, was so surprised at Lin Ji's smooth and flowing moves that she was speechless. Ouch! It hurts! It hurts! Hearing the familiar voice, Lin Ji finally saw the person in front of him clearly. It turned out to be Jiang Songmin. Lin Ji and Lu Xiaoyu looked at each other. Then he frowned, looked at Jiang Songmin with a little caution, and asked, What are you doing here? If I remember correctly, you and Su Ningning's beds are on the underground 3rd floor, not here. Jiang Songmin got up from the ground in a panic. He rubbed his shoulders and looked at Lin Ji. Although he was upset, he showed a flattering smile on his face and said, I want to talk to you. I have nothing to talk about with you. Lin Ji rolled his eyes. You. Jiang Songmin almost PUA her out of habit, but after thinking about it, he held back. He glanced at Lu Xiaoyu beside him and said, Miss Lu, I have something to say to Lin Ji alone. Can you please go back to your room and avoid me first? Lu Xiaoyu was no pushover either. She knew too well what kind of person Jiang Songmin was. So she looked at Jiang Songmin unhappily and said, What shameful lies do you have to tell our Lin Ji? Tell us so we can give you some advice. Jiang Songmin didn't expect Lu Xiaoyu to be so sharp-tongued. His face turned pale and blue, but he showed no intention of backing down. Miss Lu must have misunderstood me. I came to see Lin Ji just to tell her that I am still the same as before. No matter what she did before, I will still wait for her here. Jiang Songmin put on a very sincere look at this time. He looked at Lin Ji and moved her emotionally and rationally, saying, Originally, I thought there was some relationship between you and Xiao Yuanlin, so I thought about not disturbing you. But today it seems that you are just simple partners. Lin Ji smiled. She wanted to know what other nonsense Jiang Songmin could come out of. Lin Ji, I won't bother you about what happened before. We've been together for so many years. Don't you know how I am? You're just a jerk. Lu Xiaoyu rolled her eyes. Don't you know how you hurt our Lin Ji before? Now you come to me and confess your love to me. Don't you think it's ridiculous? I'm talking to Lin Ji, not you. Don't interrupt. Jiang Songmin was very unhappy. You ran upstairs to find us with a flattering face, just to defraud Lin Ji of the supplies she bought before. Do you think we don't know your little thoughts and calculations? I tell you, Jiang Songmin, don't humiliate yourself here. This is not the place you came from. Get out of here as soon as possible. Lu Xiaoyu frowned and looked at Jiang Songmin as if he was looking at something dirty. This look made Jiang Songmin feel extremely insulted. He pointed at Lu Xiaoyu and said viciously, You woman, keep your mouth shut. If you dare to talk like that again, be careful of me, ah. Lin Ji pinched Jiang Songmin's fingers and twisted them back hard. Jiang Songmin's face turned blue from the pain. What are you being careful of? Lin Ji looked at him with a fake smile. How dare you yell at me here? Do you know where this place is? Lin Ji, let's talk it over nicely. Let go first. Jiang Songmin's mouth was trembling in pain. Oh, now you know how to speak nicely. I just gave you a chance to speak nicely and see what your attitude is. Lin Ji said, his face changed, and he grabbed Jiang Songmin's arm and swung it back fiercely, tripping him to the ground. He stepped on his back and said coldly, "Don't show up in front of me in the future. I'll beat you up every time you do that. Remember? I remember. I remember. Let me go first." Jiang Songmin begged desperately, looking as cowardly as possible. Lin Ji let go of Jiang Songmin, and Jiang Songmin immediately got up from the ground. He rubbed his shoulders, glared at Lin Ji resentfully, and left in shame. This Jiang Songmin is so shameless. He even had the nerve to come here and try to take advantage of you. I don't know whether to say he's smart or stupid. Lu Xiaoyu put her hands on her hips and looked at Jiang Songmin's departing back, saying unhappily, "It's so unlucky. I get angry just seeing him. How can he be so lucky to be able to hide in this fortress? Such an unfaithful man should be frozen to death outside. As the saying goes, evil lasts for 1,000 years. If he dies so soon, he won't be himself anymore." Lin Ji curled his face and looked at Lu Xiaoyu and reminded her, "You have to be careful of Jiang Songmin." "I see." After the two returned to the room, Lin Ji went straight to the shelf where the medicines were placed. "Why are you looking for medicine? Are you sick?" Lu Xiaoyu asked curiously. "Not me." Lin Ji said this, his eyes quickly moving across the shelves. Then he took some medicines, and before leaving he told Lu Xiaoyu not to open the door for anyone. She came to room 1 with the medicine. Just now, Xiao Yuanlin appeared briefly in the lobby, but Lin Ji unexpectedly discovered that Xiao Yuanlin seemed to be injured. His face was extremely pale, and even his nails looked a little gray. If nothing unexpected happens, this should be a sign of extreme blood loss. What was Xiao Yuanlin doing? Why did he lose so much blood? With this question in mind, he came to the door of room 1. Room 1 seemed much larger than his room 2. Outside the door is a gate with the highest security level system. As soon as he approached the gate, Lin Ji's identity information was displayed on the LCD screen of the gate. Before Lin Ji rang the doorbell, he heard the door open with a click. He opened the door and walked into the room. Room number 1 is very spacious, but it is empty inside. Compared with Lin Ji's crowded room number 2, this room is so empty that even the sound of his footsteps can be heard echoing. Lin Ji found it very strange. It was the end of the world. Didn't Xiao Yuanlin prepare some supplies for himself? Just as she was lost in thought, a cold voice came from not far away. "What can I do for you, Miss Lin?" Lin Ji looked up and met the eyes of Xiao Yuanlin, who was sitting by the window reading a book. At this moment, he was wearing a white chemise jacket, and Lin Ji seemed to be able to feel the loss of energy from his body under the loose clothes. She looked around Xiao Yuanlin's room, but didn't find any medicine there. "Thank you for just now." Lin Ji racked his brains to think of a reason that wasn't too embarrassing. "No need." Xiao Yuanlin looked indifferent. Lin Ji wanted to say something, but suddenly her face changed. She took 2 steps at a time and came to Xiao Yuanlin. She grabbed his wrist, and her expression suddenly became extremely nervous. "What are you doing?" Xiao Yuanlin frowned slightly. "Don't move." Lin Ji looked at him and said word by word, "If you don't want to die, don't move now." Chapter 17 Trust Between Each Other. Xiao Yuanlin looked at her warily. Lin Ji said, "Don't look at me like that. I'm doing this for your own good. Besides, we're partners. If anything happens to you, it won't be good for me. There are so many people in this ant fortress. I may not be able to handle it." Xiao Yuanlin's vigilance faded slightly. "How are you going to treat me?" "Don't talk first." Lin Ji frowned. He grabbed Xiao Yuanlin's wrist, then closed his eyes and let his fingers feel the blood movement in Xiao Yuanlin's body. "Really?" Lin Ji opened his eyes and looked at Xiao Yuanlin in confusion. "You are poisoned." "Poisoned?" Xiao Yuanlin was very surprised, but then he quickly regained his composure. He calmly withdrew his hand and said, "I understand. If you don't detoxify, you will die." There was some anxiety between Lin Ji's brows. "How long can I live?" "If you don't detoxify, your heart and lungs will rot, and you'll die within 24 hours. Lin Ji said very seriously, "I'm not kidding you. 24 hours is enough." Xiao Yuanlin looked normal and didn't seem to take the poisoning matter to heart. Lin Ji looked at Xiao Yuanlin's expression as if she understood something. She stood up, looked at Xiao Yuanlin and said, "We are partners now. We should trust each other." Xiao Yuanlin nodded, walked to the window, then turned back to look at Lin Ji and asked, "Do you think there is no trust between people in this environment?" "No," Lin Ji answered decisively. "Pure trust may not exist, but we have a vested interest in each other. No matter what reasons we may have in the future to kill each other, at least at this moment, I want you to survive more than anyone else." Xiao Yuanlin was a little surprised. He didn't expect Lin Ji to be so frank. He originally thought that Lin Ji would say some nice and high-sounding words, but he didn't expect that she would speak out her thoughts so frankly. In the end times, trust is the most fragile thing, but if there is a mutual interest between people, then the trust will be unbreakable. Xiao Yuanlin looked into Lin Ji's eyes and saw determination and persistence in those eyes. "It seems that even if I want to reject your kindness, I'm afraid you won't appreciate it," Xiao Yuanlin said. He put down his defensive posture, returned to Lin Ji, sat down, looked at Lin Ji and said, "How are you going to treat me?" Lin Ji took out some medicines from her bag, put them in a box, and crushed them into powder. "Take it." Lin Ji handed him the box of medicine. Xiao Yuanlin looked at the small box of powdered medicine and swallowed it without hesitation. After seeing him swallow the medicine, Lin Ji felt relieved and said, "Take off your clothes." Question mark. Lin Ji immediately explained, "I'm going to help you force the toxin out quickly. Although the medicine you took can neutralize most of the poison, the remaining poison will also cause a certain degree of damage to your nervous system." Seeing that Lin Ji was very serious and didn't seem to be joking, Xiao Yuanlin took off his shirt despite being a little reluctant. Watching Xiao Yuanlin taking off his clothes one by one, Lin Ji couldn't help but be distracted even though he had his reasons. Xiao Yuanlin has such a great figure. With his slim waist, strong arms, and 8-pack abs, you can tell at first glance that he is someone who exercises regularly. For some reason, Lin Ji really wanted to touch the elasticity of Xiao Yuanlin's muscles. But her hands were one step ahead of her brain. "What are you doing?" Xiao Yuanlin looked at her puzzledly. Lin Ji then realized that his hand had touched Xiao Yuanlin's abdominal muscles. His face suddenly turned red, and then he pretended to cough twice and said seriously, "I want to check if your dantian has been corroded by poison." Xiao Yuanlin felt a little more relaxed after hearing her expression. Using this as an excuse, Lin Ji slowly moved her delicate hands over Xiao Yuanlin's abdominal muscles. The moment his hand touched Xiao Yuanlin's body, Lin Ji knew that the remaining poison in Xiao Yuanlin's body was not here. But this is a rare opportunity. How could she miss it? "You bastard, you don't take advantage of an opportunity." Xiao Yuanlin sat there with a serious look on his face, feeling Lin Ji's slender and soft hands caressing his abdomen. Even though his mind kept telling himself that Lin Ji was only helping him check his body, for some reason Lin Ji's delicate hand seemed to have magical powers. Wherever those hands covered, it felt hot as if burned by fire. Xiao Yuanlin realized that this was not a good thing. If he continues like this, he might fail and then embarrass himself in front of Lin Ji. He was just about to speak, but Lin Ji took his hand away before he could. "Very good, we detoxified it in time, and the toxin has not yet spread to your abdomen. It seems that I only need to give you a few injections," Lin Ji said with a straight face. Xiao Yuanlin looked at Lin Ji's serious look and secretly blamed himself for being too confused. Lin Ji was clearly healing himself out of kindness, but he was overthinking it, and it really insulted Lin Ji's intentions. Lin Ji took out a small syringe that he carried with him and said, "There may be a little bit of pain from a bee sting on the acupuncture point on the back of your spine. Just bear with it." Xiao Yuanlin said as he laid down on the bed, exposing his back to Lin Ji. Looking at Xiao Yuanlin's back, Lin Ji couldn't help but take a breath. There were actually several scars on Xiao Yuanlin's back. Lin Ji only needed to take a glance to know what weapons caused those scars. "What's wrong? Are you scared?" Xiao Yuanlin's voice came muffled from above. Lin Ji took a deep breath and said calmly, "No, it's just that your back is not as pretty as the front." Xiao Yuanlin laughed dully and said, "I didn't realize that, Miss Lin. You're actually quite humorous." "There are so many things you don't know," Lin Ji said, stabbing silver needles into Xiao Yuanlin's body one by one. "I'm not only humorous, I am also sharp-tongued, and I am not the legendary love-brain person." "Well, I can see that." Xiao Yuanlin's voice was very light. "You are not the same as the rumors say." "What am I like in the rumors?" Lin Ji became interested. "Big breasts and no brains." Xiao Yuanlin didn't hide it. Lin Ji laughed dumbly. "What about now? He's got a sharp tongue and is not love-brained." Lin Ji couldn't help laughing. "You are repeating what I said. Ms. Lin should have studied ideological and political education." Correct words need to be quoted repeatedly. Lin Ji was about to say something when the door suddenly opened with a click. The next second, a girl with a big belly stood in Xiao Yuanlin's room. Yu, Chapter 18, Xiao Yuanlin's sister. The pregnant woman looked at Lin Ji and Xiao Yuanlin, who was shirtless, and her brain went blank for a moment. She then immediately covered her eyes and turned around. I didn't see anything. I won't say anything. Lin Ji was a little panicked. Who is this girl who suddenly appears? She didn't remember that Xiao Yuanlin's room was shared with others. Although she had won Xiao Yuanlin's favor in her previous life, she knew very little about Xiao Yuanlin's private affairs. Seeing the girl in front of him with a big belly, Lin Ji's mind was working rapidly. The girl's appearance made her feel somewhat familiar. Lin Ji always felt as if she had seen this girl somewhere. Could it be that this girl is his girlfriend, and the two of them have already... Don't think too much. Xiao Yuanlin had already put on his clothes at this time. This is my sister, Xiao Xue. Xiao Xue looked back at Lin Ji and said with a smile, my mother was worried about me every day. My brother was going to be a monk for the rest of his life and live alone until the end of his life. Now it seems that she was worrying too much. Xiao Xue, don't talk nonsense. Xiao Yuanlin looked at Xiao Xue calmly. This is Lin Ji, Miss Lin. I know her. Xiao Xue looked at Lin Ji with great admiration and said, I have heard about what happened during this period. I heard that you are a very capable girl, and you can predict many things. You were the first person to buy a suite in our ant fortress. Lin Ji smiled faintly. To be honest, when my brother wanted to do this ant fortress project, I was skeptical of him and thought he might not be able to accomplish it. But I didn't expect you to trust him so much and support him. I heard that you invested all your shares in this ant fortress, right? Xiao Xue blinked and looked at Lin Ji and asked curiously, to be honest, I've always been curious about why you trust my brother so much. Have you ever thought that if this project is reported, you will lose all your money? Lin Ji smiled faintly and said, first of all, I trust Xiao Yuanlin unconditionally. What Lin Ji said was indeed true. In her previous life, if Xiao Yuanlin had not appreciated, promoted, and cared for her, Lin Ji would have died in the wild long ago. To Lin Ji, Xiao Yuanlin is her life-saving straw, the only hope she can grasp in despair, and the only light in her dark world. So she trusted Xiao Yuanlin unconditionally. Xiao Yuanlin, who was standing aside, looked at Lin Ji's determined gaze, and for some reason, something moved his mind. Most people in this world respect him, or are afraid of him because of his power. However, Lin Ji trusted him unconditionally. In fact, Xiao Yuanlin had the same feeling towards her, always wanting to lend him a hand and help him. So when he first heard that Lin Ji wanted to sell her shares for money to help Jiang Songmin, he couldn't help but remind her twice. He has never been the kind of nosy person, but every time he meets Lin Ji, he can't help but want to help him, including what happened in the lobby today. Chun Sisi was indeed his cousin, but this distant cousin was dispensable to him. So when he saw Lin Ji being bullied by Chun Sisi, Xiao Yuanlin felt a little anxious for some reason. Xiao Xue listened to what they said, her big black eyes darting around them. What else? Xiao Xue asked. Also, I believe in my own vision. Lin Ji smiled, so confidently that Xiao Xue's eyes brightened. She seemed to understand a little bit why her brother, who never meddled in other people's affairs, helped Lin Ji today for the first time. Why are you here? Xiao Yuanlin walked over and took a soft stool for Xiao Xue to sit on. You're not feeling well right now, and the weather is so bad. What if something happens when you come here? What are you afraid of? I came here in a bulletproof car. Xiao Xue said with a smile. If you let me stay there every day, I'll be suffocated to death. The safety factor at home is higher. You shouldn't come here. There are so many people here. If you meet some people with bad intentions and something happens, I won't be able to save you immediately. There was some blame in Xiao Yuanlin's words, but more of it was worry. Lin Ji sat quietly by the side, watching the brother and sister, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart that they had such a good relationship. In her previous life, the Xiao Yuanlin she met was cold and lifeless, but now it seemed that she had a little more warmth. It's not as scary as you say. Look, I'm fine, aren't I? You and I are the only ones here. You don't let me go out every day. I'm so bored. If I don't come to see you, I'll grow hair all over my body. Xiao Xue said with dissatisfaction, pouting her lips. Xiao Yuanlin had no way to deal with his sister. The doctor said that you need to rest now. Don't run around. Your due date is next month, so you should be careful during this period. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Xiao Xue winked at him, and then said, by the way, I came here to tell you that my parents are fine staying at home, and they don't want to come to this fortress for the time being. I understand. Tell your parents not to go out unless necessary. After Xiao Shui and Xiao Yuanlin talked for a few more words, before leaving, Xiao Shui deliberately winked at Lin Ji. Ms. Lin, I'm optimistic about you. After Xiao Shui said such a nonsensical statement, she was taken away by a staff member. Lin Ji felt a little puzzled and looked back at Xiao Yuanlin. Xiao Yuanlin looked at Xiao Shui's departing back, smiled dotingly and said, Xiao Shui is a willful child. Don't take her words seriously. Lin Ji raised his eyebrows and then said, the poison in your body has been completely removed. Well, thank you. What kind of reward do you want? Not for now, but I'll keep this reward with you. I'll tell you when I think it through. Lin Ji winked at him mischievously. After leaving Xiao Yuanlin's room number 1, Lin Ji strolled leisurely in the shelter corridor. She tried hard to recall all her impressions of Xiao Yuanlin in her previous life. It seems that Xiao Yuanlin's parents do not live in this ant fortress, but they seem to live in a private fortress with a higher security level. During several missions, Lin Ji also met Xiao Yuanlin's parents. Xiao Yuanlin's parents spoke highly of Lin Ji, saying that Lin Ji was a rare talent. Moreover, Xiao Yuanlin's mother was an extremely warm-hearted elder. She had tactfully persuaded Lin Ji several times that Jiang Songmin was not a reliable man and asked her to plan more for her future. Lin Ji recalled Xiao Yuanlin's parents in his previous life, and his eyes fell on a portrait in the corridor. Suddenly, a flash of lightning flashed through her brain. She suddenly remembered where her familiarity with Xiao Shui came from. Chapter 19. Supplies are lost. Lin Ji had met Xiao Shui in his previous life. I've only seen her in a photo. Specifically, this is a posthumous photo. Thinking of this, Lin Ji felt cold all over. No wonder Xiao Yuanlin in his previous life had such cold eyes and such a bleak expression. It turned out that his closest family member had died. He remembered that in his previous life, every time he finished a mission and came to Xiao Yuanlin's room, he would always see the black and white photo of his deceased father on his desk. At first, she thought it was a photo of Xiao Yuanlin's beloved, but she didn't expect it to be his sister Xiao Shui. It looks like Xiao Shui will be in danger someday in the future. Lin Ji clenched her fists and secretly made up her mind that if possible, she would do her best to protect the people around Xiao Yuanlin. They came to the corner of a corridor, which connected room 5 and room 6. Lin Ji was not sure who lived in room 5 and room 6, but according to the hierarchy in the ant fortress, they were probably either rich or powerful people. She didn't think much about it, and just as she was about to leave, a familiar figure flashed past her. When Lin Ji wanted to see what was going on, the figure had already entered the room. She couldn't help but sneer. They are really a pair of bastards. Their behavior is extremely similar. Birds of a feather flock together. Lin Ji was thinking when he suddenly bumped into someone coming towards him. Ms. Lin, the person who came was a staff member inside the fortress. What's wrong? Why are you in such a hurry? The staff member looked pale. He looked at Lin Ji and said anxiously, Miss Lin, a lot of people's supplies are missing on the 3rd underground floor. What did you say? Lin Ji's expression suddenly changed. What's going on? Just now, when we were dealing with Miss Chun Cici's case, we received several complaints from users of the beds on the 3rd underground floor, saying that their belongings were lost. The staff member's mouth was trembling with nervousness. After we registered the information of the users whose belongings were lost in the underground mall, we returned to the punishment room and found that Miss Chun Cici's belongings were also missing. Lin Ji's face was very solemn at this time. If something like this happened inside the fortress, it would definitely make people lose their minds immediately. She had to take care of this matter, so she looked at the staff and asked, Have you let anyone in or out recently? Since the extreme weather started, we have been unable to leave and can only go in. And after selling the last few beds the day before yesterday, the doors to the fortress have been closed for several days. The staff were very nervous. Take me to the monitoring room. The staff brought Lin Ji to the monitoring room. The employees in charge of monitoring looked at Lin Jilai and were all very respectful. Ms. Lin, the supervisor of the monitoring room, immediately came out and looked at Lin Ji nervously. What do you want, Ms. Lin? Have a few people review all the surveillance videos for today to see if there are any suspicious people coming in or out. Upon hearing this, the supervisor immediately arranged for more than 20 people to review all the surveillance footage for today. Half an hour later, the supervisor said solemnly, Ms. Lin, we didn't find anyone suspicious. The staff member following Lin Ji said in disbelief, Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. No one can steal things without being noticed under our surveillance. The security director also seemed particularly puzzled. Our surveillance cameras are all high definition. If something was really stolen, there is no way the surveillance camera would not have captured it. Lin Ji looked solemn. Seeing that Lin Ji didn't say anything, the staff member at the side asked hesitantly, "Does Ms. Lin need to tell Mr. Xiao about this?" "Don't bother him with such a small matter." Lin Ji looked at the supervisor and said, "Bring up all the surveillance cameras on the third underground floor. I'll come and see it myself." The supervisor responded and then took Lin Ji to the main computer room in the monitoring room. The walls of the main computer room are filled with more than 50 surveillance screens. About what time did these people's belongings go missing? Lin Ji turned around and looked at the staff member. Somewhere between 1 and 4 in the afternoon. This period of time was when Lin Ji and Chen Sisi were confronting each other in the lobby. It seems that the items lost by these people were most likely stolen intentionally. Pull up all the surveillance footage from the third underground floor during this time period and play it back at 10 times the speed. Lin Ji stared at the 50 screens in front of him and gave the order expressionlessly. The supervisor was surprised to see him give such an order, but he had no choice but to do it. With so many screens and such a fast speed, not to mention one pair of eyes, even 1,000 pairs of eyes may not be able to see clearly. But since Lin Ji had already said it, he could only do as he was told. I saw 50 surveillance screens on the wall playing previous surveillance footage at 10 times the speed at the same time. The picture is very fast. The supervisor watched from the side, and after just 2 seconds, he felt dizzy and couldn't see anything. The people on the screen looked like ghosts. Not to mention finding suspicious people, he couldn't see anything clearly. He secretly glanced at Lin Ji, wanting to know what she could see from such a scene. Lin Ji's brows were furrowed, her lips were tightly pursed, and she stared at the surveillance camera on the wall. Suddenly his eyes widened, and he shouted, "Stop!" The supervisor was shocked and immediately paused all surveillance footage. Surveillance camera number 24. Bring up the footage between 2:50 and 2:55 p.m., Lin Ji said. The supervisor immediately pulled up the surveillance footage from machine 24. Lin Ji continued to give orders. Play at normal speed. The supervisor did so. At this time, everyone was staring at the surveillance footage of machine 24. At 2:52, a young man in white and a loose baseball uniform appeared on the screen. He had his hands in his pockets, looking casual, as if he was just passing by. Lin Ji turned around and looked at the supervisor and said, "Copy this footage for me." Although the supervisor was a little confused, he still did it. After copying the footage, the supervisor handed the USB drive to Lin Ji. "Ms. Lin, could he be the thief who stole the supplies?" Lin Ji looked up at the supervisor. He did not directly answer the supervisor's question, but asked, "What evidence do you have to prove that he stole the supplies from the people on the third underground floor?" The supervisor was stunned for a moment and stammered, "No, there is no evidence." "Very good." Lin Ji nodded and looked at the supervisor and said, "Don't talk nonsense if you don't have evidence. I don't want to hear any rumors." The staff member at the side seemed very hesitant. "Ms. Lin, what about the lost supplies?" Lin Ji said confidently, "Go and tell those residents that their supplies will be returned intact within an hour." Chapter 20. Zhao Ziming's ability. After leaving the monitoring room, Lin Ji came to the basement. On the basement level, the hustle and bustle is in stark contrast to the several family suites on the top floor of the Ant Fortress. In contrast, the single bed in the basement seems particularly crowded, as if you are in a bustling market. At this time, in dormitory number 1 on the basement floor, a young boy sitting in the corner was listening to music with headphones on. He was lying on the bed with his legs crossed, and no one knew what was on his mind. Heavy metal rock and violent music by the God of Stocks was playing in his headphones. The music constantly stimulated his eardrums and made him feel happy, both physically and mentally. He especially likes to listen to rock music after working, which helps him relax. He was chewing gum leisurely with his eyes closed, when suddenly a shadow blocked out the light in the dormitory. "Stop blocking my light." He opened his eyes with an impatient look on his face, but when he looked at the person's face, he was suddenly stunned. But then he closed his eyes again, turned over, and ignored the person who came. "You are Zhao Ziming, right?" Lin Ji had a smile on her face, and she sat opposite the boy's bed very familiarly. The boy didn't answer. Lin Ji knew that the boy would not answer her so easily. "I know it's you." She stood up and walked to the boy's bed. She bent down and whispered in his ear, "It's a pity that your space necklace is not big enough, so you can only steal things from so many people. If your space was a little bigger, I'm afraid you would have searched everything in the underground floors." The boy sat up suddenly after hearing her words. He looked at Lin Ji warily and asked in a trembling voice, "Who are you?" "I'm Lin Ji, the manager here." She smiled slightly. The boy shook his head desperately, a hint of danger in his eyes. "No, that's not what I'm asking. You know what I'm asking? Don't be so wary of me. We are the same kind of people," Lin Ji said, showing his space ring in front of him. "What you have, I also have." Zhao Ziming looked at her in surprise, but he quickly put on an indifferent look and said, "Don't be too confident. I have something that you don't. Are you talking about the ability to teleport?" Lin Ji looked at him with a smile. Zhao Ziming's face changed instantly, and he couldn't help but blurt out, "How did you know?" After he said that, he suddenly realized that he had let the cat out of the bag. So he quickly covered his mouth and turned his back to Lin Ji. "It's no use for you to escape," Lin Ji said. "What on earth do you want to do?" Zhao Ziming sat up angrily, looked at Lin Ji, and said unhappily, "I paid the money. I am your customer. You can't threaten me." Lin Ji smiled. "I just want to negotiate a condition with you." The boy frowned slightly and asked defensively, "What conditions?" "As long as you return the stolen supplies obediently, I won't do anything to you." Lin Ji said, "What are you talking about? I don't understand. You don't want to admit it, right?" Lin Ji looked at Zhao Ziming, nodded, and said word by word, "It doesn't matter if you don't admit it. I will make you admit it on your own initiative." I said, "I don't understand what you're saying." Zhao Ziming's eyes were a little evasive. "Why should I admit to something I didn't do? Don't try to blame me for what others did." Lin Ji didn't say anything else, but took out a tablet computer, inserted the USB drive into the tablet computer, and clicked on a video. In the video, Zhao Ziming was walking leisurely in the corridor looking around, and there seemed to be nothing unusual. Zhao Ziming was relieved when he saw himself in the video, and his words became particularly impolite. "This video of yours actually proves that I didn't do what you said." "Oh, is that so?" Lin Ji asked him with a smile. Seeing that Zhao Ziming denied it, Lin Ji slowed down the video playback speed by 50 times. Played at 50 times slow speed, Zhao Ziming's behavior was infinitely magnified. The original video showed him leisurely looking around, and then he quickly ran to other rooms to search for supplies. How is this possible? Zhao Ziming looked at himself in the video in disbelief. He looked at Lin Ji and said, "How did you do it?" Then Zhao Ziming thought for a moment and said, "Are you going to drive me out of the ant fortress?" "First of all, how I did it has nothing to do with you. Secondly, I won't teach you how to drive out the ant fortress. You can rest assured about this." Lin Ji sat opposite Zhao Ziming and looked at him and said, "Of course, I won't just leave a thief here. I keep you here for a purpose and under certain conditions. I want you to help me do something." Zhao Ziming more or less understood Lin Ji's intention. "How do you know that you can definitely keep me? I have such ability, and I can get a place in any base. If you wanted to leave, you would have left long ago and would not have stayed here." Lin Ji stood up and sat down by the window. Lin Ji opened the curtains. Even though the windows were made of special shockproof and bulletproof glass, he could still hear the howling cold wind and hail as big as fists. The outdoor environment is getting worse and worse. Lin Ji turned around and looked down at Zhao Ziming. "Although the weather outside is very bad, you have such ability that even if the outdoor environment is 10 times worse, it will not stop you." Zhao Ziming looked at Lin Ji in surprise. He didn't expect that the woman in front of him knew him so well. The conditions of the few fortresses you can find are not as good as the ant fortress, and some of the people in charge are notorious. With your ability, going there is like a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth. Lin Ji looked at Zhao Ziming. "I actually chose to come to you privately, which obviously shows that I don't want to make a big deal out of this matter, and I also want to save your face. If the residents of the fortress really know about this, your life will not be easy." "Huh?" Zhao Ziming lowered his head and laughed to himself. Lin Ji didn't say anything, just looked at him and smiled quietly. "You are such an interesting woman. In my entire life, no one has ever discovered my ability. You are the first one." Zhao Ziming looked up at Lin Ji, his eyes full of confusion. "I really want to know how you discovered that I have such an ability. Just watching the surveillance video doesn't show anything unusual about me." Lin Ji smiled and looked at Zhao Ziming. "This is my secret, but I know more about you than just this one thing." Zhao Ziming's expression changed slightly when he heard this. "Cooperate with me and do things for me. Will you accept it or not?" Zhao Ziming was helpless. He looked at Lin Ji and said, "Do you think I have any choice now?" "Very good. I like people like you. A man who knows the times is a wise man." Lin Ji looked at him and then stopped smiling, Since you want to work for me, you must change your previous habit of stealing. First, you must return the stolen items intact. Chapter 21 Timeline Advancement. Zhao Ziming nodded helplessly and responded, "Okay." Lin Jai stood up, looked at him, and said, "I'll give you 1 minute to return the things." She smiled softly, with a playful gleam in her eyes. 1 minute should be enough. Zhao Ziming glanced at Lin Ji helplessly and said with a slightly unhappy tone, "That's cruel." In a flash, Zhao Ziming had returned the supplies to the original owner and returned to his room in frustration. He glared at Lin Ji and said sarcastically, "I have returned all the things. Are you satisfied?" "Of course I am satisfied." Lin Ji looked at him with a smile. "From today on, you are my teammate. There's no benefit in following you." Zhao Ziming muttered, "The supplies I collected with great difficulty were all messed up by you." Lin Ji couldn't help but laugh. "Are you collecting supplies?" Zhao Ziming knew he was in the wrong and stopped arguing. "I know what you're worried about." Lin Ji looked at him. "Don't worry, it won't be long before you can show your skills." Zhao Ziming was very confused. "What exactly do you want me to do?" "Just follow my instructions." Lin Ji winked at him. "Follow me, and you'll have meat to eat." After leaving the basement level, the staff came forward excitedly. "Ms. Lin, you are amazing." The users who just lost their items all said that they got them back. The staff member asked, "Did you catch the thief?" "Where did the thief come from?" Lin Ji asked back. "Didn't the residents make a mistake and not keep an eye on their supplies?" The staff was stunned at first, then immediately reacted, nodded and said, Yes, it is indeed these residents who made a mistake." Lin Ji nodded in satisfaction. "Okay, go ahead and do your work. Remember not to tell anyone else about this." "Clear." Watching Lin Ji walk away, the staff member touched the back of his head, expressing his confusion. He didn't understand why Lin Ji would protect a thief, but now that the things were recovered, he had an explanation. On the way back, Lin Ji was in a very excited mood. "I didn't expect to find Zhao Ziming so easily. I originally thought that it would take some effort to find him, but I didn't expect that Zhao Ziming was already in the ant fortress at this time." In the previous life, Lin Ji met a big boss when he was performing tasks outside to earn points. This big boss was Zhao Ziming. He, like her, was a solo act, and he was always at the top of the standings. Compared to Lin Ji, who was always covered in wounds, Zhao Ziming was rarely injured when he went out on missions. His special abilities could ensure his utmost personal safety. It was at that time that Lin Ji learned the secret of Zhao Ziming. It was also at that time that Lin Ji completely understood why Zhao Ziming could complete the mission without getting hurt every time he went on a mission. Now that he can meet him now, Lin Ji will make good use of this golden teammate. Lin Ji glanced at the gray sky outside the window, and his expression became gloomy. If it is the same as in the previous life, then in 7 days at most, zombies will appear. And in 10 days, there will be many mutated animals and insects. The early zombies had very weak attack power because of the initial nuclear pollution. As nuclear pollution intensifies, later zombies contain more and more toxins, and their attack power becomes stronger and stronger. Her current physical fitness is not enough to withstand future large-scale zombie attacks. She must strengthen her training. "What did you say? No sleep? How is that possible?" Lu Xiaoyu looked at Lin Ji in disbelief. "I know it's the end of the world now, and the environment is indeed different, but not sleeping is too outrageous." "Believe me." Lin Ji looked out the window and said in a serious tone, "In my impression, nuclear contamination would appear in about 3 days. I didn't expect it to appear this afternoon." Lu Xiaoyu was a little surprised. "You mean everything now is a little different from what happened last time?" "That's right," Lin Ji said. "Ever since I met Zhao Ziming a few days ago, I knew that this matter was starting to become complicated. It seems that the pace of everything in this life has accelerated. I met the people I wanted to meet faster, and bad things happen faster, so now there is not much time waiting for us. If everything is speeding up, does it mean that unknown dangers will emerge?" Lu Xiaoyu reacted quickly. "That's what I'm worried about." Lin Ji looked at Lu Xiaoyu with lingering fear and said, "In the last life, as time went on, more and more strange creatures appeared. These creatures seriously threatened everyone's life safety. When I was on missions outside before, I encountered several situations where the base was destroyed due to attacks by unknown creatures." Lin Ji looked solemn. No way. The ant fortress is recognized as the most solid base, and it should not be invaded." Although Lu Xiaoyu said this, she couldn't help but feel nervous in her heart. She had no idea. No matter how strong a base is, It has weaknesses that can be breached. Lin Ji said, from now on, you must never trust anyone easily. I see. As for the sleeping problem, Lin Ji took out a box of pills from the space ring. This is a box of special pills. From now on, take one pill a day to adjust the gene editing in your body. It will make you feel less tired slowly, so that you will not be in danger due to physical fatigue in a crisis environment. Lu Xiaoyu took the medicine box handed to her by Lin Ji and was very surprised. She asked, where did you get this? I developed this myself. Lin Ji looked at her seriously and said, remember, don't let anyone know about the existence of this box of medicine, and don't let anyone know what cards you have in your hand. Although this box of medicine can save your life, if it is known by other people with ulterior motives, it will be your death warrant. I remember that. After explaining everything to Lu Xiaoyu, Lin Ji felt that he needed to tell Xiao Yuanlin the part of the situation he had learned so that he could make the decision. Lin Ji looked through the window of the corridor at the nuclear-contaminated world. It was all gray and black, like a long-abandoned ruin. All the vegetation was dead and lifeless. Ms. Lin, Uncle Zhao saw Lin Ji's eyes light up and said immediately, I was just about to inform you that President Xiao has called an emergency meeting and asked you to come over. Lin Ji nodded and then came to the meeting room on the top floor of the fortress. She pushed open the door of the conference room, but saw that the conference room was empty with only Xiao Yuanlin in it. Lin Ji asked in confusion, aren't we going to have a meeting? Why is there no one here? Xiao Yuanlin didn't say anything, but suddenly took out a machine gun and pointed it at her. Chapter 22. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Lin Ji was startled. She quickly took a step back and stared at Xiao Yuanlin with great caution. What are you doing? Xiao Yuanlin couldn't help but laugh when he saw Lin Ji's defensive look. He threw the gun to Lin Ji and said, take this gun. Lin Ji breathed a sigh of relief and took the gun. It was an M762. Why are you thinking of giving me a gun? Lin Ji was puzzled. As the fortress manager, you need weapons to ensure your personal safety. Xiao Yuanlin said, and then took out a scorpion pistol and handed it to her. This is for your self-defense. Lin Ji gladly accepted it. Go change your clothes and go out with me. Xiao Yuanlin said. Go out. Lin Ji was very surprised but soon understood. According to the plot of the previous life, Xiao Yuanlin should be discussing cooperation strategies with the leaders of several other fortresses. It seems that she doesn't need to remind Xiao Yuanlin, as Xiao Yuanlin has already predicted the result. I want to take one more person with me. Lin Ji said. Bring one more person? Xiao Yuanlin frowned slightly. Is it reliable? Not only reliable, but also strong. In the ruins, a heavy bulletproof off-road vehicle was driving slowly on the bumpy road. After the impact of global earthquakes and nuclear pollution, the city has been completely destroyed with devastation everywhere like a human cemetery. The car is equipped with special tires. Although it runs very slowly, it is very stable. Inside the car, Xiao Yuanlin stared at Zhao Ziming, who was sitting opposite him, then looked at Lin Ji, who was sitting beside him, his eyes full of doubt, and asked, is this the strong person you mentioned? Although he looks unreliable, he is really strong, believe me. Lin Ji smiled confidently. Who are you calling unreliable? Zhao Ziming took off his baseball cap and said to Lin Ji with an unhappy face, if you hadn't invited me, I wouldn't have bothered to go to such a dangerous place. Watch your wording. First of all, I'm not inviting you. Second, we are in a superior-subordinate relationship. You must unconditionally obey the request I make to you. Lin Ji restrained his smile. That's too much. Sooner or later, I will stand up on my own and won't be stepped on by you anymore. Zhao Ziming said, unconvinced. Is this the little boy who stole the user supplies? Xiao Yuanlin looked at the rebellious look of the boy in front of him and understood. It's him. Zhao Ziming was furious when he heard this. He looked at Lin Ji and said unhappily, didn't you agree not to tell anyone about those things? Why did this man know? Because he is the big boss of our fortress. Lin Ji looked at him with a smile. Nothing can escape his eyes. I didn't say a word about you. It was our President Xiao who guessed it himself. It's not a guess. Xiao Yuanlin looked at Zhao Ziming. Your method of committing the crime is too low level. I saw through it at a glance. You still need to improve. Now it was Lin Ji and Zhao Ziming's turn to be surprised. Lin Ji looked at Xiao Yuanlin's profile and laughed secretly in his heart. Could it be that Xiao Yuanlin had also discovered how Zhao Ziming committed the crime, just like him? But it shouldn't be like this. If he could have discovered Zhao Ziming's method of committing the crime, he should not have been so calm, nor should he have acted as if he didn't know Zhao Ziming. After thinking about it, Linji only thought of one possibility. That is, Xiao Yuanlin did know Zhao Ziming's method of committing the crime, but he did not discover it through surveillance video, but through other means. Thinking of this, Linji felt like a thorn in his back. It seems that she doesn't know Xiao Yuanlin as much as he thought. Xiao Yuanlin must have some unknown abilities. Zhao Ziming didn't expect that his method of committing the crime, which he thought was so brilliant, would be solved so quickly. He felt a little bored and very disappointed. It seemed that there were indeed hidden talents in this ant fortress, and it was not as simple as he thought. Zhao Ziming pulled his baseball cap down to cover his face and lay down on the seat in a nonchalant manner. The off-road vehicle slowly drove out of the area where the fortress was located and entered the edge of the city. The road was desolate at this time. All the buildings were destroyed. Countless stair wreckages lay across the road, and many roads were completely impassable. The road was littered with dead bodies, some crushed to death, and some poisoned by toxic gases. Zhao Ziming, who was originally careless, couldn't help but put away his previous carelessness after seeing this tragic scene. At this time, the storm had stopped, and when the dust settled, everything in the city was clearly visible. The city was in ruins at this time, with ruins and broken walls everywhere. In just 1 month, our prosperous city has become like this. Linji murmured, "It will be more serious next time." Xiao Yuanlin said calmly, "You must always remain highly alert." "I understand," Linji said. She turned around and looked at Zhao Ziming. "Why aren't you talking? Are you scared?" "No." Zhao Ziming turned his face away, not wanting Linji to see the fear in his eyes. "Don't worry, Zhao Ziming. You won't go wrong if you follow us." Unexpectedly, Zhao Ziming actually uttered a soft "hmm." When the off-road vehicle reached the bridge across the river, a deafening explosion suddenly sounded in front. The only iron bridge connecting the road ahead was blown up. The driver was a Special Forces soldier. After seeing the road conditions ahead, he immediately turned back to report to them. "Ms. Lin, Mr. Xiao, there seem to be a few people of unknown origin ahead." Xiao Yuanlin nodded, his expression very calm. He turned around and looked at Zhao Ziming and Linji. "Take your guns." Zhao Ziming was so scared that his face turned pale. Although he possessed special abilities, he had never used a gun. However, Xiao Yuanlin didn't wait for him to react and threw a gun in front of him and said, "Take it. This is your life-saving weapon." The driver looked at Xiao Yuanlin and asked for his opinion. "Mr. Xiao, what should we do next?" "Wait." Xiao Yuanlin looked outside the car with a gloomy face. A minute later, several modified motorcycles appeared around. The men wore black uniforms and spiked gas masks. "These are people from the Bat Fortress," Linji blurted out subconsciously. In her previous life, she met many people from the Bat Fortress. There are very few people in this fort, which is organized by a group of criminals. The base of the fortress is in a men's prison in the city. The prisoners in this prison are all very serious criminal cases. So when the end of the world comes, the Bat Fortress converted from a prison is the most feared existence. "What Bat Fortress?" Zhao Ziming asked in panic. "A bunch of murderers." Xiao Yuanlin's face was very gloomy. He glanced at the two of them and asked, "Are you wearing bulletproof vests?" Before Lin Ji could reply, another explosion sounded outside the car. The SUV was instantly turned over. Lin Jixin panicked, and before she could react, Xiao Yuanlin suddenly rushed over and hugged her. "Don't be afraid. I'm here." Chapter 23, Let Them Die. Due to inertia, the off-road vehicle slid a long distance on the ice. The huge impact made Lin Jitian feel dizzy. She held on to Xiao Yuanlin tightly, her heart in her throat. She was finally reborn. She didn't want to die. Xiao Yuanlin seemed to be able to sense Lin Ji's panic and protected her tightly. The sense of security coming from Xiao Yuanlin made Lin Ji inexplicably feel like crying. In her previous life, she was abandoned, insulted, and exploited. No one had ever tried so hard to protect her in such a critical moment as they do now. No one knew where the off-road vehicle was sliding on the ice. The off-road vehicle finally stopped, and Lin Ji felt severe pain all over his body. According to the nature of bodily functions, severe body pain after a car accident is actually a good sign, indicating that the injury to the body is not serious and is just trying to attract the host's attention through nerve pain. Lin Ji felt relieved. Just as she was about to ask about Xiao Yuanlin's condition, she felt a sticky, warm liquid dripping on her face. The drop of liquid smelled fishy. It was blood. "Mr. Xiao! Mr. Xiao!" Lin Ji called out softly. However, Xiao Yuanlin on top of her body did not respond to her. The carriage was crushed, and Lin Ji and Xiao Yuanlin were squeezed in a narrow space. She raised her hand with difficulty and touched Xiao Yuanlin's face. However, wherever I could reach, I only felt warmth. It was blood. His face was covered with blood. Lin Ji's heart was trembling as he looked at his hands covered in blood. Nothing can happen to Xiao Yuanlin. Absolutely not. Her lips trembled as she tried hard to open the car door, but the door was deformed, and it was very difficult to open. Just as Lin Ji was getting anxious, an anxious voice came from outside the car. Boss, boss. It's Zhao Ziming's voice. Lin Ji quickly replied, I'm fine, Mr. Xiao is injured. I'll open the door right away, Zhao Ziming said, and then he used an electric saw to saw the car door open. Boss, don't move. I'll pull you out. Zhao Ziming frowned. He hooked Lin Ji's shoulder blade and dragged Lin Ji out of the deformed vehicle. As soon as Lin Ji left the carriage, he helped Zhao Ziming to drag Xiao Yuanlin out. I just checked the driver's seat. The driver was unlucky. A piece of glass cut the aorta in his throat. He is dead now. Zhao Ziming's face turned pale. Lin Ji grabbed his hand and stared at him. Can you take someone with you when you teleport? Zhao Ziming shook his head in shame. Not yet. Lin Ji nodded, and she touched Zhao Ziming's head. Good boy, take good care of Mr. Xiao. Zhao Ziming was about to ask her what she was going to do, but he saw Lin Ji taking out an M762 from the space ring. She filled all the bullets very skillfully, and then took out a painkiller from the medicine box and swallowed it. The painkillers were very effective, and soon she felt no pain in her body. After Lin Ji was fully armed, he heard the roaring sounds of motorcycle engines coming one after another. The men from Bat Fortress caught up. These bastards, Lin Ji gritted his teeth. I don't want to provoke them, but they come here to die without knowing what they are doing. Boss, what are you going to do? Zhao Ziming looked at Lin Ji in shock and fear. Lin Ji turned around and glanced at him, his eyes full of cruelty. Let these people die. After she finished speaking, she rushed to the smashed head of the SUV with the gun in one hand. Several people from the Bat Fortress rode their motorcycles proudly, looking at the spoils that were within their grasp with smiles on their faces. However, the next second, several gunshots were heard. The guy from the Bat Fortress who was driving the fastest was shot in the head, chest, and abdomen. He fell to the ground with a bang, but his motorcycle kept moving forward uncontrollably. However, he didn't drive far before the motorcycle fell to the ground like the others. Fuck. The leader's face changed when he saw that Lin Ji and his group were armed. He cursed inwardly. They even brought weapons with them. Humph. Since they have weapons, I won't be polite. As Lin Ji watched the group of people getting closer and closer to her, her heart calmed down. In her previous life, she had fought bullies, killed zombies, and slaughtered mutant monsters. She was not afraid of any dangerous environment. She was not killed even after being shot 10 times. She could kill the monster even when her legs were bitten by the monster. She didn't even take a few low-level thugs seriously. She picked up the M762 and fired a few more shots. Another person fell to the ground with a thud. The people at the Bat Fortress finally realized the danger of Lin Ji and his group. Stop first. The leader narrowed his eyes slightly and said, I didn't expect there would be such a person in the Ant Fortress. Aren't the people in Ant Fort all rich people who live a life of luxury? How could someone have such accurate shooting skills? Could it be the special forces in the fortress? The people in the Bat Fortress did not dare to be careless anymore. They stopped 10 meters away from the damaged off-road vehicle. When Lin Ji saw the group of people stop, she raised a cold arc at the corner of her mouth and then fired a shot at the engine of the leader's motorcycle. The locomotive exploded. The leader knew that Lin Ji was warning them. Damn it, we actually ran into a tough guy. The leader was very unhappy. He spat fiercely, and then his eyes flashed with ferocity. Now that we are out here, we have to play with our heartbeats. We absolutely cannot go back empty-handed and be laughed at by Lao He and his gang. Upon hearing this, the other people pedaled their motorcycles towards Lin Ji. The man in the lead rode the dead man's motorcycle at full power and quickly surpassed the others. Seeing that his warning was useless, Lin Ji's sneer deepened. She didn't hide anymore and walked out from behind the SUV with a gun in her hand. When the people in the Bat Fortress saw Lin Ji, they were all surprised, and then their surprised looks turned into malicious laughter. Oh, she's a beautiful woman. That's awesome. I like wild women like this. When the leading man saw Lin Ji, his eyes lit up and he smiled lewdly. Turns out you're a beauty. Lin Ji sneered. You don't know what's good for you. Wow, this little beauty is quite tough. A man laughed obscenely. The leader glanced behind Lin Ji and saw no one else. He caught a glimpse of the dead driver in the SUV from the corner of his eye and relaxed his guard. Brothers, I'm afraid this beauty is alone. Her companions were killed by us. The leader laughed proudly and frivolously. He put the gun behind him and said, Little beauty, brothers don't hit women. Hand over your weapons to us, and then give us your supplies. If you come back with us obediently, we will make sure you are intact and comfortable every day. When the people around heard the leader's words, they laughed with ulterior motives and in an extremely obscene manner. Linji was not angry. She raised the gun and smiled coldly. All of you must die. Chapter 24, Adoration. In a depression not far away, Zhao Ziming watched over Xiao Yuanlin anxiously. Not far away, the sound of machine gun fire was as dense as a rainstorm, one after another, making it hard to breathe. The smell of gunpowder from the empty magazines surrounded me. Zhao Ziming secretly stretched his neck and looked at Lin Ji, who was not far away, holding a machine gun and firing. He looked like a god of war descending from the sky, brave, resolute, tall, and strong. He never knew he could use all these words to describe a girl. At this time, in his mind, Lin Ji was no longer the female manager who threatened him with the fact that he stole things, but a god of war and guardian. Zhao Ziming was completely convinced. At this moment, he knew he was following the right person. He was so stunned that he didn't even notice Lin Ji coming in front of him. What are you daydreaming about? Lin Ji, carrying a machine gun, tilted his head and looked at him. No. Zhao Ziming lowered his head. He didn't dare to meet Lin Ji's eyes. At this moment, he was very glad that he wore a gas mask, so that his embarrassing appearance would not be completely seen by Lin Ji. Give him to me, Lin Ji said, and was about to take Xiao Yuanlin. No, I can do it, Zhao Ziming said quickly. He didn't want to look useless, so he explained, I have the strength. Seeing him like this, Lin Ji couldn't help but smile. Thank you for your hard work. Boss, where are those people? Zhao Ziming asked cautiously. All dead, Lin Ji said calmly. Zhao Ziming's pupils suddenly trembled. You all? Well, these people deserve to die, Lin Ji said calmly. There aren't many good people in the Bat Fortress. They're all evildoers. It's not a pity that they die. I don't sympathize with them. I just feel that. Boss, you are so awesome. This was what Zhao Ziming thought in his mind, but he didn't say it out loud. Lin Ji put his hand on the aorta on Xiao Yuanlin's neck. The body is in stable condition now. Boss, what should we do now? Zhao Ziming asked. Do you have a satellite phone? Lin Ji asked. She explained, my satellite phone is in the SUV. I didn't, Zhao Ziming said regretfully. Lin Ji's eyes flashed with helplessness, and then he said firmly, It's okay. We can walk back to the fortress, but we have to be quick. When we went out, it was predicted that there would be a magnitude 6 aftershock in 3 hours, so we have to get back to the base quickly. Zhao Ziming nodded, and without saying a word, he carried the unconscious Xiao Yuanlin on his back and followed Lin Ji. Lin Ji asked Zhao Ziming to put on special mountain boots. After changing, the two of them walked on the damaged road, 1 step deep and 1 step shallow. After a while, Zhao Ziming was exhausted and out of breath. Lin Ji took Xiao Yuanlin and carried him on his back without saying a word. Zhao Ziming followed closely behind Lin Ji. Even though there was one more person on Lin Ji's body, it did not affect her walking speed. Zhao Ziming was stunned and said breathlessly, Boss, how did you do that? What? That's right, you have really good stamina. Lin Ji chuckled. In the end times, health is the most important thing. Without a strong body, you have nothing, she said, looking at Zhao Ziming. Your health is too poor. Then how do you train like you? Zhao Ziming asked. Run 10 kilometers every day, do 100 push-ups and 100 pull-ups. Lin Ji said lightly. Boss, is this how you train? Zhao Ziming felt that the intensity of this training was simply inhumane. Yeah, Lin Ji said softly. Zhao Ziming looked at Lin Ji with a little more admiration. Of Lin Ji's whole body, only that innocent face was deceptive. The rest of her body was extremely terrifying, stronger than a man. Zhao Ziming never dared to underestimate Lin Ji again. The two walked on the road for nearly an hour. As the sky darkened, they saw a faint cluster of red light in the distance. Lin Ji knew that a new round of earthquakes was about to come. She looked at her positioning watch and saw that they were still 16 kilometers away from the Ant Fortress. They couldn't get back anyway. Lin Ji looked around and saw a collapsed bridge nearby. The collapsed part was connected to the ground, forming a natural barrier that could block most of the wind and snow. Lin Ji looked at Zhao Ziming and ordered, "Let's go. Go to the bridge hole." 3 people came to the bridge tunnel to avoid the coming earthquake. Lin Ji looked at Zhao Ziming and said, "Zhao Ziming, you have the ability to teleport. You should be able to return to the fortress." "I won't." Zhao Ziming shook his head stubbornly. "Wherever you are, I will be there." "Zhao Ziming, if you follow me, you must understand one thing. People should not make meaningless sacrifices." Lin Ji was very determined. "But Mr. Xiao is so seriously injured. How can you handle it alone?" Zhao Ziming was very worried. "So you have to go back first. Go back first and tell the other people in charge about our situation, and a rescue team will come to save us." Lin Ji explained patiently. "If you insist on staying here with us, there will be no one to report back if danger occurs." Zhao Ziming was a little hesitant. "Zhao Ziming, even if you want to sacrifice yourself, your sacrifice must be worthwhile. Don't die without any meaning. Understand?" Lin Ji's words completely moved Zhao Ziming. Zhao Ziming looked at Lin Ji, thought for a moment, and took out a strong windproof tent from his space ring. "Boss, this is for you." Lin Ji knew that if she didn't accept it, Zhao Ziming would definitely be unable to sleep or eat, so she took the tent and said, "Be careful on your journey." "Yeah," Zhao Ziming said jokingly and walked out of the bridge. At this time, the temperature rises and aftershocks are about to come. "I'm leaving first." "Boss, take care of yourself." After Zhao Ziming finished speaking, he picked up the necklace on his chest, silently recited a strange spell, and then he disappeared out of thin air. Seeing Zhao Ziming leave, Lin Ji felt a little relieved. She looked at Xiao Yuanlin beside her with some worry. Logically speaking, even if Xiao Yuanlin was seriously injured, he should have woken up by now after taking the medicine she gave him. But Xiao Yuanlin didn't wake up for a long time, and Lin Ji felt that Xiao Yuanlin must be much more seriously injured than she thought. She touched Xiao Yuanlin's wrist, trying to assess Xiao Yuanlin's current physical condition based on his pulse. However, before she could finish walking through Xiao Yuanlin's meridians, she was interrupted by the roar of a motorcycle outside the bridge. The roar of motorcycles continued one after another, and it seemed that many people were on the road. Lin Ji silently stopped Xiao Yuanlin behind him, and then quietly took the machine gun in his other hand. "Where did that bitch go?" Lin Ji shuddered all over. Even his pupils widened. "The scent of that woman is nearby. Find her for me." Lin Ji will never forget this voice, even in his dreams. The feeling of fear came over me again. Chapter 25 Monster. If there was someone that Lin Ji was afraid of in his previous life, this person was definitely one of them. Until now, when she closed her eyes, she could still remember the oppressive feeling that person brought to her. It was a bounty mission, and several masters from the fortress were dispatched together, but in the end, only Lin Ji came back alive. If Xiao Yuanlin hadn't gone there alone and risked his life to save her, I'm afraid she would have died in that bounty mission. It was also because of that bounty mission that Lin Ji realized how much Xiao Yuanlin valued her. The two of them also developed a comradeship of mutual respect because of that mission. And now, Lin Ji glanced at Xiao Yuanlin, who was unconscious beside her. She inexplicably felt isolated and helpless. The fear deep in my bones from my previous life has continued to this day and has not completely disappeared. "I smell it. Right under the bridge," the voice laughed. "When I find her, I will eat her alive." When Lin Ji heard this, she felt her whole body trembling. She looked down and found that her hands holding the gun were shaking. She is really scared. However, just as she was afraid, a hand suddenly and slowly held her hand. She looked down and found that Xiao Yuanlin had woken up at some point. His lips were very light in color, and it was obvious that he had lost too much blood. He was very weak, but his eyes were unusually calm. He spoke slowly. "Don't be afraid. I'm here." Xiao Yuanlin's voice seemed to have magic, calming Lin Ji down instantly. She held Xiao Yuanlin's hand back and said softly, "I'm not afraid." Outside the bridge, footsteps were approaching. Lin Ji had recovered as usual. She picked up the machine gun and stood up like a soldier. She held the machine gun and pointed it at the outside of the bridge. The footsteps were getting closer. "Yes, it's right here. I smell it. Ha 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 ha." When Lin Ji heard this, he tightened his grip on the gun. In front of them was the last stone slab that blocked the view of the two of them. As long as the slab of stone was lifted, the two of them would be exposed to the sunlight. Lin Ji took a deep breath. There was no time to think now. The only thing he could do was to fight. The stone slab was lifted up by a great force. A heat wave rushed in, bringing with it a blanket of dust. The dust was so dense that Lin Ji almost couldn't breathe. The sun has set, but the red light is getting brighter. It's really here. The comber dragged a long crimson tongue and looked at her greedily. It smells so good. The person drooled and his eyes widened. Even though Lin Ji had made full mental preparation, when she saw those dark eyes without whites again, she was still so frightened that she couldn't help shivering. The image of this monster eating people in her previous life once again flooded into her mind, and the fear that she had suppressed with great difficulty was awakened again. Xiao Yuanlin sensed Lin Ji's fear. He held onto the rubble and stood up with great difficulty. Hey, there's another one. The man-eating creature seemed particularly excited when it saw Xiao Yuanlin. This one is good. This one is better. This one smells better. As the monster spoke, his mouth was drooling. He rubbed his hands excitedly and couldn't help running towards Xiao Yuanlin. Lin Ji's eyes were filled with fear, but her body reacted faster than her brain. Without a second thought, she stood in front of Xiao Yuanlin and said resolutely, "Go, go, go." However, Xiao Yuanlin grabbed her arm and decisively stopped her behind him. The monster leaped forward and pounced towards Xiao Yuanlin. Lin Ji was so frightened that his face turned pale, and he screamed, "No!" Beep, beep, beep. Xiao Yuanlin picked up the machine gun from Lin Ji's hand and fired wildly at the monster's flying body. Lin Jiren was stunned. She didn't know where Xiao Yuanlin got the strength from. He stood in front of her with a calm expression, as if he would stand in front of her even if the sky was about to fall. For no apparent reason, a warm feeling of tears welled up in Lin Ji's heart. An inexplicable emotion arose in my heart. Boom! The monster fell to the ground. Xiao Yuanlin looked back at Lin Ji. I can't let a woman protect me. Lin Ji wanted to cry and laugh at the same time, so she could only hold back her tears and said, I just saved you. I know. You fainted. How would you know? Xiao Yuanlin's eyes suddenly became very gentle, and he rubbed Lin Ji's head. Although I am unconscious, I am conscious. Lin Ji was about to say something when suddenly his eyes became filled with fear. The monster struggled a few times and seemed ready to stand up. He's not dead? Lin Ji's face was pale. This thing can't die. Xiao Yuanlin's expression didn't look much better. Lin Ji felt a chill in his heart as he looked at the road behind him that was blocked by the broken bridge. It looks like they will have to die here today. Lin Ji's heart calmed down at this moment. When people face death, they're actually calm. I'm sorry. Xiao Yuanlin looked at her. What? I failed to protect you. Xiao Yuanlin was a little frustrated. I don't blame you. We tried our best. Lin Ji held his hand tightly. No matter what, if something really happens, I won't be alone with you by my side. Seeing Lin Ji so calm, Xiao Yuanlin looked at her and smiled with heartache. Just when the two of them gave up completely, suddenly, a white smoke bomb flew into the bridge tunnel out of nowhere. The bridge tunnel was suddenly filled with smoke, which instantly filled the entire tunnel, blocking everyone's view. What's that smell? Lin Ji asked in a low voice. Outside the bridge tunnel, a clear young voice rang out. The smell of ylang grass. This thing hates this smell the most. Come out quickly. Lin Ji didn't think much and quickly helped Xiao Yuanlin out of the bridge tunnel. Outside the bridge, a young man stood on an armored vehicle and watched them. Get on board quickly. Lin Ji took a look at the boy's attire. He was from the airborne fortress. The airborne fortress is filled with soldiers and their families, who are at the other extreme compared to the wealthy people in the ant fortress. The young man took Lin Ji and Xiao Yuanlin away. Behind them, the roar of a monster could be heard from the thick smoke. How did you get this strange thing to appear? The boy looked at them curiously. After Lin Ji explained the whole story, the boy seemed to be thinking about something, then smiled and said, Don't think too much. This thing is hard to come by. I don't know what underground laboratory cultivated this kind of thing that is neither human nor ghost. The young man looked at Lin Ji's frightened face and comforted him. Don't be afraid. You are safe now. Lin Ji nodded. Hello. What should I call you? My surname is Shun. Shin? Lin Ji looked at him again. Airborne Fortress. Officer dress. Lin Ji was shocked. Could he be that person? Chapter 26, Genius Major General. In the apocalypse of the previous life, there were several famous figures. Besides Xiao Yuanlin, Major General Shun Xingqi, who belongs to the Airborne Fortress, is the most famous. Major General Shin? Lin Ji looked at the man in front of him in surprise. Are you Major General Shin Xingqi? Yes. The man smiled. His eyes were crooked when he smiled, and he was full of youthful energy. Lin Ji suddenly thought of a rumor. It is said that Major General Shun, who is an airborne fortress, dislikes smiling the most because it makes him lose his majesty. Lin Ji had also been curious about what this without dignity smile looked like. When he saw it today, it was true. If it weren't for the military uniform he was wearing, Lin Ji would have thought that the man in front of him was a clear-minded college student in his late teens. While several people were talking, the monster suddenly shouted in the thick smoke, "I'm going to eat you!" Lin Ji turned pale with fright. Xiao Yuanlin hugged her shoulders subconsciously. The team members around Shun Xingqi immediately stood in front of the two of them. Everyone aimed their guns at the monster. "Gather! Fire!" Shun Xingqi instantly entered combat mode. A burst of smoke filled the air, and the monster screamed repeatedly. "I remember you! You guys just wait for me!" After the monster finished speaking, he rushed out of the thick smoke. He was on fire, and he bounced toward the sky with all his strength. After a few hits, the monster bounced away. Everyone was dumbfounded. They had never seen such a monster before. "What is this? I've never seen it before. Even guns and cannons can't kill it. It's so weird." Shin Xingqi looked at the direction the monster left, his eyebrows deep in thought. "Major General Shun, thank you." Lin Ji looked at him and said sincerely, "You're welcome. It's a soldier's duty to help civilians." Shin Xingqi was brought back from his thoughts. He turned around and gave her a reassuring smile, then looked at Xiao Yuanlin and asked, "Mr. Xiao, are you going to participate? A four-party meeting?" Xiao Yuanlin nodded. "The bridge has collapsed and your off-road vehicle is broken down. If you don't mind, you can take our helicopter over," Shun Xingqi suggested. Xiao Yuanlin happily agreed. "Thank you, Major General Shun. Yes, you are also for the future of mankind. We feel honored to help you," Shun Xingqi said, taking out the walkie-talkie. The coordinate points have been sent, requesting helicopter support. After he repeated the application twice on the walkie-talkie, the person on the walkie-talkie immediately responded to him. D3304 received. Arrive at the destination in 7 minutes. Lin Ji watched Shun Xingqi handle everything smoothly and finally understood why he had such high prestige in his previous life. He is indeed a responsible soldier. In his previous life, he led the airborne fortress to resist a large-scale biochemical crisis. He also shared simple methods for purifying water and soil resources free of charge at critical moments, saving many fortress bases that were in danger. But unfortunately, such a very capable person suffered from an old disease and was contaminated with venom when he was attacked by a mutant species. New injuries to his body were added to the old ones, and he died heroically in the battle. Although Lin Ji had not met the famous Major General Shun when he was doing bounty missions in his previous life, he had been favored by him. Once during a mission, she was seriously injured and almost died in the ruins. Major General Shun passed by with a group of people and happened to save her. But when she woke up, she was only accompanied by a female medical officer from Major General Shun's army. She originally wanted to thank Major General Shun for his help in the future, but she did not expect that Major General Shun would die soon after. She never had a chance to thank him, and this regret took root in her heart. Fortunately, Lin Ji met him so early in this life. Lin Ji secretly thought that she must find an opportunity in the future to repay her life-saving grace in her previous life. The noise of helicopter propellers could be heard outside the bridge tunnel. The helicopter arrived soon. Shun Xingqi called another soldier to help Xiao Yuanlin out of the bridge hole. Outside the bridge cave, the sky is filled with red light. An earthquake is coming soon. Seeing Lin Ji looking at the red light in the distance with furrowed brows, Shun Xingqi said, "In about an hour, there will be an aftershock with a magnitude of 5 to 6. We have used instruments to predict the location of the aftershocks. It is about 30 meters away from here. The distance is 40 kilometers, so you and Mr. Xiao don't have to worry too much." After listening to Shun Xingqi's words, Lin Ji felt relieved a little. After Lin Ji got on the helicopter, Shun Xingqi said to the pilot, "Send them to Sifang Fortress." "Major General Shin, why don't you come up?" Lin Ji blurted out. Xiao Yuanlin on the side glanced at her subconsciously and said with a straight face, "Major General Shun is currently on a mission." Shun Xingqi smiled slightly. "Yes, I haven't completed my mission yet. I can't go back to the camp without authorization. You don't have to worry about me. Just take good care of yourselves." The pilot joked on the side. "You don't have to worry about Major General Shun. He is getting better. Young Master Shin will take care of himself. You don't have to worry about him." Xiao Yuanlin said expressionlessly. "On the other hand, we are running out of time." Lin Ji looked at Xiao Yuanlin and felt that his attitude was a little strange. The helicopter took off, causing a cloud of dust to fly around. The Sifong Fortress is the hardest-hit area for nuclear contamination in the department. You must take precautions, the pilot reminded them. In Lin Ji's memory of his previous life, the nuclear contamination around Sifong Fortress was so serious that the radiation was thousands of times greater than other places. The nuclear radiation had penetrated the fortress itself. In the end, the base manager of Sifong Fortress had to evacuate the fortress, but during the evacuation process, many people had nowhere to go and ended up dying from nuclear radiation. Lin Ji clearly remembered that the incident was called the four-party incident, which taught a good lesson to the person in charge of each fortress base. The helicopter quickly flew to the helipad on the top floor of the Sifong Fortress. As soon as Lin Ji got off the plane, his body automatically sent out warning signals. The pollution level around this four-sided fortress has already gone off the charts. If the internal structure of the fortress is intact, it would be fine. What if? Lin Ji didn't dare to think too much about it, for he was afraid that in this life, the Sifong Fortress would repeat the mistakes of the previous life. Lin Ji followed the fortress staff into the fortress. As soon as he entered, Lin Ji sensed an inexplicable smell. Put this on. Xiao Yuanlin handed over a mask. The mask is very thin and light, like an everyday mask. MA 4323 new gas mask. Xiao Yuanlin said lightly. Lin Ji looked at this new type of gas mask and felt very curious. She took the gas mask, which was soft to the touch, like silk, but with a certain thickness. Just looking at the appearance, it is really suitable for women to wear at formal occasions, combining beauty with practicality. Lin Ji put on the gas mask and followed the receptionist upstairs. The elevator reached the conference floor. As soon as the elevator door opened, suddenly, a figure rushed towards the elevator entrance. Save me! Save me now! Chapter 27 Strange Disease. Before everyone could react, Lin Ji flashed and subconsciously stood in front of Xiao Yuanlin, then grabbed the person who came. Save me! The person stopped, looked up, and looked at Lin Ji with a pair of watery eyes. Miss, please save me. The woman was crying. Her eyes were wet, and her little face looked pitiful. Which room are you from? Manager Wang of the Sifong Fortress's face changed, and he stepped out of the crowd. Residents are forbidden to come here. Don't you understand the rules of the fortress? The woman cried and begged. Manager Wang, please save my brother. My brother is dying. There is a medical room in the fortress. Manager Wang said, looking at her with great dissatisfaction. I'll find someone to take you down. No. The woman hugged Lin Ji tightly. I won't leave. You will just send me away. Last time you arranged for someone to treat my brother, but my brother's condition is getting worse. He is having difficulty breathing now, and he will die if he is not treated. We spent so much money to come here. Is this how we should be treated? Lin Ji and Xiao Yuanlin exchanged glances. I'm sorry, miss. If you have any questions, you can tell your floor manager. We're about to have a meeting. Manager Wang said, trying to pull the woman away. Wait, Lin Ji said. Manager Wang was a little surprised. Miss, what do you want to do? This lady's brother is seriously ill. Do you know what illness he has? Lin Ji asked back. They don't know, the woman complained. They couldn't find the cause of the disease, so they ignored my brother. Not only my brother, but there are already people in the fortress who have the same symptoms as my brother, but they don't care. Manager Wang sneered and said nonchalantly, Miss, this is just a shelter, not a hospital. Even if it were a hospital, it would be impossible for us to know every disease. Difficult and complicated diseases still require instrument examination and expert consultation before we can get a result. Mr. Xiao, I want to see this young lady's younger brother. Lin Ji turned around and looked at Xiao Yuanlin. Xiao Yuanlin nodded. Okay, this is inappropriate. Manager Wang immediately became nervous when he heard it. You two are here to attend a meeting. How can you do such a thing? The meeting is led by our president Xiao. I'm a doctor. Since there are no reliable medical resources in your Sifong fortress, I can help you with your illness. Lin Ji said, looking at the woman, would it be convenient for you to take me to see your brother? That's convenient. The woman nodded repeatedly, took Lin Ji's hand, and went downstairs. Lin Ji pulled her back, pointed behind her, and said with a smile, it's faster for us to take the elevator. Watching Lin Ji and the woman leave, Manager Wang's face darkened. He couldn't help but tease. Boss Xiao, you guys from Ant Fortress are really sociable. Xiao Yuanlin raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Yes, Director Wang, don't praise her. Next time I will tell her not to be so polite and just treat Sifong Fortress as her own home. Manager Wong was choked. He thought gloomily, what kind of compliment is this? Is it true that Mr. Xiao can't understand the hidden meaning of his words? Or is he doing it on purpose? In the elevator, Lin Ji felt the woman's anxiety. She gently squeezed the woman's hand. Don't worry, I'm a doctor. I'll go see your brother. The woman turned around, nodded, tears in her eyes, and gave her a forced smile. She lowered her head and spoke to herself. During the first earthquake, we bought the right to live in the Sifong Fortress for more than 5 million yuan based on the principle of proximity. The conditions here are terrible. I thought all shelters had the same conditions until I saw the introduction of the Ant Fortress. I realized that the Sifong Fortress had cheated us out of a lot of money. It's the end of the world now. There's no point asking for money. Lin Ji said indifferently. Yes, money is nothing, but my brother is still so young. He can't die. The woman cried softly. No one cares about our life or death. We want to see a doctor, but the doctor just said it was inflammation and told us to take anti-inflammatory drugs ourselves. Even if my brother really has an incurable disease, I hope he can die knowingly. I don't want them to treat me so perfunctorily. Although we users are at the bottom, the lives of the bottom are also lives. The woman was crying as she spoke, and Lin Ji felt as if his heart was broken by a knife. Wasn't she thinking the same thing in her previous life? In the end times, resources and abilities directly divide people into different levels. If it weren't for Lin Ji's strong ability and tenacious vitality, she would have died in the wilderness long ago. Bike! The elevator arrived at the second floor. Lin Ji followed the woman into a room. When Lin Ji opened the door, he saw a room full of supplies. Stockpiling supplies is the norm in the end times. But one place in this room caught Lin Ji's attention. Miss, my brother is here. The woman came to the window. Lin Ji's gaze fell on the young man lying on the bed. The boy's skin turned black and began to fester. This is not a symptom of inflammation. Lin Ji only took a quick glance, and his heart began to beat fast. How long has your brother been in this condition? Lin Ji asked with a frown. It started after the earthquake. At that time, it was just a simple skin inflammation and rash. I thought it was due to acclimatization, so I didn't pay much attention. But I didn't expect that my brother would become like this in just a few days. The woman said, and knelt on the ground with a plop. Doctor, you must save my brother. At least don't let him suffer so much. Lin Ji looked at the woman and asked, you said before that there is someone whose condition is very similar to your brother. Can you take me to see him? The woman wiped away her tears and took Lin Ji to other patients' rooms. The patients had the same condition as the woman's brother, with dark skin, ulcers, and hair loss, but the symptoms were not as severe as the woman's brother. One of the residents couldn't help but ask, is there something wrong with the materials of the fortress? I only know that formaldehyde can cause leukemia. Could it be that there is something wrong with the decoration of the Sifong Fortress? Lin Ji did not answer. She frowned and carefully checked the rooms of several sick residents. Doctor, have you figured out anything? What's wrong with my brother? The woman asked nervously. Lin Ji did not answer. She found an excuse and went to the rooms of several healthy residents to observe them. Seeing Lin Ji's mysterious behavior, other residents couldn't help but follow her curiously to find out what was going on. Ms. Zhang, who is this woman? Someone asked curiously. The woman said, she is a doctor who treats my brother. Hey, you haven't given up yet? Your brother is suffering from acclimatization problems. That's what the doctors at the fortress said. That's right. Miss Zhang, please stop making trouble. It's just an allergic reaction to the local climate. I'm suffering from this every day. Really, is this going to end? The woman listened and lowered her head silently. Which quack doctor said that Miss Zhang's brother was suffering from acclimatization and allergies? Lin Ji turned around and looked at the people watching the fun behind him. She came to the woman and said, Ms. Zhang, I already know why your brother is like this. Chapter 28, Nuclear Radiation. When the woman heard this, she grabbed Lin Ji's arm tightly, stared with wide eyes, and asked, Doctor, what's wrong with my brother? Lin Ji glanced at everyone, then set his eyes on the woman and said, Miss Zhang, your brother is not sick, but his body cells have been destroyed by nuclear radiation. Everyone was dumbfounded. No one spoke anymore. Lin Ji looked at them and asked, Do you have a nuclear radiation detector? Everyone shook their heads. Lin Ji's face looked very ugly. It seems that the people here are unaware of the crisis posed by the Sifong Fortress. What happened? A staff member rushed over. Lin Ji told the staff what happened truthfully. After hearing what happened, the staff had a complicated expression. He then looked at her and said, "Come with me." Lin Ji followed the staff to the management office on the floor. The management room is very small and filled with many instruments. The staff member took out a device from a small chest of drawers. He looked at Lin Ji and asked, "Is this a radiation detector?" "It has been in the chest for a long time, and no one has ever used it." Lin Ji looked at the radiation detector and couldn't help laughing. "This is indeed a radiation detector, but it's a very old one, so it may not be accurate. If the radiation value is not very high, it is very likely that there will be many omissions in the detection. As long as it works, we only have one detector like this in the management office on these floors, and we don't have any others. It's hard to find a new one. You just have to use it." The staff member seemed more anxious than Lin Ji. Lin Ji was a little surprised. She glanced at the staff member and wanted to ask something, but didn't know how to start. The staff member sighed and said, "Are you wondering why I am so enthusiastic in helping you?" Lin Ji nodded. From the time she arrived at Sifong Fortress until now, she had vaguely felt that the management and senior management of Sifong Fortress seemed to have a certain hostility towards the people from outside the fortress. "Miss, I'm sorry to offend you." The staff member glanced at Lin Ji and then took off his clothes. The staff member's skin began to be covered with various red rashes, and some areas had begun to show slight ulcers. Lin Ji was very surprised. She saw the staff member and said, "Why are you also?" The staff member smiled bitterly and said, "I have been working here since the construction of Sifong Fortress started. I have 10 years of experience as a project supervisor. When this project started, I felt that there were some problems with it. I originally thought this project was an abandoned project and didn't think much about it. But I didn't expect that the end of the world would really come and everyone would rush to this project. I know better than anyone what the weak spots of this fortress are. Although the fortress can prevent earthquakes and floods, it has a fatal weakness. It's impossible to block radioactive substances, right?" Lin Ji looked at the staff member. "How do you know that?" "I'll just check the structures of several rooms on this floor. The construction levels of each room vary, and people living in them will be exposed to radiation to varying degrees," said Lin Ji. Ms. Zhang's brother also suffered from skin ulcers due to radiation exposure. The staff member smiled bitterly and said, "I had a vague feeling before, but I was not sure. I originally held a glimmer of hope for my own condition, but now it seems dash." Lin Ji understood his pain. Once the body becomes diseased due to radiation, basically no medicine can help, and the only option is to wait for death. I had just connected the power supply before everything was connected, and the instrument started beeping, and the value soared to the highest level. The two looked up and looked at each other. The staff member smiled bitterly and said, "When your Ant Fortress project was launched, you were recruiting workers everywhere. I came here because the salary was high. If I had known earlier, I would have gone to your Ant Fortress. I'll report this to the person in charge of your fortress." Lin Ji looked at him very seriously. "Maybe there will be a better solution. For people like us who are already sick, there is no way to save them. But some people haven't gotten sick yet, and their bodies haven't developed any pathological changes yet. If we start updating the materials inside the fortress now, they should still be saved. Or, if we provide protective clothing for everyone living in the fortress, that may be of some use," said the staff. "Okay, I understand." Lin Ji left the workshop. She came to the corridor and looked at the residents standing there. For some reason, she felt a little sad. At first, she thought the Sifong incident was a natural disaster, but she didn't expect it to be a man-made disaster. "Doctor, can my brother still be saved?" Miss Zhang was waiting at the door. When she saw Lin Ji coming out, she immediately stepped forward to ask. Lin Ji looked at her with a complicated expression. "Is there really no hope?" Miss Zhang's face was as gray as paper. From the moment she heard Lin Ji say that her brother's illness was caused by nuclear radiation, Miss Zhang knew in her heart that her brother was basically sentenced to death, but she still retained the last glimmer of hope in her heart. Lin Ji looked at Miss Zhang's grief-stricken expression and felt a little sorry for her. He took out a pill and put it in Miss Zhang's hand and said, "Although it can't cure your brother, this pill can reduce his pain a lot, and he won't be in as much pain as he is now." Miss Zhang looked at the pill in her hand, tears rolling down her cheeks. She held Lin Ji's hand tightly and said tremblingly, "Thank you, doctor. Thank you." Lin Ji felt a little sad, but even God couldn't heal the body destroyed by nuclear radiation. Lin Ji came to the floor where the meeting room was located with a frustrated mood. At this time, several heads of bases from various parties were sitting in the conference room. She quietly came and sat behind Xiao Yuan Lin, listening to the opinions of the representatives. At this stage, We should unite and share the situation around the base fortress so that we can be prepared when disaster strikes, said an elder. Boss Xiao is right. Zhang Yangguang, the person in charge of Sifang Fortress, clapped his hands repeatedly. Now that the end of the world has come, all of us should gather together and unite. We should not fight among ourselves for petty gains like before. We should unite for the future of mankind. Zhang Yangguang cleared his throat and said, I think we should not only share information, but also share resources. After hearing this, Lin Ji couldn't help but burst out laughing. Zhang Yangguang's expression suddenly turned ugly. Who is laughing? What are you laughing at? Lin Ji stood up. I am laughing, and I am laughing at you. Chapter 29. Hypocritical Fortress Lord. Who are you? Zhang Yangguang looked at Lin Ji with great dissatisfaction. Lin Ji said, I am Lin Ji from Ant Fortress. Zhang Yangguang took a look at Lin Ji and estimated that she was only about 20 years old. He felt a little disdainful and thought that a girl like this was most likely just a runner and a handyman. She was able to attend this meeting probably because of Xiao Yuanlin's help. This is a meeting for us leaders to discuss issues related to the survival of mankind. Little girls like you should listen to us more and speak less. Zhang Yangguang said arrogantly and impolitely. If you really don't understand, you can leave. Lin Ji restrained the expression on his face. I'll say it again. I am Ant Fortress Lin Ji. I don't care who you are. Zhang Yangguang was about to scold Lin Ji, but was interrupted by Xiao Yuanlin's clear cough. Mr. Zhang, Miss Lin Ji is the representative of Ant Fortress. Xiao Yuanlin said lightly. What did you say? She? Representative? How is that possible? Zhang Yangguang obviously didn't believe it. How is it impossible? Lin Ji retorted. Looking at Xiao Yuanlin's indifferent look, Zhang Yangguang felt a little confused. So, is the meeting still going on? A hint of impatience flashed across Xiao Yuanlin's brows. Zhang Yangguang's arrogance instantly dropped by half, but he still said unhappily, Boss Xiao, we are in a meeting now. Discipline is very important. Don't you discipline your subordinates? She is not my subordinate. Xiao Yuanlin glanced at Zhang Yangguang. She is my partner and is on an equal footing with me. Zhang Yangguang was stunned for a moment. He originally thought that this was just a small follower of Xiao Yuanlin, but he didn't expect that he had such a powerful background. In order to hide the embarrassment on her face, Zhang Yangguang insisted, What's the point of a little girl attending this kind of conference? It's just a waste of quota. No matter how incompetent I am much better than you, the fortress master. Lin Ji stood up and looked at Zhang Yangguang. He accused him seriously. Boss Zhang, what's wrong with this fortress? Don't you really know? Lin Ji's words made everyone present look at Zhang Yangguang. Mr. Zhang, when you first built the Sifang fortress, did you consider the radiation problem? Lin Ji looked at him. Of course. Shelters are built according to unified coverage requirements. Our fortress certainly has radiation protection capabilities. Zhang Yangguang said confidently. Oh, Mr. Zhang, aren't you afraid of biting your tongue when you say such things? Lin Ji looked at him, his eyes becoming increasingly cold. Because she had experienced the Sifang incident in her previous life, she knew very well how serious the problems of the Sifang fortress were. After the Sifang fortress incident broke out, almost all bases were affected to varying degrees. At that time, supplies were in short supply, and Zhang Yangguang, the person in charge of Sifang Fortress, single-handedly made everyone's already scarce supplies even more scarce. What? Do you want me to prove it to you? Zhang Yangguang was very dissatisfied. He glared at Lin Ji and said unhappily, Don't think you can talk nonsense just because you have Mr. Xiao backing you up. Everyone will know at a glance whether I am talking nonsense or not. Lin Ji said, taking out the simple radiation detector from his arms. Everyone looked at the radiation detector in Lin Ji's hand and looked at each other in surprise. Zhang Yangguang smiled confidently when he saw this. Are you going to test the radiation level here? Lin Ji raised his eyebrows and curled his lips. Yes. Zhang Yangguang couldn't help laughing when he heard it. He waved his hand and said generously, Okay, you can test it here as you like. Here. Lin Ji paused for a moment. Then the smile on her face deepened. She looked at Zhang Yangguang and said, I won't test here. Zhang Yangguang's expression changed instantly. Lin Ji held the detector, looked at the participants and said, If you are interested, you can come with me to find out. Everyone followed Lin Ji to the first floor. The first floor was completely empty at this time, and the corridor was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. All residents were in their rooms, and no one went out. The person in charge of one of the bases was confused. He looked at the empty corridor and said enviously, Boss Zhang, the residents of your Sifang fortress are really worry-free. Unlike our base, there are all kinds of idle people wandering around all day long, which makes it very difficult to manage. Although Zhang Yangwang felt guilty at the moment, he immediately said proudly when he heard someone complimenting him, "Our Sifang fortress is unique in management. If you are willing to learn from our management experience, as long as you provide a little bit of materials, our management team will teach you everything they know." In the end times, the most difficult people to manage are people. Zhang Yangwang's words did indeed impress the leaders of several fortress bases. "Mr. Zhang, it's too early to speak." Linji looked at Zhang Yangwang and said with a smile. After she finished speaking, she took out the radiation detector device in her hand and turned it on. The detector did not move at all. Zhang Yangwang was originally very worried, but when he saw that the detector did not respond at all, he was relieved. "I thought you wanted to do something, but it turns out you wanted to check the nuclear radiation value of our fortress." Zhang Yangwang said hypocritically, "Well, our Sifang fortress was a national key project. The materials used in its construction were purchased through formal procurement channels without any fraud. I can assure everyone that our Sifang fortress will not have any quality and safety issues." That's right. Mr. Zhang started his business in real estate after all, and he has rich experience in this kind of real estate projects. "Miss, are your worries excessive?" One of the responsible persons couldn't help but interrupt. Other responsible persons also chimed in. "Yes, we have been friends with Mr. Zhang for decades. Apart from other things, we don't have as much experience as him in real estate projects. He should know better than any of us which materials are good and which are not, how to make them, and what their uses are." Boss Xiao, although your Ant Fortress is the benchmark of the industry, Boss Zhang used to work in civil engineering projects. Even if he is a little worse than you, it is still in line with industry regulations. You don't need to let a little girl like this to slander him. Xiao Yuanlin was about to say something with a stern face, but Lin Ji shook her head at him, signaling him not to say anything. Lin Ji took 3 steps back and then stretched the detector toward the southeast. The detector, which had been motionless, suddenly issued a yellow light warning. Chapter 30. The Despicable Ones Pass. All the responsible persons present were stunned. Zhang Yangwang's face suddenly turned extremely ugly. He was about to step forward to stop Lin Ji, but Lin Ji dodged back before him. "Mr. Zhang, what are you in such a hurry for?" Lin Ji smiled slightly, then led everyone to another room along the corridor. When Zhang Yangwang was puzzled, the radiation display in Lin Ji's hand suddenly emitted a red light. Although this radiation display instrument is old, the light warning on it can show the current radiation level. Yellow indicates mild radiation, orange indicates moderate radiation, and red indicates severe radiation. "Mr. Zhang, everyone says you are an experienced hand in civil engineering projects. To be honest, I really admire you from the bottom of my heart." Lin Ji put away the radiation detector in his hand. He looked at Zhang Yangwang and said slowly, "I am really curious about how you can achieve such a big difference in radiation values in different places on the same floor. Could it be that your Sifang group has developed some new building construction experience that allows people on the same floor to be divided into different levels? Mr. Zhang, if you really have such experience, you must share it with everyone." Lin Ji was sarcastic to Zhang Yangwang. At this moment, Zhang Yangwang's face was as ugly as it could be. The other responsible persons were terrified when they saw this situation. "Quick, quick! Take out my protective suit. Where is my radiation mask? Assistant Liu, bring me my radiation mask. Boss Zhang, you're dragging all of us down with you. If anything happens to me, we at Creek Fortress will never reconcile with you." Faced with everyone's condemnation, Zhang Yangwang's face was as dark as it could be. He stared at Lin Ji intently, gnashing his teeth and saying, "What on earth do you want to do?" Lin Ji put away the careless expression on her face. She looked at Zhang Yangwang and asked word by word, "Mr. Zhang, I should be the one asking you this question. What is your purpose?" Xiao Yuanlin, who was keeping quiet on the side, now completely understood Lin Ji's actions. "Boss Zhang, I didn't expect that even in this environment, you would still be targeting us." Lin Ji looked at Zhang Yangwang and rebuked him in a low voice. "Now is the apocalyptic crisis. No one knows when this crisis will be resolved. Maybe 3 to 5 months, maybe 3 to 500 years. Everyone is working hard for the future of mankind. And you, Boss Zhang, what are you doing?" All the fortress leaders cast their eyes on Zhang Yangwang's face. The purpose of their coming here today is to gather here for the future development of mankind. However, no one expected that the initiator of this meeting would have such dirty intentions. Zhang Yangguang was so anxious that his face turned red and his neck became thick when facing the scrutiny of the crowd. He loudly defended himself. I don't know what you were talking about. This project is the design drawings of my relative, and the original project plan is in our office. If you have any questions, I can show you the original project launch plan. Mr. Zhang, what you said is very insincere. A pot-bellied man looked at Zhang Yangguang and said with some disdain, we are all veterans in the industry. Aren't there many cases where the launch plan of this project and the final implementation are very different? Lao Ma, what do you mean? Zhang Yangguang looked at the pot-bellied man, furious. Are you saying that I deliberately changed the project plan and cut corners? Old Ma chuckled and pretended to be honest and said, I didn't say that. You admitted it yourself. I know nothing. You. Zhang Yang was so angry that he was fuming. Mr. Zhang, when you do this, have you ever really thought about the refugees in Xifang Fortress? Lin Ji said as he stretched out his hand and knocked on the door closest to him. I saw the door slowly open. Inside the door, a woman with red eyes stood there looking at Lin Ji. Ms. Zhang. Lin Ji looked at her and said in a much gentler voice, has your brother used the medicine? Ms. Zhang nodded. Yes, he has already used the medicine. Thank you, Dr. Lin. Ms. Zhang, would it be convenient for us to take a look at your brother's condition? Lin Ji asked. Good. Ms. Zhang said as she opened the door. When everyone saw the festering skin on Miss Zhang's brother's body, they turned pale with fright. Is this not radiation sickness? One of the responsible persons said in disbelief. The person in charge named Lao Ma glanced at the person who was speaking and said nonchalantly, if this isn't radiation sickness, then what is it? As Lao Ma spoke, he looked around the room and said, we've only moved in a few days ago, and there are already such obvious symptoms. It seems that this square fortress is not a refuge, but another hell on earth. As Lao Ma spoke, he turned around and looked at Zhang Yangguang and sneered. Boss Zhang, I've always been curious. We both started construction at the same time, with the same manpower and almost similar design plans. How come your shelter was completed a year earlier than ours? Lao Ma pointed the finger at Zhang Yangguang. How much did you spend to bribe the project supervisor? You're talking nonsense. Zhang Yangguang's lips trembled, and he refuted without any confidence. How dare you say that? Ms. Zhang complained with red eyes when she heard Zhang Yangguang's name. We spent so much money to come to Xifang Fortress, but the result is like this. It's all because of your greed and evil heart. My brother got this incurable disease, and now he can only lie in bed and wait for death. It's all your fault. You are the murderer. You're talking nonsense. You had already contracted radiation sickness before entering the fortress. Your brother's illness has nothing to do with the Xifang Fortress. Don't rubbish me with dirty water. Zhang Yangguang argued cunningly. Who said it has nothing to do with you? In the corridor, a door opened and a tall man walked out. He stared at Zhang Yangguang gloomily and said bitterly, Boss Zhang, you really worked so hard to deceive us. What nonsense are you talking about? What did I lie to you about? Zhang Yangguang's face turned red. You came to the fortress voluntarily. I didn't force you. Voluntary? The man snorted coldly. You used false advertising to lure us here and made us give up other shelters. You lured us, and you still dare to say voluntary? Everyone was stunned when they heard this and turned their eyes to Zhang Yangguang. Lin Ji smiled slightly and said, Boss Zhang, now that things have come to this, why don't you tell the truth? Chapter 31, Taking Over the Xifang Fortress. Zhang Yangguang's face turned pale. The look he gave Lin Ji at this moment was full of fear and vigilance. What on earth is this woman doing? How does she know her purpose? No. Zhang Yangguang tried his best to deny it in his heart. This woman must not know his true intention. This is the main purpose of his building the four-sided fortress. No one will know. However, Mr. Zhang, can you return the supplies you defrauded from the residents? It would be a waste if these supplies were used elsewhere. Lin Ji looked at him with an all-seeing smile on his face. Zhang Yangguang shuddered after hearing this. She actually knew. She knows everything. Others did not understand the deeper meaning of Lin Ji's words and simply thought that Zhang Yangguang was defrauding the residents of their supplies. The responsible persons questioned Zhang Yangguang one after another. Mr. Zhang, what do you mean? You wouldn't even cheat the residents out of their supplies, would you? Mr. Zhang, this is the bottom line. How can you do something beyond the bottom line? In the corridor, all the doors opened one after another. The residents who had been hiding in their rooms and dared not come out stood up one by one after seeing that the person in charge had a bad reputation. This Zhang guy is so despicable. At first, this Zhang lied to us and said that this Sifang fortress was the best shelter, with the lowest fees in the world, and was safe and reliable, so we took refuge here. We didn't expect it was all false propaganda. After entering the fortress, they still seized our supplies. Even bandits are not so cruel. They're just taking advantage of the fact that we are in the end times, and there are no rules or regulations. If it were in the society before the end times, Zhang's behavior would definitely be a way of making money in the national crisis, and he would have been shot 100 times long ago. People around him condemned this photo of Yang Guang. Zhang Yangguang never expected that the four-party meeting would become his death warrant. He had hoped that through this meeting, the supplies from various shelters and fortresses would be transferred to the four fortresses in a reasonable manner. Unexpectedly, everything was ruined by this extremely inconspicuous young woman in front of me. Zhang Yangguang looked at Lin Ji, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Mr. Zhang, you are no longer suitable to be the person in charge of a base in your current condition. An elderly and highly respected person among the representatives of all parties stood up. This elder was the general manager of Dot Fortress. Although he was over 60 years old this year, he was vigorous, strong, and clear-headed. In addition, he was also a well-known big shot in the political and business circles before the end of the world, so everyone still had a very high respect for him. Mr. Fong, what do you mean by this? Zhang Yangguang looked at the old man and panicked. Are you trying to drive me out of the Sifang fortress? You are not suitable to run such a large shelter in your current situation. The old man looked at Zhang Yangguang and said slowly, as the person in charge of a shelter, you must have a cool head and a selfless heart. You don't have these. You cut corners for your own selfish desires, causing great physical and mental damage to the residents of the fortress. This has deviated from the original intention of setting up shelters around the world. We will fund the construction and improvement of facilities in your fortress so that the health and supplies of other residents in the fortress can be best protected. The old man looked at Zhang Yangguang, cleared his throat, and continued, Of course, we won't let you suffer any loss. After all, you are also the founder of the fortress. We will compensate you with corresponding materials according to a certain ratio. You can continue to live in the Sifang fortress, but from today on, all management rights of the Sifang fortress will be removed from you. Zhang Yangguang's face was pale. He looked at the old man and opened his mouth to say something, but he knew that he was powerless to change the situation. At this moment, he was as regretful as he could be. If he had known that this meeting would drive him out of the management of Sifang fortress, he would never have held this meeting. The old man looked at everyone and asked, What do you think of my proposal? The other leaders attending the meeting all had pale faces and looked particularly conflicted and hesitant. Lin Ji didn't say anything. She knew very well what these people were struggling and hesitating about. First of all, the Sifang fortress is a shoddy construction and its radiation protection function is almost non-existent. If it needs to be repaired, it will be a huge project. Now is the end of the world. All resources are extremely valuable, and the person in charge of each fortress tries to increase the supplies in his hands as much as possible. No one is willing to use the supplies in their hands to aid a precarious fortress. Although population is also a resource in the apocalypse, the radiation in the Sifang fortress is serious, and the health of the residents inside the fortress is worrying. Perhaps half of them suffer from invisible radiation sickness. Such a population is of low quality. If they are accepted, it will only be a burden to the original fortress, not a help. Such thoughts swirled in the minds of every fortress leader, and everyone was silent and hesitant. The old man looked at everyone who was silent and sighed deeply. Just as he was about to say something, a clear voice sounded in the crowd. The Quartet Fortress has been taken over by our Ant Fortress. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw Lin Ji standing behind the crowd, looking at them confidently and calmly. Little girl, are you serious? The old man looked at Lin Ji with some happiness, but also some doubt. Although Xiao Yuanlin had just stated in the conference room that Lin Ji was also one of the managers of the Ant Fortress, Lin Ji was too young and her reputation was not prominent before this, so the old man did not know how much weight Lin Ji's words would carry. The old man looked at Xiao Yuanlin, who had remained silent. Before the old man could speak, Xiao Yuanlin took the lead and said, Ms. Lin's decision is my decision. After hearing this, Lin Ji looked at Xiao Yuanlin with great joy. She didn't expect Xiao Yuanlin to trust her so much. The old man nodded and felt relieved. The other managers breathed a sigh of relief now that someone was willing to take over this mess. Old Ma was eager to watch the fun. How much supplies do you plan to provide to take over this fortress? Everything, Lin Ji said. Everyone was stunned, not knowing what was going on. Lin Ji explained. All operating costs of Sifong Fortress will be borne by Ant Fortress from now on, and all the food, clothing, housing, and transportation of the residents will be borne by Ant Fortress. Ant Fortress will not interfere with all the previous revenue of Sifong Fortress. Our only request is that Zhang Yangguang, the former head of Sifong Fortress, must return the supplies of the residents of the fortress to their original owners. Everyone gasped when they heard this. The operating cost of such a large fortress is very huge. If it is not operated properly, not only will the four-sided fortress disappear in the end times, but even the original fortress may be in danger. The old man looked at Lin Ji and asked again, Ms. Lin, have you really thought about it? Chapter 32 Four-Party Treaty. I have made up my mind. Lin Ji looked at everyone calmly and said word by word, I can repeat what I just said in front of everyone. From now on, all matters of the Sifong Fortress will be taken over by the Ant Fortress, and the residents of the Sifong Fortress will also be managed uniformly by the Ant Fortress. Okay. The old man nodded and said appreciatively, since you have decided, you can have the handover with Mr. Zhang. Lin Ji came to Zhang Yangguang with a smile on her face. She stretched out her hand and said, Mr. Zhang, please give me the management key. Zhang Yangguang reluctantly handed the management key to Lin Ji in front of everyone. Keep it well, don't mess up the Sifong Fortress one day, or I will take back the management rights. Lin Ji took the key with a sweet smile and said, Mr. Zhang, just rest assured, I will manage the Sifong Fortress well. The residents nearby saw Lin Ji and Zhang Yangguang conducting the handover of management, and they were all particularly curious about the future of Sifong Fortress. My lady, you have taken over our Sifong Fortress. How are you going to manage us? If we still use the same leadership methods as before, it will definitely not work. Facing everyone's doubts, Lin Ji said loudly, Please rest assured, I have taken over the Sifong Fortress, and I will definitely manage you in the style of our Ant Fortress. As everyone knows, Ant Fortress is the most reputable shelter in the country. I will let the residents here enjoy the same living conditions as Ant Fortress. After we go back this time, we will send an elite team from Ant Fortress to repair the Sifong Fortress and ensure the personal safety of all residents. Secondly, we at Ant Fortress promise again that we will never confiscate the residents' belongings. So please rest assured. When the residents heard Lin Ji's words, they started talking about it. One of the residents asked loudly, Miss, we are now affected by nuclear radiation. As the next manager, will you have any targeted remedial measures for those of us affected by nuclear radiation? Lin Ji cleared his throat and said, Of course there are. We will not give up on any resident. We will hold an internal meeting next, and the focus of the meeting will be on the nuclear pollution. After the discussion, we will distribute the results to every resident. At the same time, we will also send a special floor manager to collect everyone's suggestions on this nuclear pollution incident. I hope everyone will write down their ideas, and we will adopt the best ones. Seeing Lin Ji's sincerity, the residents were no longer as resentful as before. When Old Ma saw how Lin Ji handled these things smoothly, he couldn't help but show admiration in his eyes. He looked at Xiao Yuanlin beside him and said, Boss Xiao, you are so lucky to have found such a young and promising assistant. I am so envious. Mr. Ma, thank you for the compliment. Mr. Ma also has a group of capable people around him. Xiao Yuanlin said lightly. Old Ma waved his hand and said unconcernedly, Miss Lin is much stronger than those shrimp soldiers and crab generals under my command. As Lao Ma spoke, he looked at Lin Jishir and his eyes lit up, and then he asked, Boss Xiao, is Miss Lin married? Xiao Yuanlin frowned slightly, then said calmly, This is Miss Lin's own private matter. I can't ask about it. Okay, since she's not your woman, that's convenient. What do you want to do? Xiao Yuanlin looked at Lao Ma, his voice a little colder. Seeing Xiao Yuanlin looking like he was facing a formidable enemy, Lao Ma couldn't help but laugh out loud. It's rare, President Xiao. Since there are times when you are nervous and worried, I thought you were always so calm. Now I have found your weakness. As Lao Ma spoke, he approached Xiao Yuanlin slyly and whispered in his ear. Boss Xiao, tell me the truth. Are you attracted to Miss Lin? Xiao Yuanlin glanced at him calmly and said, You have the time to think about this problem. Why don't you think about what the meeting will be about? When Lao Ma heard this, he realized what was happening. He patted his head and said, Oh, how could I have forgotten this important matter? After resolving the issue of management handover, everyone returned to the meeting room. Thanks to everyone's kindness, I am willing to give this opportunity to our Ant Fortress. Lin Ji looked at everyone in the conference room. The joy on his face was beyond words. No one knows what kind of place the Quartet Fortress is. No one knows what good things are inside this square fortress. Lin Ji originally thought that it would be difficult to obtain the management rights of Sifang Fortress, but he did not expect that he could get it so easily. Now thinking about it, she really has to thank Miss Zhang. If it weren't for Miss Zhang, she wouldn't have thought of using this method to fight for the management rights of the Sifang Fortress. Everyone here is a very capable leader in the end times. The fate of mankind in the future depends on us. Whether mankind survives or perishes depends on how we handle it. Lin Ji looked at everyone and said solemnly, "What the old gentleman said just now reminded me." When the old man saw Lin Ji mention him, he gave her a kind look. There's a saying that goes, "There's no order without rules." Although laws no longer exist as individuals, if we want to survive in this doomsday, we should also have our own rules, said Lin Ji. After the Sifang Fortress suffered a great loss in the previous life, all managers realized how important rules and laws are. However, it was too late to remedy the situation. The lost materials could no longer be recovered. In order to avoid repeating the same mistake as last time, Lin Ji decided to formulate the rules in advance this time. As managers of each base, we should come up with a management contract. After hearing this, everyone started talking about it. Those who attended the meeting were all social elites and had insightful opinions on management. It took the participants only 5 days to quickly draft a doomsday bill, which was named after the location of the gathering, the 4-party articles. Xiao Yuanlin came to Lin Ji's side and saw Lin Ji, who was holding a piece of paper and studying it carefully. He couldn't help but ask, "Are you still reading the 4-party clauses?" Lin Ji nodded. "You don't know until you see it. Once you see it, you will know that everyone came prepared. All managers must have basic management awareness and be able to propose correct guidelines and policies for management matters anytime and anywhere. Only in this way can they be excellent managers." Xiao Yuanlin. Lin Ji nodded. He looked at the network card, and for some reason a question slowly arose in his mind. "Why did you let me make the decision in this meeting?" Xiao Yuanlin was about to speak when Lin Ji interrupted him. "Boss Xiao, don't tell me that you trust me. I just want to hear the truth. What is the reason?" Chapter 33, The Secret of the Quartet Fortress. Xiao Yuanlin looked at Lin Ji, his eyes paused, and then he couldn't help but chuckled. "You are nothing like the rumors." Xiao Yuanlin said. "You also said it was a rumor, but rumors are wrong after all." Lin Ji looked straight into his eyes. Xiao Yuanlin nodded. Then he looked at Lin Ji and said seriously, "Because if I were to make the decision today, I would make the same decision as you." Lin Ji was not surprised. She knew very well that Xiao Yuanlin should also know the news she received. "Really? Do you know what's inside this square fortress?" Lin Ji smiled and said, "There is energy inside the fortress." "That's right." Xiao Yuanlin walked to the window, looked at the desolate and dilapidated appearance of the Sifang Fortress, and said lightly, "The reason why this place is like this is because there is a meteorite under the Sifang Fortress. This meteorite is the source of radiation energy. If we can get this energy source and use it properly, we can generate a steady supply of photovoltaic power inside the fortress. This is a very abundant resource." Lin Ji took over his words. "That's right. Few people know about this matter. I also got the result through precise measurements by professionals when I was building the Ant Fortress." Xiao Yuanlin looked back at Lin Ji. Lin Ji understood. "So this is the purpose of your trip." Xiao Yuanlin did not hide his thoughts. "That's right. I came here for this. I have thought of many ways. But I was surprised that you took the management rights of the Sifang Fortress without bloodshed." Lin Ji smiled and said, "I'm lucky. God just gave me the opportunity. Actually, I'm very curious. How do you know this secret?" Xiao Yuanlin looked at Lin Ji with some curiosity. "There is no secret in this world that can't be revealed." Lin Ji didn't say anything. She knew very well that if she told Xiao Yuanlin the truth, Xiao Yuanlin would definitely not believe it. Xiao Yuanlin smiled and said indifferently, "Since you don't want to say it, I won't force you. But I hope that in the future, our goals can still be as consistent as they are now." What Xiao Yuanlin meant was that he didn't want Lin Ji to go to someone else in the future. Lin Ji smiled but said nothing, then said, "But the core problem of Sifang Fortress now is the problem of residents here. If the problem of residents is not solved, Sifang Fortress will have great hidden dangers. I have arranged a medical team and some engineering management personnel to take over the work. Xiao Yuanlin said. Lin Ji was a little surprised. When did you arrange it? How come I didn't know about it? After you took over the management of the Sifong fortress that day, I called the base via satellite phone that day, Xiao Yuanlin said. If nothing goes wrong, they should be here in 2 hours. He is indeed a man of action. Lin Ji couldn't help but secretly admire in his heart. 2 hours later, a medical management team from Ant Fortress arrived at Sifong Fortress. Xiao Yuanlin called a meeting with the staff of the Sifong Fortress and the managers of the Ant Fortress. After the meeting, Xiao Yuanlin asked Lin Ji to return to the Ant Fortress first. Before going back, Lin Ji came to Miss Zhang's room on the first floor again. Dr. Lin, are you leaving? Miss Zhang looked at Lin Ji reluctantly. In the past few days, Lin Ji came to their room every day to observe her brother's condition, give her brother certain treatment, and try her best to relieve her brother's pain. Aaron told me yesterday that he is very grateful to you. If it weren't for you, he would not be able to endure the pain caused by this disease. Miss Zhang looked a little sad. I am not a good sister. You're already fine. Lin Ji comforted Miss Zhang. Without you, Aaron would be even more miserable. You are the only motivation that allows him to continue to hold on. Miss Zhang wiped her tears and took out a small box from the drawer. Dr. Lin, this is a gift that A Long asked me to give you. I don't accept gifts, so you don't have to be polite. Lin Ji refused again and again. You must accept it. Miss Zhang said sincerely. You have helped Aaron so much, and you have helped the people of our entire Sifong fortress. I am just afraid that you will find my gift too shabby. Miss Zhang opened the box, and inside was a very beautiful gem pendant. When we first entered the fortress, Zhang Yangguang took away all our supplies. Aaron secretly hid this gem pendant. He originally wanted to give it to the girl he loved. However, he could only wait for death to come before the girl of his dreams appeared. So he told me the day before yesterday that he hoped to give this gem to his benefactor. Ms. Zhang placed the gem pendant in Lin Ji's hand. You are his benefactor. But I couldn't save him, and his gratitude is too great. Lin Ji felt that this beautiful gem was a little heavy in the palm of his hand. This was the first time she felt gratitude from a stranger. She thought her small contribution was such a big favor in the eyes of others. You indeed cannot save him, but your decision can save millions of people in our Sifong fortress. Miss Zhang's voice trembled a little, and tears welled up in her eyes. Lin Ji couldn't refuse the kindness and accepted the jewel pendant. Soon, the people who were traveling with him came over to urge Lin Ji. Ms. Lin, the time is up. We should go back. Okay, I understand. After Lin Ji said goodbye to Miss Lin, he and his companions boarded a helicopter and left Sifong Fortress. Where is Mr. Xiao? Seeing that Xiao Yuanlin was not on the plane, Lin Ji asked curiously. Mr. Xiao said he has other things to do, so he asked you to go back first. Lin Ji knew that Xiao Yuanlin must be discussing the issue of the meteorite with the people in the technical department. After returning to the Ant Fortress, Lin Ji sorted out the basic information of the execution of the Sifong Fortress. Hey, where did this come from? It's so beautiful. Lu Xiaoyu looked at the gem pendant next to Lin Ji and exclaimed, I haven't seen such a beautiful pendant in a long time. Lin Ji told Lu Xiaoyu the origin of the pendant. Lu Xiaoyu sighed after hearing this. I didn't expect it to be like this. Miss Zhang and her brother are so pitiful. That Zhang Yangguang really deserves to die. How many families have been harmed for his own selfish desires? As she spoke, she took the gem out of the box and fastened it to Lin Ji's necklace. Since this gem is such a precious gift from the two siblings, you should carry it with you. My parents always say that if good things have good meanings, you should carry them with you as a blessing for yourself. Lin Ji was just about to laugh at Lu Xiaoyu for being superstitious, when suddenly, she felt a flash of white light before her eyes, and the space around her was rapidly distorting and deforming. After everything settled down, Lin Ji looked at the scene in front of him, his eyes almost popping out of his head in surprise. Chapter 34 Space Farm. Clear flowing water, warm but not hot sunshine, moist earth, fresh air. These are exactly what Lin Ji sees at this moment. This is a good place to farm. After seeing the scene in front of him, Lin Ji suddenly had this thought in his mind. She touched the soil. The temperature and humidity are very good, which is very suitable for planting. But here comes the problem. She had no seeds or livestock. Lin Ji felt it was a pity, as even a good cook cannot cook without rice. But with such a large space, would it be wasted if it was left here? Absolutely not. Lin Ji thought about it and realized that some of the agricultural products she had bought before could still be grown. She exited the farm space and re-entered the room. Lu Xiaoyu asked curiously. Bao, what did you see? This pendant has a large space with sunlight and land, which is especially suitable for planting. Lin Ji said truthfully. Lu Xiaoyu was very excited, but her excitement did not last long. She said with a sad face, we don't have any seeds, nor do we have any chicken, duck, or goose seedlings. The land is useless. Who said we don't have seeds? Who said we don't have seedlings? Lin Ji smiled at her, then went to the shelves in the room to look for something. What are you looking for? Lu Xiaoyu asked curiously as she watched her busying around. I'm looking for the grains we brought earlier, as well as eggs such as chicken eggs, duck eggs, and goose eggs. After hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu suddenly realized. She clapped her hands repeatedly, looked at Lin Ji with great admiration, and said, You are really amazing. I never thought that these things could be used for planting. So don't just stand there, come and find something with me. The two men quickly found a large pile of grains and eggs. The two of them re-entered the pendant's farmland space with a large amount of supplies. It's so beautiful here. Lu Xiaoyu seemed particularly excited. She ran around in the wilderness and said excitedly, Wow, this place is so nice. The air is so fresh. It's more comfortable than any farmhouse I've been to before. I thought the end of the world had come, and I would never see such a scene again. As she spoke, she was so excited that she almost cried. It's comfortable, but now we have to get to work, Lin Ji said as he lined up the plastic boxes one by one. The two were busy sorting different kinds of beans into boxes, and then filling them with water from the river to soak them. The purpose of soaking seeds is to make them germinate quickly. The temperature here is very good. Lin Ji looked up at the warm sunlight, and she asked Lu Xiaoyu to go to the room to find some old clothes. Lu Xiaoyu didn't understand what was going on. After finding the old clothes, the two of them found a place on the lawn, then built a shack, put the old clothes in the shack, and put some chicken eggs, duck eggs, and goose eggs in it. Are you going to hatch eggs? Lu Xiaoyu asked curiously as she watched Lin Ji busying around. Yes, Lin Ji answered as a matter of course. The only livestock we can raise now are chickens, ducks, and geese. I originally wanted to raise some cows, sheep, and the like, but we don't have any calves. What a pity, Lu Xiaoyu said helplessly. If only we could find some pigs, cows, and sheep, we could build our farm. We won't have to worry about meat in the future. Raising livestock is not an easy task. Poultry is simpler. We have a vast land and high sky here, and we will have authentic free-range chickens, mountain ducks, and naturally grown geese. They will taste so delicious when they grow up. They can't be compared with those frozen goods in the refrigerator, Lin Ji said with a smile. Lu Xiaoyu felt her mouth watering when she heard Lin Ji's words. By the way, we haven't eaten freshly slaughtered live meat for a long time. We eat frozen food every day. Lin Ji thought for a moment and said, I think there should be some living things, but we don't have the channels to obtain them. Maybe those upper-class people may have those things in their base reserves. Really? But the earthquake came so suddenly, not everyone was prepared. Could anyone really be so well prepared? Lu Xiaoyu found it unbelievable just by thinking about it. Lin Ji smiled but said nothing. In her previous life, she had also seen the refuge of the upper class while on a mission. It was not a place that ordinary people could go to, and the resources there were not something that ordinary people could possess. At that time, Lin Ji envied them for having fresh fruits and vegetables to eat. Now, she plans to be self-sufficient. The two people worked for a long time, but looking at the current fields, half of them were still idle. We can't just leave this half of the land empty. That would be such a waste, Lu Xiaoyu said. It would be great if we had some vegetable seeds. The two people stayed in the space for a while, and suddenly felt a little uncomfortable, and a negative pressure suddenly appeared. Lin Ji estimated and said, It should be time. We must leave this space. After the two people left the space, Lin Ji looked at the clock. They had just been in the space for 5 hours. It seems that this space can only accommodate 2 people for 5 hours. If it exceeds 5 hours, the negative pressure in the space will automatically squeeze the 2 people out of the space. Lin Ji was calculating the time range of the spatial farmland, while Lu Xiaoyu was imagining how to use this land in the future. By the way, why would those 2 siblings give you such a good thing? Lu Xiaoyu suddenly thought of a question. Lin Ji thought for a moment and said, I thought of this question at the beginning. I was also curious about how such a treasure could be easily given away, but as she spoke, she picked up the necklace in her hand and took a look. I didn't get any reaction when I touched the pendant at first. It was only after the pendant was hung on the necklace that I accidentally entered the space farm of the pendant. Lu Xiaoyu guessed. You mean this pendant must be placed together with your necklace in order to open the space? I suspect this is the case. Lin Ji looked down at the pendant on her neck. My ring is hanging on this necklace. The ring itself has a space. Maybe the ring awakened the space of this pendant. It's very likely, Lu Xiaoyu said. Otherwise, this brother and sister would never give you such a treasure. Lin Ji stroked the pendant and guessed. This brother and sister probably don't even know there is space inside the pendant. Lu Xiaoyu sighed. You really get good rewards for your kindness. Lin Ji was about to say something when the doorbell rang again. It was Uncle Zhao. Uncle Zhao, what's the matter? Lin Ji came to the door and looked at him. Ms. Lin, please go to the hall and take a look. Uncle Zhao was scratching his head anxiously. What happened again? Someone's making a noise. Chapter 35 Barter. You have such a small piece of junk, and you want to exchange it for compressed biscuits from us? You are dreaming. These are all valuable things. They were worth a fortune before the end of the world. You also said it was before the end of the world. Now it is the end of the world. Your things are useless. The environment outside has long been polluted. As soon as Lin Ji arrived in the hall, he heard several people arguing there. What's going on? Lin Ji turned his head slightly and looked at Uncle Zhao beside him. Uncle Zhao sighed and said helplessly, After all, it's all because of the problem of supplies. Supplies? Lin Ji asked back. Yes. Uncle Zhao explained, some people are running out of food, so now the residents are secretly exchanging things with each other to get the supplies they need. This behavior seemed normal to Lin Ji, but she didn't quite understand what the quarrel was about. Uncle Zhao saw through Lin Ji's thoughts and continued. Originally, there is nothing wrong with bartering, and everyone agrees with it. It's just that some people are too greedy and want to exchange some rags for some valuable things, so it has caused dissatisfaction among many people. Lin Ji understood. Even in such a doomsday, there are still people who want to take advantage of small opportunities. I don't care. You have to exchange your compressed biscuits with me. You promised me at the beginning, and the unspoken rule here is that as long as you agree, you must exchange with me. A fat woman's eyes were as big as copper bells. You can't break the unspoken rule of everyone, can you? Opposite her was a little girl who was guarding the food she brought with her. But you exchanged rotten food with me. Why should I exchange it with you? The fat woman sneered. But there is no such rule. Since you promised to change it for me, no matter whether my item is good or bad, you must change it for me. Uncle Zhao watched from the side and shook his head. This is too much. This is simply bullying. Uncle Zhao, how long has this been going on? When did it start? Uncle Zhao said, I'm not sure either. Maybe it happened since the first day they entered the fortress. It's just that I was too aggressive during this period and made this matter public, so the management and staff knew about it. Uncle Zhao said, looking back at Lin Ji, and asked cautiously, Miss Lin, does this situation require our staff to intervene? Lin Ji looked at the situation in front of him, thought for a moment, and then shook his head. Zhao Shua, you have to understand that this is the end of the world, and the law of the jungle prevails. If a person does not have a little vigilance, he will not be able to survive in the end of the world. No matter what rules and regulations we have formulated, there are always countermeasures for every policy. People who want to steal things will always be able to find loopholes in the policy. But if we leave it like this, Uncle Zhao was a little worried. When something is bad enough, people will naturally be on guard. Lin Ji looked at the situation in front of him coldly. You can't teach people, but you can teach them once. I believe that this young lady will learn her lesson after this incident. Next time when exchanging items with others, she will be more careful. As soon as Lin Ji finished speaking, he saw the fat woman rudely snatch the compressed biscuit from the young lady's hand and say something vicious. If you keep complaining like this, be careful, or I'll let my husband beat you up. The fat woman said this and walked away triumphantly. The young girl couldn't help crying when she saw the plastic bag thrown on the ground by the fat woman. Uncle Zhao felt a little bit reluctant, but he also knew that what Lin Ji said was right. There was no way to interfere in such matters. Seeing that the girl looked really pitiful, Lin Ji stepped forward and looked through the contents of the plastic bag. The plastic bag contained a bunch of rotten and smelly fruits. Lin Ji couldn't help but frowned. Stop crying, get up quickly. Lin Ji looked at her. Crying can't solve any problems. Next time if you encounter something like this, will you still solve it by crying? The girl sobbed and said, My mother has cancer. The doctor said she won't live for more than 3 months. Her only wish now is to eat some fruit before she dies. I didn't expect that I couldn't even fulfill such a small wish. I am really a useless daughter. Lin Ji felt a little compassionate. Where do you live? 109 on the -5th floor. -5th floor. This is the residence chosen by the people with the worst conditions in the entire fortress. If the family has a little money, they will buy a few floors upstairs when buying a bed. Only those who really cannot afford it will buy a bed on the basement fifth floor. Lin Ji instantly understood how precious this compressed biscuit was to this girl. Can you take me to see your mother? The girl nodded and brought Lin Ji to their bed. The place they lived in was terrible, and the room was filled with a damp and rotten smell. A dull-looking middle-aged woman was lying on the small bed. She was so thin that only skin and bones were left. Her face was sallow, but her eyes were frighteningly bright. Seeing the girl coming back, a glimmer of expectation flashed in the woman's eyes, but when she looked at the girl's empty hands, a look of heartache appeared on her face. Mom! The girl was about to say that she had not been able to exchange the fruit, but Lin Ji spoke before her. Auntie, your daughter just exchanged items with me. I will bring you some fruit from my room later, but I don't have much fruit, so I can only give you a little bit. The girl turned around and looked at Lin Ji in surprise. At this time, let alone a little fruit, even a mouthful of clean water is more precious than gold. Lin Ji made a gesture to the girl, who understood what he meant and immediately agreed. Right? Miss Lin and I exchanged items, and she will bring the fruit to you later. Miss Lin is the person in charge of our fortress, and she won't lie to us. After hearing what the girl said, the woman on the bed finally felt relieved. She looked at the girl distressedly, exhaled a long breath, and said slowly, Yu, thank you for your hard work. Mom, don't say that. This is what I should do. The girl named Yu held the woman's hand, with a hint of tears in her voice. Lin Ji watched the mother and daughter from the side, feeling a little sad. In her previous life, she had seen too many such separations of life and death. In the end times, many people are busy taking care of themselves, and many people sacrifice themselves for their loved ones and families. Lin Ji felt a little reluctant, so she turned her eyes away from the mother and daughter. Her eyes moved to a photo frame on the bedside. When Lin Ji looked at the things in the photo frame again, his hands were shaking with excitement. Chapter 36, Genius Girl. In the photo frame is a photo of the mother and daughter. The girl was wearing a doctoral gown and glasses, and was snuggling up to her mother. There were a few big words written on the photo. Congratulations to my dear Prince Yu on his graduation with a doctorate. It turns out that this girl is Prince Yu. Lin Ji was extremely excited. In the previous life, there was a famous genius agriculturist. She followed Xiao Yuanlin and helped him solve many food crises. That genius agriculturist is Wang Ziyou. It's a pity that God is jealous of talented people. Before this talented girl could fully exert her strength to contribute to the people in the apocalypse, she was assassinated by Xiao Yuanlin's enemies. At this moment, Lin Ji's excitement was beyond words. Ms. Lin, can I go get some fruit with you? Wang Ziyu's words brought Lin Ji back to reality. Lin Ji nodded. Come with me. As she spoke, she brought Prince Yu to the floor where she lived. It was Wang Ziyu's first time to come to the upper floor, and she looked at everything curiously. When he saw Lin Ji's mansion, his eyes lit up with excitement, but he carefully concealed his excitement. Lin Ji, who is this? Lu Xiaoyu saw a stranger and stood at the door very vigilantly. Lin Ji gave her a reassuring look, patted Lu Xiaoyu on the shoulder, and said, Don't worry, she's a good person. At this moment, the word good person is Lin Ji's highest evaluation of strangers. When Lu Xiaoyu heard Lin Ji say this, she relaxed her guard and moved sideways to let the two of them in. As soon as she entered the room, Wang Ziyu was stunned by everything in the room. She had never seen anyone with such a large supply of supplies. Although Wang Ziyu was shocked by Lin Ji's reserve, there was no jealousy in her eyes. Lin Ji took her to the fruit shelf, handed her a paper bag, and said, Pack what you want to eat. Lu Xiaoyu, who was standing by, was so surprised when she heard Lin Ji say that her jaw dropped to the ground. She quickly pulled Lin Ji to a corner and scolded him in a low voice. Are you crazy? These things are so valuable. How could you let her take them casually? Don't worry. Lin Ji patted Lu Xiaoyu's hand gently and said nothing more. She came to Wang Ziyu and asked in a friendly manner, Have you decided what to eat? Wang Ziyu nodded, and she only took 2 tomatoes from the shelf. She looked at the tomatoes in her hand, thought for a moment, and put the slightly larger one back, leaving only the smaller one. I want this one. Wang Ziyu raised the small tomato in his hand with a determined look. Is that enough? Lin Ji was surprised. You can take a little more. No, this is enough. Wang Ziyu said firmly. Although you have sufficient supplies, these things are always limited, especially these agricultural products, which are more precious than gold. The current climate and environment are so bad that these fresh fruits and vegetables can no longer be cultivated. One less is one less. I am very satisfied if I can get a tomato. Lu Xiaoyu, who had originally questioned Lin Ji's behavior, began to look at the girl in front of her with new eyes after hearing what Wang Ziyu said. Your name is Wang Ziyu, right? Lin Ji looked at her and asked with a smile. The girl seemed a little surprised and asked, How do you know my name? I just looked at the photo album next to your bed, and your name is written on it. Lin Ji said truthfully, Did you graduate from the agronomy department of a university? Wang Ziyu said, That's right. I was an outstanding graduate at the time. When I was in school, I was always the favorite student of academician Zhang. I had thought about making a name for myself in the agricultural field after graduation, but I didn't expect the end of the world to come so suddenly. Everything I had learned suddenly became useless. Wang Ziyu said, smiling bitterly and shaking his head. If I had known it would be like this, I might as well have studied medicine. At least I could have relieved my mother's pain before she died. Now, even if I get a doctorate, I'm no different from an illiterate person. What if I could give you this opportunity? Lin Ji said patiently. Wang Ziyu was stunned for a moment, then shook his head self-deprecatingly and said, It's impossible. The air, water, and soil outside are all contaminated by nuclear radiation. Unless the production environment of the plants is changed, no matter how much I do, it will be useless. Lin Ji didn't point it out. She nodded and said, If you want to cultivate seeds, what kind of conditions and equipment do you need? Wang Ziyu thought Lin Ji was just testing her on what she had learned, so he explained everything in detail. Equipment is not necessary. If you wanted to grow seeds, it only requires a few things: water, soil, and temperature. These were available everywhere before, but now they are luxuries. Lin Ji nodded and said nothing more. She turned around, took a plastic bag, put some fruits and dry food in it, and put it in Wang Ziyu's hand. Wang Ziyu looked at the plastic bag in his hand that was filled with things from Lin Ji, and looked at Lin Ji in surprise. Ms. Lin, I can't accept these things. There are too many. Lin Ji was very determined. It's okay, you take it. No reward without merit, Wang Ziyu said, wanting to return the supplies in his hand to Lin Ji. Although I really need these supplies, my morality does not allow me to do this. If my mother knew that I took things from others casually, she would definitely be angry. Then tell your mother that you obtained these supplies through your own labor. Lin Ji looked at her with a smile. Wang Ziyu was puzzled, but I clearly didn't do anything. You've done a lot. Wang Ziyu understood at once. She looked at Lin Ji and asked excitedly, Ms. Lin, do you have any job opportunities here that can help me earn money? I like dealing with smart people. Lin Ji said with a smile, Take these things back first. Come to my room tomorrow morning. I have a personal mission for you. Wang Ziyu was very excited after hearing this, but then he had some concerns. Seeing Wang Ziyu's hesitant expression, Lin Ji said, Don't worry, I will never let you do anything that hurts others. With Lin Ji's words, Wang Ziyu felt relieved. She said gratefully, Ms. Lin, thank you. Put your things away and go back to spend some time with your mother. Lin Ji said as he took her out of the room. After Wang Ziyu left, Lu Xiaoyu was very confused. I say, why did you give her so many supplies? Who is this person? How could she make the stingy Lin Ji so generous? Chapter 37. Give up this idea as soon as possible. She is not an ordinary person, Lin Ji said very seriously. Whether our farmland can be used to its maximum value depends on her. Lu Xiaoyu still reserved her opinion. Is she trustworthy? At this critical moment, there are all kinds of monsters and demons. Let alone a stranger. I may not trust even my parents. Lin Ji couldn't help but laugh and said, Your parents may not be more trustworthy than this girl. Lin Ji's painting aroused Lu Xiaoyu's curiosity. Now that you say that, I'm even more curious about who she is. You'll find out later. She is our secret weapon. As Lin Ji spoke, his expression deepened as he thought of the death of this talented girl in her previous life. In this life, she will do her best to protect the life of this talented girl. In the corridor, Wang Ziyu nervously held the supplies that Lin Ji gave her. She was waiting for the elevator, feeling particularly anxious because she was worried about her mother. Beauty, what are you holding in your hand? A voice suddenly sounded behind Wang Ziyu. Wang Ziyu was startled. She turned around and saw a young woman looking at her inquiringly. Wang Ziyu quickly hid the supplies behind her. She quickly adjusted her mood and said, Nothing. The plastic bag that Lin Ji gave me was a black plastic bag with a knot tied in it. You could only see the bulging contents from the outside, but you couldn't see the supplies inside. In this short month, Wang Ziyu has seen too many people making huge contributions for some insignificant supplies. Plus, she had just been cheated today, so she was extremely wary of strangers. Beauty, do you have any food in your bag? If so, can you share some with me? The young woman said shamelessly. Sorry, these things are not edible. Wang Ziyu had a stern face, as if he was keeping people at a distance. Just as the young woman was about to say something, Lin Ji's voice rang out not far away. Who was it? Turns out to be our Miss Su Ningning. Lin Ji walked over and looked at the two of them. Wang Ziyu looked at Lin Ji's appearance as if he had seen a savior. Seeing Lin Ji coming over, Su Ningning couldn't help but frown, then immediately put on a smile and said, "Oh, it's my dear sister. I'm short of clothes and food now. Can you? You've come all the way to this floor to beg for food. What does this floor manager do for a living?" Lin Ji pretended not to understand what she said. He looked around angrily. Are these people here for nothing? They actually let strangers run around here. Su Ningning's expression changed slightly when she heard this. Lin Ji didn't think about it and immediately took out the intercom and said in a serious tone, "Please ask the security personnel to come to the top floor. Please ask the security personnel to come to the top floor. There are strangers wandering around on the top floor." Seeing that Lin Ji didn't care about her face at all, Su Ningning's face turned red. She said angrily, "Lin Ji, how can you treat your sister like this? We are relatives after all, and you actually watched me die without helping me. I just needed some supplies and asked you for some supplies, but you insulted me and asked the security guard to drive me away. Don't go too far." Su Ningning's voice was so loud that it could be heard throughout the entire corridor. The other residents in the corridor heard someone shouting like that and couldn't help but open the door to listen to the gossip out of curiosity. Lin Ji didn't mind other people watching. She curled her lips and said with a fake smile, "Jiang Songmin, a grown man, couldn't find anything to eat. So he sent you out to be a beggar and beg for food? It's really interesting. You two are really weird. The man enjoys his life at home, while the woman goes out to sell her face and beg for food." Someone in the corridor laughed, and it was obvious that someone was amused by what Lin Ji said. When Su Ningning heard Lin Ji say this, she was so angry that her nose was crooked. "Lin Ji, I am your sister. I have no supplies now. You must give me some. Otherwise I will say." "What did you say?" Seeing that she was about to act like a rogue, Lin Ji blocked her back. She said slowly, "Do you want to say that I don't recognize my relatives? Or do you want to say that I am cold-blooded and heartless?" Su Ningning didn't expect that Lin Ji didn't care at all. She opened her mouth wide, staring at Lin Ji in amazement as he stared at her calmly. "The fortress has its own rules and regulations. You are yelling here. If we follow the rules and regulations, I will throw you out of the fortress and punish you." Lin Ji looked at Su Ningning with a sneer. Su Ningning glanced at the harsh environment outside the window and couldn't help but shudder all over. She felt guilty at this moment, and she blamed the black plastic bag in Wang Ziyu's hand and said angrily, "Why do you give so many supplies to a stranger? Do you have any evidence to prove that I gave you this material?" Lin Ji didn't care. "I saw her walk out of your room with my own eyes," Su Ningning said, taking out her cell phone and waving it in front of Lin Ji. "Don't try to deny it, I recorded it. You clearly have so many supplies to give to strangers. Why don't you take out your supplies and share them with your relatives?" After Su Ningning said this, even Wang Ziyu was a little at a loss. The residents who were secretly watching from the surrounding area suddenly had different thoughts. They all wondered how much reserve supplies Miss Lin had that allowed her to give away a large bag of supplies so generously without feeling sorry. Wang Ziyu knew very well how much trouble Su Ningning's words would bring to Lin Ji, and quickly explained, "No, it's not like that. You saw him walking out of my room. But how can you prove that the supplies were given to her by me and not his own?" Lin Ji interrupted Wang Ziyu calmly. She gave Wang Ziyu a look, and Wang Ziyu immediately understood and shut up. Su Ningning was stunned for a moment. Indeed, the evidence in her hand could only prove that the girl in front of her came out of Lin Ji's room, but it could not prove that the supplies were given to her by Lin Ji. Bite! The elevator door opened at this time. Lin Ji patted Wang Ziyu on the shoulder and gave her a reassuring smile. "Go down quickly. Your mother is still waiting for you." Wang Ziyu looked at Lin Ji with gratitude, then quickly entered the elevator. Su Ningning was about to stop Wang Ziyu, but Lin Ji was quick-witted and turned around to stand in front of her. "What are you doing?" Su Ningning was angry and annoyed. "What do you want to do?" Lin Ji asked her with a wry smile. "What do you care about me?" Su Ningning said unhappily. Lin Ji put away his smile and said word by word, "No matter what you are planning, I advise you to give up on it as soon as possible." Chapter 38. Action begins. Su Ningning returned to the basement angrily. Wife, what's wrong? Who made you angry? Jiang Songmin saw Su Ningning coming back with a dark face and knew that she must have been defeated by Lin Ji. Wife, don't be angry. Don't argue with Lin Ji. Jiang Songmin comforted Su Ningning. I'm not angry. I'm not angry. You said you're not angry. So you won't be angry? You're not the one who went out to ask for things, and you're not the one who's embarrassed. Of course you're not angry. If you have the guts, go ask that bitch Lin Ji for supplies. The more Jiang Songmin said this, the angrier Su Ningning got. I've said it before, Lin Ji is definitely not willing to give us anything. Instead of asking for it with such a flattering face, we might as well find a way to outsmart him. Jiang Songmin said. Su Ningning sneered. How dare you talk like that? Last time, you promised me solemnly that Lin Ji would definitely give us supplies and move us to a better room. What happened? Not only did you not get the supplies, you were beaten up by him. You're a man, and you were beaten up by a woman. I feel ashamed for you. When this matter was mentioned, Jiang Songmin's face turned pale and blue. He couldn't understand why Lin Ji, who used to obey him, suddenly became like a different person. Someone must have been gossiping with Lin Ji. But in this situation, Lin Ji no longer wanted to listen to what they said. It seemed that they couldn't outsmart him, so they could only use force. Jiang Songmin hugged Su Ningning and whispered in her ear, Don't worry, honey. I've come up with a brilliant idea. You can enjoy it in a few days. The next day, Lin Ji had just gotten up when he heard the doorbell. She saw Wang Ziyu outside the door through the cat's eye. Wang Ziyu was very nervous. She held her own hands, feeling a little uneasy. She was afraid that she would not be able to help Lin Ji due to her limited ability, and thus lose this good job. Yesterday, she brought the fruit back for her mother to taste. Her mother was very happy. She hadn't seen such a comfortable smile on her mother's face for a long time. Her mother didn't have much time left, and Wang Ziyu hoped to make her happy in the last period of time. Yu, you're here so early. Lin Ji yawned and looked at her. I always get up very early. It's a habit I developed when I was studying. I can't change it. Wang Ziyu stuck out his tongue embarrassedly. I hope I didn't disturb your rest, Miss Lin. It's not a bother at all, Lin Ji said and took out a small box and placed it in front of Wang Ziyu. Take a look. Wang Ziyu took the small box, frowned, observed it carefully, then reached out and touched the soil in the box, then put her nose into the box and smelled it carefully, and finally a strange look flashed across her face. Ms. Lin, Wang Ziyu seemed to realize his own loss of composure and immediately calmed down and looked at Lin Ji. Ms. Lin, can you tell me where you got this piece of soil from? Mr. Xiao gave it to me. Lin Ji made up a random reason. Lin Ji thought, no one would really go to Xiao Yuanlin to verify it anyway. This is a rare piece of fertile soil. Wang Ziyu was a little excited. If we can plant good seeds and reasonably calculate the temperature and humidity, we can get a good harvest to the greatest extent possible. Do you know about seeds? Lin Ji asked. Wang Ziyu smiled sheepishly. My main research result is seeds. I have previously developed a method that can increase crop yields. Unfortunately, she said, a trace of sadness flashed across her face. Unfortunately, the end of the world has come before I can promote this method on a large scale. Wang Ziyu said with great regret. Maybe I will never be able to use the results of my research in my lifetime. Who said that? Lin Ji looked at her. What you have learned is still useful. Lin Ji pointed to the pot of soil in front of him, and then took out a pot of soaked seeds. Maybe the equipment is simple and the conditions are difficult. Before Lin Ji finished her words, Wang Ziyu interrupted her with shining eyes. It's already very good. She looked at the pot of seeds that Lin Ji brought out and held it in front of her as if it were a treasure. She took it in her hands with surprise and joy and greedily checked them one by one. Then, as if she had thought of something, she looked up at Lin Ji and said shyly, Miss Lin, I'm sorry to make fun of you. It's really hard for me not to be excited when I see these things. I understand. The seeds you provided are all high-quality seeds. If they can be cultivated scientifically, they can produce top-quality crops. Wang Ziyu said truthfully. What does scientific cultivation require? Lin Ji asked. After Wang Ziyu told Lin Ji the basic conditions for seed cultivation, he looked at her and said a little embarrassedly, Ms. Lin, I know that it is impossible to cultivate seeds under such harsh conditions under such circumstances, so we can simplify it. Although the effect will be discounted, but no need to simplify. Lin Ji looked at Wang Ziyu and said seriously, if we are going to do it, we should do it to the best of our ability. But where can we get such conditions? Wang Ziyu was a little worried. Lin Ji looked at her confidently. Leave this matter to me. Just do what you were supposed to do. After Wang Ziyu left, Lu Xiaoyu said with some concern. Miss Lin, aren't you afraid that this little girl will make our secret public? Lin Ji said confidently. Don't worry, she definitely won't. Why do you trust her so much? Lu Xiaoyu was puzzled. You've only met her once. If you don't tell me the whole story, I'll be jealous. Lin Ji laughed. I heard of Wang Ziyou's name in my previous life. She was a famous agriculturist. Xiao Yuanlin was able to develop the ant fortress because of her. Lin Ji finally told the whole story. Lu Xiaoyu suddenly realized and said, no wonder you protected her so much and trusted her so much before. After all, she's a big shot. Just tell me, why would you hand over such a thing as seeds to a stranger? As Lu Xiaoyu spoke, she couldn't help but sigh. I just didn't expect this big guy to be so young. You really can't judge a person by his appearance. Lin Ji did not mention Wang Ziyou's untimely death. Instead, he looked at Lu Xiaoyu and said, we have to find a way to get some high-quality seeds. What we have is far from enough. We can barter. Lu Xiaoyu said nonchalantly. We can also take some supplies out and exchange them with others. That's a good idea. Lin Ji agreed with Lu Xiaoyu's words. Then I'll leave this matter to you. Chapter 39 Trade Fair. I think it would be better to do this. Since we want to exchange seeds, why not just set a fixed day so that the residents inside the fortress can freely exchange the supplies they want? Lu Xiaoyu came up with a good idea. Lin Ji nodded. Go on. Instead of exchanging materials secretly, it would be better to set a few fixed dates every month and then set aside a fixed location for everyone to exchange materials. This way, if there are any problems, we can also help those vulnerable users to seek justice as soon as possible. And so many eyes watching can prevent some people with bad intentions from taking advantage of the situation. Your suggestion is feasible. Lin Ji said, I'll let Uncle Zhao do it. We'll set a fixed date and use it as a trade fair. Everyone can exchange the materials they don't need with the materials others need at the fair. If someone's materials can't be exchanged, we can purchase them from the fortress based on the specific conditions of the materials. Lu Xiaoyu said excitedly. You think more comprehensively than I do. But speaking of which, if we attend a trade fair, what will we use to exchange with others? Of course, there are some things that others need very much, but we have a lot of them, such as rice flour, oil, and so on. Lin Ji suggested. Okay, then I'll go discuss this with Uncle Zhao. Lu Xiaoyu was very proactive. It only took her a few hours to finalize all the details of the trade fair with Uncle Zhao. Even Uncle Zhao, who is obsessed with details, couldn't help but admire. Miss Lu is really capable. She can handle such a complicated matter so neatly and in every detail. Lin Ji knew Lu Xiaoyu's character very well. She was the kind of person who would immediately get down to work on something once she had decided on it. After Lu Xiaoyu finished all the work for the trade fair, she immediately issued a notice throughout the fortress, informing every resident inside the fortress of the promotional matters of the trade fair. When the residents heard about the trade fair, they all felt very excited and curious. The venue for the trade fair was set on the helipad at the top of the ant fortress. This apron is fully enclosed, and the runway port is only open when it is in use on weekdays. Are there not too many people? Lin Ji stood on the second floor of the helipad, looking at the densely packed crowd below. It's true that there are a lot of people, but don't worry, I have prepared all the safety measures in advance. If there are any accidents, all the people can be evacuated immediately. Lu Xiaoyu said confidently. I believe you. You are an expert in human resources. Lin Ji said with a smile. But then again, isn't it a bit bad for us to make the decision on our own? Lu Xiaoyu still felt a little scared. After all, the big boss is Xiao Yuanlin. If we plan the trade fair without his consent, what should we do if he objects to it? You've been taking refuge in the fortress for several months. How come your mind has become dull? Lin Ji looked at the worried look on the side and couldn't help laughing. No matter how you look at it, this matter will only benefit our entire fortress, not harm it. Lin Ji said seriously. First, we can use the trade fair to find out the supply situation of the residents inside the fortress. That's right. Secondly, we can use the trade fair to determine what the main items are that the residents of the fortress need, so that we can formulate targeted policies based on the needs of the residents later. Lu Xiaoyu's eyes lit up after hearing this. I haven't thought about this yet. You think long-term. Of course, in the end, we naturally want to discover talents within the fortress through the trade fair, so that we can use them for our fortress in the future. After Lu Xiaoyu listened to Lin Ji listing all the pros and cons of the trade fair one by one, she looked at her with great admiration. You are really a completely different person now. It would have been great if you were like this before. At least you would have lived a better life than now, without being clingy to your ex-boyfriend and your trashy sister all the time. Lin Ji smiled indifferently. I'm living a good life now. As for those scumbags, I don't care at all. After all, evil will be punished by evil, and every debt will be dealt with by its perpetrator. They did such a thing, and God will punish them in the future. Ms. Lin, Ms. Liu. Uncle Zhao came over breathlessly. I have asked the staff to sort out the statistics you requested. Lin Ji took the data report handed over by Uncle Zhao, and his eyes lit up after reading it. Compared with grain-based crops, fast food products are more popular among the fortress residents. There are fewer and fewer people who can cook nowadays. Lin Ji couldn't help but sigh. This is really a godsend. Lu Xiaoyu understood what he meant and immediately took out all the prepared fast food products. The two men put on masks and hats and dressed as low-key as possible. After doing everything, they came to a location inside the trade fair. While the two of them were unloading the goods, a middle-aged mother holding a child looked eagerly at the fast food products on their stall and said, "Can you give me a box of instant noodles?" Lu Xiaoyu couldn't help but frown after hearing this. She looked at the middle-aged mother and said, "Sister, this is a trade fair. If you have anything you want to exchange with us, you can take it out and we can consider whether to exchange with you." "I don't have any unused supplies," the middle-aged mother said confidently. "I have already used all my assets to buy the beds in this fortress, so how can I have any unused supplies?" "I'm sorry, sister. If you don't have any idle supplies, I can't trade with you." Tang Yin was already being very polite. However, the middle-aged mother was suddenly irritated for some reason. She said angrily, "You young girls are really too much. You are so skinny. You must not eat much. Since you can exchange these things with others, it means you can't finish them. If you can't finish them, why not give some to my children? My children are growing up and need these foods." Lu Xiaoyu was very unhappy when she heard this. Just as she was about to retort, Lin Ji suddenly reached out and pulled her behind him. "I'm sorry, sister. You're blocking our booth. If you don't have anything to exchange with us, please stand aside and don't wait for others to come to our booth. Golden vote for me. There will be more updates." Chapter 40. The Unreasonable Mom. The middle-aged mother was stunned for a moment. She did not expect Lin Ji's attitude to be so tough, and he did not take her seriously at all. "Why are you bullying me like this?" The middle-aged mother looked at Lin Ji and bit back. "I know young girls like you look down on mothers like us, but you shouldn't treat me like this." As soon as the middle-aged mother said this, people around her immediately gathered around to watch. Lu Xiaoyu couldn't help but roll her eyes and whispered in Lin Ji's ear, "We haven't even started setting up the stall yet, and we've already encountered this kind of troublemaker. There's nothing to be afraid of." Lin Ji didn't care. She had seen a lot of things like this in her previous life. All kinds of strange people would do anything to get a little bit of supplies. It is still only the early stage of the end of the world. When supplies become drastically scarce in the middle and late stages, the ugliness of human nature will truly be revealed. Now it's just that some weirdos have exposed part of their nature early. It's not a big deal. It would be fine if you don't want to give me supplies. But why are you saying such bad things to me? Do you look down on me? Seeing more and more people gathered around, the middle-aged mother suddenly covered her face and burst into tears. "Who is saying bad things about me? Big sister, please stop slandering me." Lu Xiaoyu couldn't stand this middle-aged mother who was confusing right and wrong. You are too much. You scolded me, but you don't admit it. I know I'm old, but I deserve to be scolded by you young people for taking care of children as an old man. Do I deserve to be looked down upon by you young people?" The middle-aged mother cried, attracting the attention of people around her. When the people around saw this, they immediately blamed Lu Xiaoyu and Lin Ji without knowing right or wrong. "You are so young, and yet you are bullying others like this. We are all women, but you still make things difficult for women. They will get old one day too. This elder sister is so pitiful, raising a child alone and being bullied like this. I don't dare to buy anything from this kind of person. If a person has bad character, his things won't be any good either. If a person like this sells something, 9 out of 10 times it's likely that it's expired or damaged, and whoever buys it will be unlucky." Lu Xiaoyu couldn't help but feel a little anxious when she heard the criticism and accusations from the people around her. She wanted to stand up and refute the unfair voices, but Lin Ji held her hand tightly, fearing that she would act impulsively. Even if Lu Xiaoyu had a million dissatisfactions in her heart, she had to endure it. Seeing that Lin Ji and the other two were silent, the middle-aged mother secretly rejoiced in her heart, thinking that she had subdued them. However, her face was tearful, and she complained emotionally. We, a pair of orphans and widows, stumbled all the way to this ant fortress, helpless and helpless. I spent all my savings to buy a place to stay. I was just looking for a little shelter, but I didn't expect to be looked down upon. A brother with a strong sense of justice stood up and looked at the middle-aged mother, comforting her. Don't be afraid, sister. If you have any questions, just tell me. There are so many eyes watching this transaction, and everyone will make the decision for you. Seeing someone stand up to support her, the middle-aged mother immediately accused Lin Ji and Lu Xiaoyu. I just begged them to give me a little food, but they spoke rudely to me. Although I know I shouldn't ask them for anything, they are really going too far. The middle-aged mother wiped her tears hypocritically, making herself look pitiful and winning sympathy. The elder brother who spoke for him saw how pitiful the middle-aged mother was, so he couldn't help but said, Sister, what do you want? Although I don't have much material, it's still no problem to squeeze out a little for you and your son. Lin Ji couldn't help but sneer when he heard this. When the middle-aged mother saw someone offering to give her supplies, her eyes lit up immediately. She grabbed the big brother's sleeve and said excitedly, Little brother, do you have this kind of instant food product? If you do, give me 10 or 8 boxes. When the elder brother heard the middle-aged mother talking about 10 or 8 boxes, his expression changed slightly. He smiled awkwardly and said, I'm sorry, big sister. I don't have much here. The most I can give you is a box of instant noodles and a bag of bread. I can't give you more than that. I have to eat too. Only 1 box? How can that be enough? The middle-aged mother frowned and said, There are only me and my son. Even if I don't eat, my son is still growing up, and this box of instant noodles and a bag of bread are not enough for him to eat for 1 meal. When the people around heard him say this, their originally indignant expressions suddenly became a little subtle. Among the onlookers, there was an older woman who was about the same age as the mother. She couldn't help but interrupt. Hey, it's good enough that they are willing to give it to you. What time is it now? Things are so hard to come by. Do you think it's a box of instant noodles or 5 yuan? Those who are willing to exchange supplies for you are all kind-hearted people. You should be grateful, not complaining. The middle-aged mother was very unhappy. But this thing is really too little. How can it be enough? Lady, do you know how much supplies you need to exchange for a box of instant noodles? Someone in the crowd couldn't help but say, A box of instant noodles is more expensive than a gram of gold now. If you really think it's too little, you can go and exchange it with others. There are a lot of instant noodles on the stalls of these 2 pretty girls. Ask them what kind of supplies they want in exchange for instant noodles. The middle-aged mother looked very unhappy after being scolded by the stranger. The kind-hearted elder brother also realized that something was wrong with the middle-aged mother. He looked embarrassed and wanted to slip away when there were many people around, but the middle-aged mother saw through his intention and grabbed him and said, Don't leave. Why are you holding me? Let go. The enthusiastic brother looked a little flustered. The middle-aged mother stretched out her hand to him expressionlessly and said, Give me what you promised to give me first. The middle-aged mother's behavior caused people around her to shake their heads. Oh my God, how can this person be so shameless? I just spoke up for her. I really hate my mouth. Why did it act so quickly? No wonder those 2 pretty girls ignored her. I feel sick just looking at people like that for even a second. Faced with accusations from people around her, the middle-aged mother doesn't care. She has become accustomed to such voices. Young man, don't leave. Give me the box of instant noodles and a bag of bread you promised me before you leave. Middle-aged report? Looking at this enthusiastic brother, his attitude was very natural, as if it was a matter of course. Lu Xiaoyu was stunned as she watched from the side. He wouldn't really give it to me, would he? Maybe. Lin Ji was not surprised. The older brother was very helpless. When he was about to take out supplies to the mother, a man suddenly rushed over and grabbed his hand. Don't give it to her, young man. Golden vote for me. There will be more updates. Chapter 41. Blood loss exchange of supplies. Everyone turned around when they heard this. I saw a middle-aged man with gray hair hurriedly squeezing into the crowd. He pointed at the middle-aged mother and said angrily, You female liar, you cheated me of so many supplies, and you still have the nerve to continue to swindle here. After hearing this, everyone showed a look of surprise. Lu Xiaoyu's eyes lit up at once. She nudged Lin Ji, who was sorting the goods nearby, with her elbow and whispered, There's something interesting to watch. Lin Ji smiled and said, It's normal. You'll be around longer and see more of this kind of thing, so you'll naturally lose interest in it. The middle-aged mother's face changed drastically when she saw the man. Just as she was about to run, the middle-aged man strode forward, grabbed her arm, and said viciously, Still want to run? Seeing that the man in front of her was not giving up, the middle-aged mother raised her hand and slapped the man hard, saying, "You pervert! Why are you following me again? Do you want to harass me again?" The man was stunned when he saw that the middle-aged mother actually bit back. He covered his face, looked at the middle-aged mother in disbelief, and said, "You shamelessly manhwa! You actually dared to hit me. Return my supplies to me. If you dare not, I will make you pay for it." The people around them immediately changed their expressions when they saw this and started pointing fingers at the two of them. Seeing this, the middle-aged mother knew that she could no longer cheat, so she simply sat on the ground and yelled, "You, a man, are still lustful and want to take advantage of us orphans and widows. You see that I don't have a husband, so you keep thinking about me all day long. I tell you, don't even think about it. Huh? I'm accusing you. But you don't even look at what you look like. Who want to take advantage of an old woman like you? I live in a one-bedroom apartment on the 3rd floor, and you still have the nerve to say that I'm seducing you? Why don't you look in the mirror to see what you look like? If I really want a woman, there are plenty of young and beautiful women chasing after me." What this man said was very unpleasant, and although everyone didn't like to hear it, compared to the middle-aged mother's previous behavior, everyone was more inclined to believe the man in front of them. After all, at this time, anyone who could live in a one-bedroom apartment on the 3rd floor was very capable in all aspects. He really didn't need to set his sights on a middle-aged woman. The middle-aged mother has no way to defend herself. The man pressed the issue. "Woman, you lied to me and told me you had some fruit for me to trade with you, but you disappeared after taking my supplies. It would have been really hard to find you at the trade fair today." The middle-aged mother was somewhat annoyed because she knew that she had lost more than she gained. The man who had been entangled with this middle-aged mother had already slipped away. "What are you guys making a fuss about? I heard you two quarreling from far away. You are causing trouble. This is a trade fair, not a place for quarreling. Both of you follow me." The staff appeared at the right time. "Administrator, this woman cheated me. I just want to seek justice from her and get my supplies back," said the middle-aged man in panic. "I don't care what your relationship is or what grudges you have. This is a trade fair and you are forbidden to cause trouble here. Both of you follow me." The staff was ruthless and quickly took the two men away. Linji looked at the staff's backs as they walked away and couldn't help but give Lu Xiaoyu a thumbs up. "You did a good job planning this event," and the management staff responded very quickly to the emergency. "I'm a professional in advertising and planning. This is my forte. This kind of thing is a piece of cake for me." Lu Xiaoyu winked at Linji. "Baby, I admire you very much. You can be so calm. If you weren't with me today, I would have quarreled with this woman. There are too many people like this. If you argue with every one of them, you will be exhausted to death." Lin Ji smiled faintly. "You're right, don't make things difficult for yourself." Lu Xiaoyu nodded, then hung the sign of the exchanged items in front of the stall. The exchange item brand clearly states the quantity of items needed to exchange supplies with them. 50 grams of rice can be exchanged for 2 buckets of instant noodles. 1 egg can be exchanged for 3 buckets of instant noodles. A passing child pointed at the sign and read the words one by one. His voice attracted the attention of passers-by. Many people flocked to their stall and looked at the price tag carefully. "Little girl, is everything written here true?" An old man who looked to be in his 60s asked first. "Of course it's real," Lu Xiaoyu said very seriously. "Old man, do you have these items? As long as it's something on this sign, we can exchange it with you." "Really? Then one of my eggs can be exchanged for 3 buckets of instant noodles. I just happen to have a few eggs here." A fat man in the crowd came over excitedly. With a red face, he placed the 3 eggs in front of them, then looked at them excitedly and said, "Can I exchange it for 9 buckets of instant noodles?" "Wait a minute." Lin Ji took the 3 eggs from the fat man and looked at them carefully with a magnifying glass. The fat man thought they were going to check the quality of the eggs, so he quickly said, "Don't worry, these eggs are absolutely fresh. I couldn't bear to eat them before, so I thought of exchanging the eggs for something more flavorful. This one is not okay, but the other 2 are fine," Lin Ji said, returning one of the eggs to the fat man. "Why not?" The fat man looked at Lin Ji with some curiosity. Lin Ji said, "I'm sorry, I can't tell you the standard, but you have 2 eggs that you can exchange with us. So will you exchange?" Exchange, of course." The fat man nodded repeatedly. 1 egg can be exchanged for 3 buckets of instant noodles. This kind of good thing would not appear casually. Not to mention that there is only 1 egg that is not usable. Even if only one of the 3 eggs can be used, the fat man would be satisfied. When the people around saw that Lin Ji was really exchanging supplies with them at a huge loss, they immediately rushed forward and exchanged the items in their hands with Lin Ji. Everyone handed their belongings to Lin Ji for inspection one by one. No one knew what Lin Ji's standards were. Anyway, if she said it was qualified, and if she said it was unqualified, it was unqualified. Seeing that all the instant noodles were about to run out, a boy in the crowd gritted his teeth and walked up to them, plucked up the courage to say, "Hello, ladies, I want to exchange a bucket of instant noodles with you." Lin Ji nodded with a smile and said, "No problem. Do you want to use rice or soybeans?" The boy bit his lip and said, "I don't have the things you mentioned. I only have this. Golden vote for me. There will be more updates." Chapter 42. I received a koi fish. When Lin Ji saw what the boy was holding, he was so excited that his whole body was shaking. "Come with me." Without waiting for the boy to react, Lin Ji immediately took out a piece of cloth to cover the things in the boy's hand, and then pulled him to a corner a few steps away from the stall. The boy was obviously frightened. He looked at Lin Ji and asked tremblingly, "Do you want this thing of mine?" Lin Ji took a deep breath, then looked at the boy, trying to suppress his excitement, and said, "Where did you get this?" "I brought it to the ant fortress. It was originally something I raised myself," the boy said truthfully. "Others come to the fortress to seek refuge. But you have the leisure and elegance to bring a few such beautiful little koi." Lin Ji laughed in silence. In the boy's hand was a tank of small koi. "It's better to bring this than homework." The boy smiled helplessly and said, "I've always liked to keep pets, but everything I keep dies. Only these koi fish are still alive after I've kept them for 3 months. These koi fish can bring me good luck, so when the earthquake happened, I brought them here without a second thought." The boy said with some sadness, "I originally wanted to keep them with me forever, but the conditions now are not suitable for raising koi at all. There is no clean water, no fish food, and I can only watch them like this every day. When I first brought them here, they were all bright in color and full in shape, but now they are so shrunken that you can even see the bones. Are you willing to give it to me?" Seeing the boy's reluctance, Lin Ji couldn't help but say, "If you give the koi to me, it will belong to me completely. I'm free to do whatever I want with it. Kill it, throw it away, or keep it. You have no way of interfering." The boy gritted his teeth and nodded, saying, "I've thought about what you said. As long as you can accept it, I can ask for less supplies. I just need 2 buckets of instant noodles. I'm really hungry." The boy seemed to think that he had gone too far, so he quickly stretched out his finger and said, "If it doesn't work, a bucket will do. I have to eat something anyway." Seeing how terrified he was, Lin Ji couldn't help but laugh and said, "Come with me." Lin Ji brought the boy to the outside of her room. The boy saw Lin Ji going up the stairs and actually reached the top floor of the fortress. They stopped in front of a sturdy security door. The boy vaguely guessed Lin Ji's identity, but he was smart and did not reveal Lin Ji's identity. "Wait outside for a moment." Lin Ji looked back at him, then walked into the heavy security door. 15 minutes later, Lin Ji came out carrying a huge plastic bag. The black plastic bag was bulging, as if it was full of something. "Give me your fish." Lin Ji looked at the boy. The boy handed the fish to Lin Ji with trembling hands. Then he took the black plastic bag handed to him by Lin Ji. The supplies in the plastic bag were much heavier than he thought. "No matter where you live, just remember one thing. Don't share your supplies with others. Keep your things away, and don't let anyone with ulterior motives see them. And don't tell others that these things are given to you by me," Lin Ji warned. "Clear. Remember what you said," Lin Ji said, and returned to his room with the fish. The boy looked at the door that Lin Ji closed, then looked down at the black bag of supplies in his hand. He quietly opened it and took a look. When he saw the bag full of food, his face turned red with excitement. He never dreamed that his small tank of koi could be exchanged for so much food. But what's the point of her having these koi? They can only be looked at but not eaten. In the room, Lin Ji was looking at the koi fish carefully. Koi is a variety of ordinary fish that has been screened, purified, and bred. That is to say, under certain conditions, koi can be transformed back into its most primitive edible fish through cultivation. Someone has done an experiment before, releasing some goldfish into the river and breeding them with ordinary fish. After several generations, the characteristics of the goldfish will fade, and after several generations they will become edible fish. Lin Ji had never thought that at this critical moment in the world, someone would actually bring in living animal species. She brought these koi into the space farmland. Time in space farmland passes much faster than time outside of space. Not long after that, many crops in the space had already begun to sprout from the soil, and the seedlings had grown to as tall as a finger. Lin Ji threw these koi into the river. The water in the river is circulating but closed. After the koi are thrown into it, They will not disappear along the river. Lin Ji then went to a nearby shed to observe the hatching of the eggs. All the eggs have changed color, and it can be seen that they are showing signs of hatching. Wang Ziyu had told her that only fertilized eggs could hatch animals. Unfertilized eggs could not hatch. That was why Lin Ji was very strict when she was selecting the materials to be exchanged at the trade fair. Lin Ji estimated that it wouldn't be long before these eggs would hatch into animals. However, feeding them after hatching is a problem, and she has to ask Wang Ziyu for advice again on this aspect. Lin Ji was still thinking about Lu Xiaoyu's booth at the trade fair, so he left without staying in the space for too long. After leaving the space, Lin Ji packed up some supplies in the room and brought some supplies to the meeting. At this time, they had already obtained a large amount of grain and eggs through the trade fair. Lin Ji couldn't help but frown when he looked at the crops. These alone are not enough. It would be even better if we could be self-sufficient in some seasonings such as salt and sugar. Just as Lin Ji was lost in thought, an old man walked over. He held 2 long pieces of sugar cane in his hands. Unlike the others who looked at the price tag, he placed the sugar cane directly on their table and asked, "Little girl, do you accept this?" "No." "Receive." After Lu Xiaoyu and Lin Ji finished speaking, they looked at each other. The old man looked at them curiously and asked, "Are you going to accept it or not?" "If she says to harvest, then we harvest." Lu Xiaoyu glanced at Lin Ji. She knew that Lin Ji must have her reasons for harvesting the sugarcane. "Grandpa, what do you want to exchange this sugarcane for? These are all the items we have now. Are there any supplies you like?" The old man pointed to a bag of flour in front of Lin Ji and said shyly, "I want to exchange some flour to make some steamed buns." Without saying a word, Lin Ji packed the bag of flour in front of him and handed it to the old man. The old man thanked him profusely as he took the bag of flour. He hadn't walked 2 steps away when he turned back to look at Lin Ji and asked in a low voice, "Do you collect rapeseed here? Golden vote for me. There will be more updates." Chapter 43, Exchange for Vegetable Seeds. "Grandpa, what did you say?" Lin Ji's eyes widened when he heard this. The old man smiled awkwardly, waved his hands, and said, "If you don't want to take it, forget it. I asked many people, and they all said they wouldn't take it." He walked with his head down, muttering to himself, "If I had known that these rape seeds were useless, I should not have brought them with me." "Wait a minute, Grandpa." Lin Ji immediately called out to him. "What's the matter? Are you going to adopt a child?" The old man seemed to see hope. "What kind of rapeseed do you have?" "Oh, we have everything. Chinese cabbage, lettuce, pumpkin, tomato, just some common vegetable seeds." Seeing Lin Ji's interest, the old man became excited and talked nonstop. "These seeds are great. I originally bought them and planned to plant them in the yard in front of the villa, but I didn't expect that they would be useless. There is not even a piece of land in the fortress. That's such a shame." "Yes." Seeing that Lin Ji was willing to listen to him talk about his seeds, the old man immediately spoke nonstop. "I originally thought there was land in this fortress where I could grow vegetables, so when I came here to buy a house, I specially asked my wife and son to bring me several large boxes of vegetable seeds." However, the old man was happy for a short time and shook his head and said dejectedly, "When my children found out, they scolded me to death, saying that it took up space and couldn't be eaten. I didn't believe it at first, but I didn't expect that in this situation, the rapeseed is really useless. It's just like the children said, it takes up space. But you let me throw it away, and I feel it's a pity. I can't bear to throw it away." "Grandpa, can you take me to see your rapeseed?" Lin Ji was very excited. "Of course." Upon hearing this, the old man immediately took Lin Ji to the room on their floor. The old man lived on the 5th floor of the fortress. Most of the people who lived here were very rich and powerful. The old man said, "Oh, it's just the current situation. Before the earthquake, our house was several stories high. Our yard alone is 500 square meters. I grow flowers and vegetables in the yard and raise chickens and ducks." Lin Ji couldn't help but laugh and said, "Then your children and grandchildren must be very happy, right?" The old man curled his lips and shook his head when he heard it, saying, "They are not happy. They are not like you. They are disgusted. Every time they come to my house, they always complain that I make a mess of the house. They all said that there are so many chickens and ducks for sale outside, and they said I was doing something unnecessary. How could they understand? The chickens and ducks sold outside are better than those raised by ourselves. The soup made from the chickens and ducks I raise is much more delicious than the soup made from the free-range chicken sold in organic supermarkets outside." When he mentions this old man, he talks endlessly. Lin Ji seldom saw such a talkative yet kind old man, and his mood inevitably improved a lot. It seemed that by being with such an old man, he could feel what life was like before the end of the world. The old man came to a room. Linji knew that the room was very big, and anyone who could afford it must be financially strong. The old man pointed to the door of the room and said to Linji, "Little girl, this is the room." After he finished speaking, he reached out and knocked on the door of the room. After a while, the door of the room opened. It was a middle-aged man. When the middle-aged man saw the old man coming back, he said with a stern face, "You're selling your seeds again. I told you no one would buy them." The old man was about to say something when the middle-aged man interrupted him with a sigh. "I told you to bring more food, but you didn't believe me and insisted on bringing your seeds. Our house is small to begin with, and now it's all filled with your seeds. You also delayed us from bringing food. You won't starve to death." The old man rolled his eyes at him and said, "I brought my seeds. What does it have to do with you?" The middle-aged man wanted to refute, but when he thought of the old man being his father, he could only shake his head and said, "Forget it, as long as you are happy." "Of course I'm happy." The old man rolled his eyes at the middle-aged man, then instructed him, "Take those seeds out and show them to this little girl." Although the middle-aged man was full of doubts, he still did as the old man said. Linji opened the box and nodded repeatedly after looking at the seeds inside. They are indeed high-quality seedlings. Even before the end of the world, these seedlings were very good seeds. "Grandpa, I want all your seeds. What kind of food or supplies do you want?" Linji said sweetly. "What? You want these seeds?" The middle-aged man was so surprised that his jaw almost dropped to the ground after hearing Linji's words. He looked at Linji and asked again and again, "Little girl, these seeds can't be eaten. Are you sure you really want the seeds?" Linji nodded. "I'm sure. I want all of this." "No, little girl, I'm not kidding you. This seed is not rapeseed. At least rapeseed can be used to produce oil. This is a seed that can really grow vegetables when planted in the soil. It will be useless if there is no soil when you go back." The middle-aged man kindly advised, "Don't worry, uncle. I have my own use." Linji gave the man a reassuring smile and then said, "If you don't believe in my sincerity, you can come to our stall with this old man. I can pack the supplies for you to take away. The payment will be in full and the supplies will not be taken back." The middle-aged man was full of doubts, but still followed Linji to the trade fair. Linji said to Lu Xiaoyu, who was packing up the stall, "Xiaoyu, today's mission ends here. We will not accept other people's things." "Really?" Lu Xiaoyu was a little surprised and said, "We still have a lot of stuff left. Pack all these things and give them to this uncle." Linji said, "Okay." Lu Xiaoyu didn't ask any more questions and immediately started packing the supplies with Linji. The middle-aged man was flattered to see Linji giving all these supplies to them and said, "Little girl, you gave too much. Why don't you keep some for yourself?" "Don't worry, uncle. We still have these things. We two little girls don't eat much, but your whole family eats and uses much more than we do. Don't be polite. If I say it's yours, then it's yours, and we will never take it back." Lu Xiaoyu said with a smile. After hearing what Lu Xiaoyu said, the middle-aged man happily packed supplies with them. "I'll take it to you." No, I can just find a cart to push the supplies home. No need to trouble you two little girls." The middle-aged man borrowed a cart from the floor manager, put the supplies on the cart, and happily pushed it away. After Linji watched the middle-aged man walk away, she happily hugged Lu Xiaoyu. Ms. Lin did a business that lost money, but she is still so happy. Golden vote for me. There will be more updates. Chapter 44, being targeted. Linji turned around. I discovered that the person behind me was actually Xiao Yuanlin. She smiled awkwardly, then smoothed her hair and asked, "When did Mr. Xiao come back? Why haven't I heard anyone mention it?" "I just came back," Xiao Yuanlin said, looking at the lively trade fair with praise in his eyes. "I just came back and heard that a large trade fair was held inside our fortress. I heard that the organizers were you too." Linji patted Lu Xiaoyu beside him and said, "The main credit goes to Lu Xiaoyu." Lu Xiaoyu waved her hands repeatedly. "I was just following orders. The idea of this trade fair was yours. The biggest project is Linji." Xiao Yuanlin smiled and said nothing. He then glanced at the seeds under their feet. A hint of doubt flashed across his brows, but he quickly said calmly, "It's really interesting that you guys are wasting your resources to buy these meaningless things. Remember to keep a low profile next time." "Boss Xiao." Uncle Zhao hurried over to Xiao Yuanlin's side, whispered a few words in Wang Ke's ear, and said, "This is urgent. Boss Xiao, please go and handle it." Xiao Yuanlin nodded, said hello to Lin Zhiliu and Xiaoyu, and left. Looking at Xiao Yuanlin's departing back, Lu Xiaoyu said. What does he mean? Is he doubting our motives? Lin Ji shook his head, his expression somewhat serious. He is reminding us. Remind us of what? Remind us not to be too conspicuous. Someone is already targeting us. Lu Xiaoyu understood. Her expression suddenly changed, and she became nervous. What should we do now? We've already finished what we did. They can't leave. Let's pack these things up. While Lin Ji and Lu Xiaoyu were packing their things, they kept an eye on the trade fair out of the corner of their eyes. After Xiao Yuanlin's reminder, Lin Ji realized that there were indeed people secretly watching them in every corner of the trade fair. Fortunately, the supplies she purchased today were relatively ordinary, but these boxes of seeds were indeed a bit eye-catching. She must think of a more covert way next time. The two people were dragging the supplies and were about to leave when a man and a woman blocked their way. My dear sister, the things have been exchanged. You are so fast. Su Ningning looked at them with a wry smile, his eyes greedily glancing back and forth at the supplies behind Lin Ji. Jiang Songmin forced a dry smile, looked at the two of them and said, Lin Ji, you have so many good things. Why don't you usually help your sister? I bought all these things with my own money. How can I help? Lin Ji had a blank expression on her face, not wanting to waste too much emotion in front of these two people. I'm tired now. I want to go back to my room to rest. You two get out of my way. Don't block my way. Lu Xiaoyu gave her an approving look. Jiang Songmin and Su Ningning looked a little embarrassed. Seeing that Lin Ji and the other two were about to leave Jiang Songmin, he gritted his teeth and stepped forward and said humbly, Lin Ji, can you give us something to eat? Your sister hasn't eaten properly for several days. What does it have to do with me whether you have eaten or not? It's up to you whether you want to eat or not. Lin Ji stared straight ahead and didn't even look at him. Lin Ji, please help me. Su Ningning walked up to her and looked at her pitifully. You know I'm pregnant. If I don't eat, my body won't be able to bear it. Lu Xiaoyu rolled her eyes at the two of them in annoyance. Since you two know that your bodies can't take it, you should rest in your room and stop running around. The more you move, the faster you consume energy. You can eat less if you lie still. Lu Xiaoyu's retort made Jiang Songmin and the other man feel ashamed. With Su Ningning's arrogant personality, she would have ignored the two of them long ago. But now is a special situation. Their supplies are already running low. If they don't bow down to Lin Ji now, I'm afraid the supply will really be cut off. Su Ningning gritted her teeth and said, My dear sister, he was mine before, but now he is not. I have no choice but to let you and Jiang Songmin misunderstand me. If you don't hold a grudge, I am willing to give him to you. Please don't do that. Lin Ji couldn't help but frowned. No one wears secondhand clothes when they go up there. So why would this person wear secondhand clothes? Just lock them up, the two of you. When Lin Ji thought of everything that happened in her previous life, and how these two people had poisoned her for supplies, she felt an indescribable resentment in her heart. So no matter how they disguised themselves, how they flattered, or how humble they were, Lin Ji would never forgive them, because she knew very well what these two were planning deep down. These are two devils who eat people without leaving any bones. It's really interesting. I've never seen a beggar come to a trade fair and wear such bright and beautiful clothes. Tang Yin rolled her eyes at the two of them. If I were you, instead of begging for supplies from others, you might as well think about what you can exchange. Lu Xiaoyu took Lin Ji's hand and said, Ignore them, let's go. As they watched Lin Ji and Lu Xiaoyu walk away, the smiles on Jiang Songmin and Su Ningning's faces gradually disappeared. Who is this woman? She has ruined our plans time and again. Jiang Songmin stared at Lu Xiaoyu's back and said, gritting his teeth. Su Ningning sneered, her eyes becoming sinister and scary. Who else could it be? It's your dear ex-girlfriend's best friend, the former eldest daughter of the Lu group. It turns out it's this woman. When Jiang Songmin heard the last name Lu, a trace of viciousness flashed across his face. As far as I know, Lin Ji went to see her on the day she broke up with me. It seems that this woman played a big role in my breakup with Lin Ji. Isn't it? If it weren't for this Lu guy, we wouldn't be so miserable. With Lin Ji's financial resources, we could have lived in a 2-bedroom apartment a long time ago. Why would we have to squeeze together with a bunch of smelly people like this? Su Ningning felt more and more wronged as she spoke, and then she blamed Jiang Songmin. It's all your fault, useless thing. If you weren't so unpromising, I wouldn't have to wrong myself like this. Jiang Songmin was very upset after hearing this, but he could only try to please Su Ningning and said, Yes, it's all my fault. I'm sorry for wronging you. I will definitely take what Lin Ji has and give it to you. After Jiang Songmin finished speaking, He looked at the disappearing backs of Lin Ji and the other person, and a dangerous light flashed in his eyes. Since Lu Xiaoyu is Lin Ji's right-hand man and capable military advisor, he must eliminate Lin Ji, this capable helper, leaving her isolated and helpless. Golden vote for me. There will be more updates. Chapter 45, Gratitude Must Be Repaid. After Lin Ji and Lu Xiaoyu returned to the room, they immediately counted today's supplies. They counted the supplies they exchanged today. There were 20 kilograms of mung beans, 20 kilograms of soybeans, 50 kilograms of rice, 39 kilograms of wheat, 2 kilograms of black beans, and a certain amount of other grains. These are all secondary. The most important thing is that they harvested a tank of small koi and several large boxes of rapeseed today. Lin Ji and Lu Xiaoyu looked at the empty shelves in the room and immediately put these things on the shelves. I guess our exchange of supplies today will become news that will shock the entire ant fortress. Lu Xiaoyu said as she placed the supplies. This is inevitable. Lin Ji didn't care. She knew how shocking the conditions of their exchange were. We have to keep a low profile for a while. We must not be discovered by this group of people. What are you going to do about Wang Ziyu? Lu Xiaoyu asked curiously. She has to know after all. Lin Ji paused and said, I need to observe more. Don't you trust her? Lin Ziyu said, no matter how much I trust someone, as long as this person is not by my side every day and under my nose every day, I will remain suspicious of him. After all, this is the end of the world and people's hearts are unpredictable. He may be an angel in the last second, and he may become a demon in the next second because of a can of canned food. Lu Xiaoyu stared at Lin Ji for a long time. She sighed distressfully and said, although you have told me about your experiences in the apocalypse, I always feel that you must have hidden some of it. You must have experienced a lot of painful things. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to see people's hearts so clearly. You were not like this before. You were extremely naive about everything. Innocence in troubled times is like a steel knife that kills oneself. After arranging the items on the shelves, Lin Ji called Wang Ziyu. Yu, you'll have to work hard today. Lin Ji kicked the seeds under his feet. When Wang Ziyu saw the boxes of seeds at Lin Ji's feet, a strange look flashed in his eyes. She quickly ran over, squatted down, and looked at the boxes of seeds carefully. After studying them, she looked back at Lin Ji excitedly and said, Ms. Lin, these are all excellent seeds. Lin Ji nodded with a smile. That's why I called you here. These seeds are given to you. Wang Ziyu suddenly felt that she had a huge responsibility. She patted her chest and said, don't worry, Miss Lin. I will make good use of these seeds and not waste any of them. Lin Ji handed the planting over to Wang Ziyu. She followed Wang Ziyu to the small room where research was done. The room was filled with various boxes, each filled with soil. Some of the soil had green sprouts, while others had a layer of mold on them. What is this used for? Lin Ji pointed at a moldy box and asked curiously. The soil in this box has gone moldy. Lin Ji vaguely remembered that Wang Ziyu asked Lin Ji to get some rotten wood as raw materials for her, and Lin Ji put a lot of effort into it. This is a good thing, Prince Yu said with a smile. This is the home of mushrooms. You mean this is for growing mushrooms? Shiitake mushrooms, to be exact. Lin Ji was amazed. How can you be so amazing that you can even grow mushrooms? This is a refuge fortress. The humidity inside is well controlled. It's difficult to grow plants in such a humid environment. Wang Ziyu smiled shyly and said, this is my specialty. No matter what the external environment is like, as long as the internal environment is well controlled, it will be fine. When I was in the laboratory, I often did such small simulation experiments. It's just that the environment here is relatively simple. If the weak environment is the same as our laboratory, I can cultivate more and richer varieties. You are awesome. Lin Ji praised sincerely. I'm not that great, Miss Lin. You're too kind. Seriously speaking, Miss Lin is more amazing. In this situation, you can find all the materials I need and help me realize my dream. When he said this, Lin Ji looked at Wang Ziyu and put away his smile. Aren't you curious about where I got these materials? Wang Ziyu said very seriously. I'm only responsible for completing the tasks you have assigned to me. As for where these things come from, I don't need to know, and it's useless for me to know. I can't change anything. Since you didn't take the initiative to tell me, Miss Lin, that means I don't need to know. If I need to know, I believe you will tell me. Wang Ziyu's words made Lin Ji look at her differently. Before, she invited Wang Ziyu simply because of her reputation in her previous life. But now she finally understood why Xiao Yuanlin treated her so well. It turned out that she was indeed admirable. In addition to his superb abilities, his character is also excellent. Xiao Yuanlin really knows how to judge people. Lin Ji became extremely excited when he thought that such an outstanding person was now under his command. Yu, how is her mother doing lately? Lin Ji thought carefully about his previous life. She had never heard that Wang Ziyu had any family, and it seemed that her mother might have died early. When Wang Ziyu mentioned this, a trace of sadness flashed in her eyes. She said, "The condition is getting worse and worse. My mother and I know that now it is just a matter of time. We are all waiting for the arrival of death." Seeing how sad Wang Ziyu was, Lin Ji couldn't help but feel sad too. Her parents died early, so the relatives around her always wanted to take advantage of her. She hasn't felt the warmth of home for a long time. "Actually, I'm a doctor. If you don't mind, can you let me see your mother? Even if I can't cure her terminal illness, I can at least relieve her pain." Lin Ji didn't want to think about so many things at first, but she knew Wang Ziyu's value and character too well, so she decided to do something extra. Hearing Lin Ji say this, Wang Ziyu was very moved. "Ms. Lin, you have helped me so much. If you help me again, I don't know how to repay you. Even my mother said that I took too much advantage of you and asked me to help you more. I don't need any reward. Just completing the work I gave you is the best reward for me." Wang Ziyu was very serious. "How can that be? I will feel uneasy if you don't let me repay you. My parents have always told me to repay a favor since I was a child." Lin Ji was about to refuse, but Wang Ziyu took out a notebook from his arms and handed it to Lin Ji with both hands. "Ms. Lin, this is the result of my previous research. If one day I can't live anymore, you can also give this result to other people with the same ability to learn from it. Golden vote for me. There will be more updates." Chapter 46, Misdiagnosis. Lin Ji was shocked when she saw the old notebook in Wang Ziyu's hand. She knew very well what such academic achievements meant to Wang Ziyu. She was willing to contribute these things because she truly regarded Lin Ji as her benefactor. So Lin Ji stopped being shy and said, "When you finish your work, I'll go see your mother." After finishing work, Lin Ji and Wang Ziyu came to their beds. Wang Ziyu's mother seemed to be getting weaker and weaker. After just a few days, her face turned much yellower, like a piece of rice paper that would tear at any time. When Lin Ji saw Wang Ziyu's mother like this, he couldn't help feeling sad. "Mom, Miss Lin is here to see you again." Wang Ziyu gently helped his mother up. "She brought you a lot of delicious food." Mrs. Wang looked at Lin Ji and smiled kindly, saying, "Miss Lin, my daughter hasn't caused you any trouble, has she?" "No, no," Mrs. Wang said weakly. "Yu Yu is clumsy and stupid, Miss Lin. Just don't look down on her." "How could that be? Yu Yu is very smart. I have never seen a girl as outstanding as Yu Yu. You are so lucky to have such a smart daughter," Lin Ji said. Mrs. Wang was very happy to hear Lin Ji praise Wang Ziyu. She held Wang Ziyu's hand and said solemnly, "You must help Miss Lin. Miss Lin is a good person. She gave us so many supplies under such difficult circumstances. She is our benefactor. You must do whatever she asks you to do in the future." Wang Ziyu nodded heavily and said, "Mom, I understand. Don't worry. Miss Lin is a very good person. I will do my best for her." Lin Ji was very touched. He looked at Mrs. Wang and said, "Annie, I'm a doctor. I've treated many people before. This time, Yu Yu and I came to see you because we want to help you with your illness." Upon hearing this, Mrs. Wang shook her head and said with some sadness, "Ms. Lin, it's not that I don't believe you, but I have had this disease for many years. If I could get better treatment, I would have recovered long ago, and I wouldn't have waited until now." Mrs. Wang said with a wry smile, "Now I am just counting the days. When the time comes, God will take me away." "Mom, don't say that." Wang Ziyu's eyes turned red after hearing what Mrs. Wang said, and her voice trembled a little. "You will definitely get better." Mrs. Wang laughed and said, "Silly child, you're already a PhD student. How can you still say such childish things? Mom's disease is incurable. As an adult, you must learn to accept reality early, understand?" Although Wang Ziyu was extremely reluctant, he could only grit his teeth and nod. "Annie, I know your illness is very serious. My medical skills may not be very good, but I can do my best to relieve your pain." Lin Ji said very sincerely, "Can you let me take a look at your illness?" Mrs. Wang nodded, and then asked Wang Ziyu to take out all the previous medical records. Lin Ji looked at Mrs. Wang's medical report, and his brows twisted into a knot. This is not right. The results shown in this case report seem to be somewhat different from the symptoms Mrs. Wang is experiencing at this time. Wang Ziyu keenly caught the doubt in Lin Ji's eyes. A glimmer of hope arose in her heart, and she asked in a low voice, Ms. Lin, is there still a cure for my mother's illness? Silly child, you are talking nonsense again. Mrs. Wang glanced at Wang Zio from outside the city. Annie, do you mind if I take your pulse? Linji asked very seriously. Wang Zio and Mrs. Wang looked at each other. Mrs. Wang said, Ms. Lin, it's not that I don't believe in Chinese medicine, but my illness is very serious and Chinese medicine can't alleviate it. I have also seen a Chinese medicine doctor, and Chinese medicine has long sentenced me to death, not to mention dash. Because there is no detection equipment inside the fortress, I can only determine your physical condition by taking your pulse, so if you trust me, can you hand me your wrist? Lin Ji interrupted her. Mrs. Wang rolled up her sleeves and handed her wrist to Lin Ji. Lin Ji took Mrs. Wang's wrist and took her pulse carefully. Mrs. Wang's pulse was beating strongly, and she was full of energy. But Lin Ji knew that this appearance was just a false pulse. The real situation was that Mrs. Wang might have a blockage in her cardiovascular system, which caused the heart to beat harder to drive blood circulation throughout the body. Lin Ji carefully observed Mrs. Wang's face and was sure that there was indeed a tumor in her brain. However, this tumor was not a malignant tumor, as the examination report said. This tumor is more like stagnation caused by vascular congestion. In other words, as long as the blood vessels are unblocked, Mrs. Wang's illness will be cured naturally. Lin Ji was now certain that Mrs. Wang's illness was not a serious one and that she could indeed cure it. But considering the special location of the lesion, she did not dare to tell Mrs. Wang about it. She was afraid that Mrs. Wang would suffer a cerebral hemorrhage due to excessive excitement. The most feared risk of vascular congestion is this. She called Wang Zio to the corridor and told him what she had just observed. Wang Zio burst into tears of joy after hearing this. She grabbed Lin Ji's hand and spoke incoherently with excitement. Ms. Lin, is this true? Was my mother really misdiagnosed? I'm sure your aunt was misdiagnosed. Lin Ji smiled and comforted Wang Ziyu. Your mother's disease can be cured. It just takes more effort. Ms. Lin, you can cure it, right? Lin Ji nodded. After hearing this, Wang Ziyu knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times to Lin Ji, saying, Miss Lin, as long as you can save my mother, I will do anything you ask me to do. Hurry up. Lin Ji helped her up and said, You are a girl. Don't kneel down to others all the time. A daughter's knees are as precious as gold. Lin Ji glanced at Mrs. Wang, who was resting with her eyes closed in the room, and said to Wang Ziyu in a low voice, You and I know about this matter, so don't tell your mother. I'm afraid that if she gets too excited, her blood vessels will be compressed, and she might have a cerebral hemorrhage. So while I'm treating your mother, you must keep your mouth shut and wait until you can speak again. Prince Yu said, Thank you. Thank you, Miss Lin. You're such a good person. Lin Ji and Wang Ziyu agreed on a time for treatment. After saying goodbye to Wang Ziyu, Lin Ji took the elevator to return to her room. However, an uninvited guest came into the elevator. Mr. Xiao. Xiao Yuanlin looked at him and curled his lips slightly, saying, Ms. Lin, you are such a good person. Golden vote for me. There will be more updates. Chapter 47 Trust is the cornerstone. Lin Ji was a little confused for a moment. Looking at Lin Ji's dazed look, Xiao Yuanlin rarely showed a faint smile on his face. It's nice, but you look a little silly when you smile. Xiao Yuanlin couldn't help but teasing her. Lin Ji was even more confused. Xiao Yuanlin can actually joke. OMG, she wasn't seeing things. Seeing Lin Ji staring at him in a daze, Xiao Yuanlin's smile deepened. He was about to say something when the elevator door suddenly opened. It turned out to be the lobby. Uncle Zhao walked in with several staff members talking. When everyone saw the two of them, they immediately greeted them respectfully. Mr. Xiao, Miss Lin, you are here too? Uncle Zhao asked respectfully. Yeah. Xiao Yuanlin immediately returned to his previous serious expression, while Lin Ji let out a long sigh. She didn't know how to respond to Xiao Yuanlin's lively expression. In her previous life and this life, she had only seen Xiao Yuanlin smile twice, both times just now. Xiao Yuanlin's serious expression made her feel more comfortable. Mr. Xiao, Ms. Lin, I have already arranged the shift roster for going to Sifang Fortress. You can take a look at it. Uncle Zhao took out the form in his hand and gave one to each of them. Lin Ji looked at the form and said in surprise, Do we need to take turns to go to Sifang Fortress? Of course it is necessary. Uncle Zhao explained with a smile. Everyone knows the geographical environment of the Sifang Fortress now. The nuclear radiation is serious. If you're not in good health, who will be willing to stay there for a long time? This schedule is the result of the senior management taking the lead. Otherwise, I am afraid that few people would take the initiative. Ms. Lin, don't blame us for not being active. One of the staff members echoed. The Sifong Fortress is too special and not safe at all. Even if you wear protective clothing and take anti-radiation drugs for a long time, your body will feel uncomfortable. And I heard that many people in Sifong have radiation sickness. It's so painful to die. After hearing this, several staff members started discussing the matter of the Sifong Fortress. Linji listened to everyone's discussion in silence. It seems that they need to hurry up and convert the energy source of the Sifong Fortress into clean energy. Otherwise, the Sifong Fortress will definitely become a terrifying fortress that everyone fears. She looked up and happened to see Xiao Yuanlin looking at her. It seemed that the two of them had the same idea. By the way, hello, Miss Yin. President Xiao will have a high-level management meeting in 2 hours. As the top leaders of the fortress, you two need to attend the meeting. Uncle Zhao said. Okay. Lin Ji nodded. She subconsciously looked at Xiao Yuanlin, and when she saw him looking at his watch, she secretly looked away. 2 hours later, a group of people sat in the conference room to discuss the events of the Quartet Fortress. Although Lin Ji was in the conference room, his mind was dealing with Zhou Gong. Suddenly, someone knocked twice on the table. Lin Ji was startled and stood up suddenly and asked, "Is the meeting over?" "It's over already." Only then did Lin Ji realize that the conference room was empty and everyone had left. Xiao Yuanlin leaned against the conference table and faced her with a playful smile in his eyes. "Why didn't you wake me up just now?" As soon as Lin Ji said this, he suddenly realized that his words were somewhat ambiguous. Who is she? How can you ask Xiao Yuanlin to do such a thing? Okay, I'll remind you next time. Xiao Yuanlin didn't seem to mind him looking at Lin Ji. He just thought it was funny. The work at the trade fair must be very tiring. You can even fall asleep during a meeting. Lin Ji looked at Xiao Yuanlin with some surprise. In her impression, Xiao Yuanlin seemed to be a serious person. He rarely spoke to others like this, let alone joked. Is there something on my face? Lin Ji then realized that she was staring at Xiao Yuanlin's face again. She looked away awkwardly and then stammered. No. Did you do something wrong? Lin Ji immediately raised his voice and asked, how is this possible? That's it. Since you haven't done anything wrong, why are you afraid to face me? This question made Lin Ji feel a little guilty. Lin Ji thought she couldn't say that she felt his attitude was strange, and that's why she was curious. But after saying this, I guess Xiao Yuanlin won't believe it. The incident at the Sifong Fortress made me realize that you are my most loyal and best partner. So I hope there won't be too many secrets or estrangements between us. Xiao Yuanlin put away the faint smile on his face and said very seriously, in the end times, it is very rare to find a partner who can stand behind you and defend against the enemy. I hope you can understand this too. Lin Ji suddenly became serious. She understood what Xiao Yuanlin meant. Mr. Xiao, don't worry, I will always stand on your side. Lin Ji looked at him. In fact, I'm also confused sometimes. You seem to trust me so much. Xiao Yuanlin looked at her with a hint of doubt in his eyes. This trust has exceeded my basic understanding and cognition of people. Xiao Yuanlin bent down, looked straight into Lin Ji's eyes, and said slowly, your trust in me seems to be endless. Sometimes I am curious why you trust me so much. Lin Ji looked at Xiao Yuanlin's face so close to her, and her heart suddenly felt moved. Who can look at such a face without having fantasies? But Lin Ji soon came to his senses. Good job. Is this the boss's ultimate test? If she had reacted a little slower, she would have told him everything that happened in her past life. If she really said something like that, Xiao Yuanlin would probably treat her like a psychopath. Since I chose to invest all my assets in Ant Fortress, it means that I trust your project. Lin Ji said very seriously. Before you always thought that I didn't trust you, but in fact you have always misunderstood me. Mr. Xiao, my trust in you is like the rock on the top of the mountain. Xiao Yuanlin's eyes flashed with confusion when he heard this. Lin Ji explained, you are the youngest entrepreneur, and many of your decisions are forward-looking. This is the result I came to after examining various data. My investment in you is not groundless. Lin Ji's words slightly dispelled Xiao Yuanlin's doubts. Investment does require investigation, and Lin Ji did nothing wrong in this regard. Moreover, his data at the time were indeed the best among entrepreneurs. Xiao Yuanlin raised his eyebrows, looked at her, and asked expressionlessly, anything else? Besides? Lin Ji was stunned. Why is Xiao Yuanlin so difficult to deal with? You have to get to the bottom of this, right? Okay. Also, I think you're very handsome. I trust handsome guys 50% more. Golden vote for me. There will be more updates. Chapter 48, No Need for Men's Protection. So, what was Xiao Yuanlin's reaction after hearing what you said? Lu Xiaoyu curled up on the sofa, holding some potato chips, looking at Lin Ji with interest. Lin Ji's face was as black as a piece of charcoal. He said that I am young and should focus my attention on other things. Don't be too obsessed with male beauty. Puff! Lu Xiaoyu spat out in a very ungraceful manner, and then laughed. You are hurting the enemy -1, and hurting yourself 1,000. Stop laughing, Lin Ji said in annoyance. I feel so embarrassed. I should have not answered. Now Xiao Yuanlin may think of me as someone with a head full of dirty trash. What are you afraid of? Lu Xiaoyu didn't care. He is not related to you. No matter how he views you, it does not affect your position as the person in charge of this fortress. Even if you were a sex-hungry ghost, he can only politely call you Miss Lin in front of you. Unless... Unless what? Lin Ji asked subconsciously. Unless you are interested in him, Lu Xiaoyu said, winking at her teasingly. But then again, this Xiao Yuanlin is really a diamond bachelor. In the past, I'm afraid there were many women chasing after him. How would I know? Lin Ji muttered. I'm not familiar with him. So how would I know what his relationship status is like? Oh my, why does it sound a bit like that? Lu Xiaoyu laughed. Lin Ji got anxious and picked up a pillow and threw it at her. Don't think nonsense and don't say nonsense, which will affect my reputation. Okay. I won't say anything nonsense. Lu Xiaoyu took the pillow she threw at her, then hugged it in her arms and said seriously, honestly, baby, Xiao Yuanlin is really good. It wouldn't be a bad thing if you were with him. He has the strength and ability to protect you very well in the apocalypse. I don't need a man's protection. I can protect myself. What's more, he is poisoned. He still needs me to protect him. Lin Ji said lightly. What? Lu Xiaoyu was shocked. He was poisoned? It's so fake. Why haven't I heard you mention it before? This matter cannot be made public, for fear that people will be confused. What's more, I've already helped him detoxify. If he does as I say, the remaining poison will be cleared in the next 2 days. Lin Ji said. Who poisoned him? Lu Xiaoyu was puzzled. Lin Ji shook his head. How would I know? The one who could poison him must be someone close to him. I'm afraid that when he knew he was poisoned, he already knew who the poisoner was. Lu Xiaoyu said with lingering fear. It's really thanks to you. If it weren't for you, our ant fortress would be in chaos. Chaos is bound to happen. It is only a matter of time. Lin Ji said silently in his heart. Lu Xiaoyu must not know this. In the previous life, the ant fortress experienced a great chaos, which directly redivided the overall structure of the fortress. However, this happened later and is a bit far away from now. Originally, I was still hoping for a lucky break and thought I could just delay it for a day. But it seems that I really need to step up my training now. If one day you can't protect me, I'll be done for. Lu Xiaoyu said seriously, touching his chin. Come here. Lin Ji took Lu Xiaoyu's hand, and the two entered the space farm. Space farms have gradually begun to become more abundant. I don't know what time is like in this space farm. I always feel that time passes exceptionally fast here. Lu Xiaoyu then asked with some concern. Do you think that after we enter the space farm, will our time also speed up? No, our time doesn't seem to be affected here. Lu Xiaoyu heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this. That's good. I was afraid that I would get old here because time passed too quickly. Lin Ji couldn't help laughing after hearing this, and then took her to an open space on the farm. I'll teach you some self-defense techniques. Practice them every day, and you'll be able to use them one day. When Lu Xiaoyu heard this, she sat aside and watched carefully. Lin Ji's every move was as smooth as flowing water, like a dragon emerging from the earth. Lu Xiaoyu was dazzled watching from the side. After Lin Ji finished a set of moves, he won by lying down. It took her a long time to react. Do you understand? Lin Ji turned around and asked him. Lu Xiaoyu fiddled with it for a while, then shook her head repeatedly. You're too good. How can I learn that? You have to learn even if you can't. Lin Ji said seriously. I will teach you one move at a time now. Lu Xiaoyu certainly understood the usefulness of this set of self-defense skills, so she followed Lin Ji's every move very seriously. After practicing for an hour, Lu Xiaoyu felt exhausted. No, I need to rest for a while. I have never been so tired before. I feel like all the muscles in my body are broken. Lu Xiaoyu waved her hands repeatedly. Let me rest for a while. Okay. Lin Ji smiled and sat next to him, massaging his muscles. No matter what, She must find a way to enable Lu Xiaoyu to protect herself, so that if Lu Xiaoyu meets the person who hurt her again in the future, Lu Xiaoyu can at least save her life. As she thought about this, her eyes deepened, and even the strength of the massage with her hands increased a little. Ouch, ouch, be gentler. It hurts so much. Lu Xiaoyu couldn't help but scream in pain. How can your muscles and bones relax without feeling a little pain? If you keep them so tense, you will strain your muscles in less than 2 days. Lin Ji said. Lu Xiaoyu said aggrievedly. I know, but it really hurts. When I was working out before, the stretching by my coach wasn't this painful. How can fitness and martial arts be the same? Lin Ji massaged her for a while. After the massage, Lin Ji said, practice the moves I just taught you again. I want to see how well you have learned it. Lu Xiaoyu practiced again the moves that Lin Ji had just taught her. Not bad, you learn quickly. You should practice like this for 2 hours every day. When you have memorized all the movements, I will teach you the next moves. Lu Xiaoyu couldn't help rubbing her shoulders and muttering. I never thought you were so strict before. Since the end of the world, you've become a different person. You look a lot like the dean when we were in high school. Thank you for the compliment. Lin Ji said with a smile. The two men talked as they checked the crops in the fields. The crops are growing well and will probably be mature soon. I didn't expect that we could eat pure, natural, pollution-free, organic green food in the apocalypse. Lu Xiaoyu said excitedly. We couldn't necessarily buy real, organic green food before. Lin Ji smiled and said, from what you said, it can be considered a blessing in disguise. Lu Xiaoyu ran to the poultry house again. Half a minute later, Lu Xiaoyu made a sharp explosion. Lin Ji, come here quickly. Something big has happened. Chapter 49, Live Poultry. Lin Ji immediately ran nervously towards the chicken coop where Lu Xiaoyu was. Lin Ji, look! Lu Xiaoyu pointed at the chicken coop beside her and shouted excitedly. Lin Ji looked in the direction Lu Xiaoyu pointed and saw that the eggshells in the chicken coop had been broken. A few chicks were standing there, twisting their furry little heads and looking around. Chicks actually hatched. Lin Ji was extremely excited and immediately stepped forward to carefully observe these furry chicks. I thought they wouldn't be able to hatch, but I didn't expect that these chicks would actually hatch. Lu Xiaoyu was particularly happy. Lin Ji counted and found that 70 chicks hatched from 100 eggs. The hatching rate is still very high. I guess the rest can't be hatched. Lu Xiaoyu said with some regret. Lin Ji held the eggs and looked at them under the light, then nodded. That's right, these eggs can no longer be hatched. They have become live eggs. Lin Ji collected these live beads and placed them in the space of his own ring. Although these eggs cannot hatch chicks, they still have high nutritional value after becoming live eggs and can supplement rich fat and protein at critical moments. I don't know when these duck eggs and goose eggs will hatch. Lu Xiaoyu said expectantly as she looked at the duck eggs and goose eggs that were still hatching. Yu told us that the incubation time for duck and goose eggs will be a little longer. I estimate that they will be almost ready when we come back tomorrow. The two people left the space farm. To celebrate the good growth of the farm, the two had a sumptuous hot pot in the evening. Lu Xiaoyu looked at the table full of fat beef and mutton rolls and said with some regret, it's a pity that these cattle and sheep are dead. It would be great if we could raise them alive. Then we wouldn't have to worry about beef, mutton, and pork in the future. You are so slow to think. You have crops, and you want to eat live chickens. You have live chickens and ducks, and you want to eat fresh cattle, sheep and pigs. Lu Xiaoyu stuck out her tongue and said, things that were easily available before have become so precious now. If I had known this would happen, I should have eaten more. Treasure every moment you have. After the two finished their dinner, Lu Xiaoyu was playing a puzzle while Lin Ji was reading a foreign book. At this moment, the doorbell suddenly rang. Lin Ji saw Zhao Ziming outside the door through the video phone. She opened the door, looked at Zhao Ziming and said, why are you here? Zhao Ziming touched his head and said a little embarrassedly, I originally wanted to flash into your room directly, but after thinking about it, I felt that it would be disrespectful to you, so I decided to ring your doorbell. Lin Ji smiled and then asked, what's the matter? Mr. Xiao asked me to go out with him. Lin Ji smiled and said, you can decide on such trivial matters yourself. You don't need to report to me. Zhao Ziming scratched his head. Okay then. He turned around and was about to leave. Lin Ji asked casually, what mission are you going to carry out this time? Zhao Ziming shrugged and said, it's not a big deal. It seems that Mr. Zhao's sister is about to give birth. He took me there because I have the ability to teleport. If there is anything missing at home, I can get it here and send it directly over. Lin Ji's originally nonchalant expression suddenly turned serious. What did you say? Mr. Zhao's sister is going to give birth. Yes. Zhao Ziming nodded. Wait for me. After saying this, Lin Ji turned and went into the house and quickly changed his clothes. Seeing Lin Ji change her clothes, Lu Xiaoyu asked curiously, Why did you suddenly change your clothes? Are you going out? Well, I'm going out. Lu Xiaoyu was already used to Lin Ji going out on missions, so she said, Be careful. Lin Ji nodded. Remember to practice more. I will teach you the self-defense skills. Don't worry, go ahead. Lin Ji took 2 steps, but still hadn't gone out, still feeling a little uneasy. She took out a bracelet from the space ring and put it on Lu Xiaoyu's wrist. Lu Xiaoyu raised her arm and looked at the simple bracelet on her wrist and asked curiously, What is this? If you're in danger and need my help, just smash this bracelet so that I can get your news quickly. Lin Ji explained. Lu Xiaoyu found it particularly novel. Why haven't I heard you mention this kind of good thing before? Because there was no need to use it before. Lin Ji looked at Lu Xiaoyu and felt a little uneasy. Just in case, remember to carry it with you. After Lin Ji finished explaining, he and Zhao Ziming went to the top floor. On the top floor, Xiao Yuanlin was ready to go. All the bridges have been destroyed, and they now have to rely on helicopters to travel. Mr. Xiao, why are you here? Xiao Yuanlin couldn't help but frown when he saw Lin Ji. I heard that Xiao Xue is going to give birth, so I want to go with you to see her. He looked at Zhao Ziming. Did you inform her? Seeing that Zhao Ziming didn't know how to answer, Lin Ji rushed in front of him and helped him out. It has nothing to do with him. I just happened to see Zhao Ziming and asked him to tell me. Xiao Yuanlin didn't say anything. He waved at the 2 of them and said, Come up. The 3 of them took a helicopter. Lin Ji looked at the empty pilot seat of the helicopter and asked curiously, Where is the pilot? Xiao Yuanlin came to the pilot seat and sat down. He put on a helmet and sunglasses and then said to the 2 of them, Fasten your seat belts, both of you. Lin Ji was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Xiao Yuanlin would fly the plane there himself. He curled his lips and exchanged glances with Zhao Ziming. Then the 2 fastened their seat belts and sat behind Xiao Yuanlin. The helicopter started up and the propeller made a loud noise, stirring up dust in the air. As the helicopter took off, Lin Ji looked at the ant fortress under the helicopter. At the end of the world, everything is covered with dust. Compared to the original ant fortress, only a few months have passed, and outside the ant fortress, it has become gray. There is no longer the transparent sunlight at the beginning, and everything is shrouded in a layer of haze. I don't know when this crappy environment will end. Zhao Ziming complained. It will always be like this, or even worse. The supplies are all contaminated, and I don't know how to get new ones in the future. Zhao Ziming muttered. Have you run out of supplies? Lin Ji asked him curiously. Not yet. Zhao Ziming shrugged, but it's almost there. I didn't bring much stuff with me to begin with. If this continues, I'm afraid I'll starve to death. You won't starve to death. Xiao Yuanlin, who was flying the plane, said lightly. Zhao Ziming was very servile. Of course, I'll have meat to eat if I follow you. Xiao Yuanlin curled his lips. Zhao Ziming, do you want to eat more meat? Chapter 50 Xiao Family Fortress. Of course I do. Who would complain about having too many supplies? Zhao Ziming blurted out. Mr. Xiao, could it be possible? Zhao Ziming looked at Xiao Yuanlin with shining eyes. He rubbed his hands with an expectant look on his face. You will have a chance soon. Xiao Yuanlin didn't say much. The helicopter flew for about an hour. Finally, it landed on a collapsed hilltop. Lin Ji recognized this hill. It was once the most famous wealthy area. The environment here is beautiful, the scenery is pleasant, and the security factor is extremely high. Apart from extremely wealthy people, the people who can live here are mostly powerful and wealthy. Lin Ji had been here several times before, but all of them were for social events. Compared to Lin Ji, Zhao Ziming seemed a little excited. Oh my God, isn't this the old Phoenix Mountain? You have a good eye. You can recognize Phoenix Mountain even though it's in such a dilapidated state. Lin Ji couldn't help but joked. No, I've always wanted to come in here for a walk, but the security here is weird and I can't use my abilities, said Zhao Ziming. Lin Ji was very surprised when he heard this. Is there such a thing? Your special ability can actually be blocked. It's true. I was even more surprised than you when I found out that my superpowers couldn't be used here. Zhao Ziming said carelessly, I almost thought that my superpowers had failed. Lin Ji cast a puzzled look at Xiao Yuanlin and asked, Has there been any extraordinary people or events in Phoenix Mountain in the past? I don't know. Xiao Yuanlin said lightly. Lin Ji and Zhao Ziming looked at each other, knowing that asking Xiao Yuanlin would yield no results. The two followed Xiao Yuanlin to a dilapidated, luxurious villa. The villa covers a large area and its exterior is magnificent. But because it had experienced an earthquake, the originally magnificent building appeared particularly dilapidated, with broken walls and ruins everywhere. What a pity for this house, Zhao Ziming couldn't help but say. Xiao Yuanlin led them across the villa square and came to the backyard. There is a hill in the backyard. The hill is covered with green trees, and the lush green trees wrap the hilltop tightly. Linji looked at the hill with some doubts. Despite the threat of the magnitude 12 earthquake, the mountain was not damaged and the trees on the mountain were intact, which was out of place with the surrounding collapse and damage. It's really weird. Boss, look at this mountain. Isn't it strange? Zhao Ziming also noticed something strange. Linji nodded, thinking about the previous conversation between Xiao Shui and Xiao Yuanlin. Linji understood that the hill in front of him must be the Xiao family. As expected, Xiao Yuanlin walked to a stone door and pressed his fingerprint. The stone door opened, revealing an anti-theft door made of carbon fiber. Wow, this is actually a refuge fortress, Zhao Ziming said in surprise. The door opened, and a middle-aged man in his 50s stood at the door looking at them. Master, you must have had a hard time on the road. Xiao Yuanlin nodded. Uncle Zhang, how is Xiao Xue? Uncle Zhang smiled kindly and said she's fine. Dr. Ma is by her side 24 hours a day. When Xiao Yuanlin heard the name, he said with a slightly cold expression, it's rare that he has such a thoughtful heart. Uncle Zhang understood what Xiao Yuanlin meant and said, Dr. Ma is the father of the baby in Miss Xiao Xue's belly. It's only natural for him to worry about Miss Xiao Xue. Xiao Yuanlin snorted coldly and walked towards the gate. Lin Ji and Zhao Ziming followed closely behind Xiao Yuanlin, but Uncle Zhang stopped them. Sorry, this is a private restricted area and outsiders are not allowed to enter. Uncle Zhang said, We are? Before Zhao Ziming finished speaking, Xiao Yuanlin turned around and looked at Uncle Zhang and said coldly, They are my people. Master. Uncle Zhang looked at him with an embarrassed look on his face. The master has ordered that no one from outside be allowed in. Don't you listen to me? Xiao Yuanlin's eyes became very sharp. Although Zhang Shurao has extensive experience in the Xiao family, he couldn't help but feel a little intimidated when facing Xiao Yuanlin. Let them both in. I will be responsible for anything that happens. Xiao Yuanlin's attitude was unquestionable. Uncle Zhang had no choice but to move aside to allow the two to enter. Lin Ji and Zhao Ziming followed Xiao Yuanlin into the fortress. This fortress is very small, far less large than the Ant Fortress in terms of area. However, its walls are strong and its hardware is far superior to that of the Ant Fortress. Oh my god! The structures inside are all made of carbon fiber. How much did it cost? Zhao Ziming's eyes widened as he looked at the internal structure of the fortress. Although Lin Ji remained calm on the surface, he was amazed in his heart. It seems that the Ant Fortress is not a shelter project that Xiao Yuanlin wanted to build on a whim. The Xiao family fortress had been built long before the construction of the Ant Fortress project. The internal structure of the Xiao family fortress is so astonishing that Lin Ji is sure that even if all the nuclear weapons in the world exploded, let alone a magnitude 12 earthquake, the Xiao family fortress would remain intact. Compared to Lin Ji's calm expression, Zhao Ziming had his eyes wide open in amazement since entering the fortress. He looked like Granny Lu entering the Grandview Garden, finding everything new. Boss, how much do you think it will cost to build this Xiao family fortress? Zhao Ziming couldn't help himself. Lin Ji said calmly, Money is a small matter. The important thing is that many of the materials here are not available to ordinary people. That's right, Zhao Ziming said. When he looked at Xiao Yuanlin's back, his face showed admiration. He said in amazement, I always thought Mr. Xiao was just an ordinary businessman. Now it seems that he may be much more powerful than I thought. You are such a silly boy. Lin Ji laughed. If Mr. Xiao was really just an ordinary businessman, how could he have undertaken such a large project as Ant Fortress? The process of setting up and approving a shelter like this is something that most people cannot imagine. Zhao Ziming nodded repeatedly. I underestimated him. Since Mr. Xiao is so powerful, he should have his own army. Lin Ji was stunned, and she subconsciously turned around to look at Zhao Ziming. Zhao Ziming saw Lin Ji suddenly staring at him and asked in confusion, What's wrong, boss? Why are you staring at me like that? Did I say something wrong? Lin Ji shook his head. No. Zhao Ziming's words gave her a reminder. If Xiao Yuanlin really has such great ability, then when the order is chaotic in the end times, why doesn't he form a team that only obeys his orders? Or, Xiao Yuanlin had already? Lin Ji thought about what happened in his previous life, and suddenly felt that this possibility was very high. She was allowed to join the Ant Fortress as an exception because of her outstanding abilities. All signs indicate that Xiao Yuanlin is ambitious. Lin Ji looked at Xiao Yuanlin walking in front of him, and suddenly he was filled with mixed feelings. If she were to follow him, it would mean that he and she were on the same front. Does she really want to get involved in future conflicts? Chapter 51, Xiao Family. What's on your mind? Xiao Yuanlin's words brought Lin Ji back to his senses. Seeing Xiao Yuanlin staring at him, Lin Ji realized that he had been thinking too deeply and didn't notice that Xiao Yuanlin had stopped. She was about to explain, but when she thought about the same situation last time, her answer, this Xiao Yuanlin wouldn't think that he is interested in him. Help! Don't do this! Her lifelong reputation must not be associated with being a flower maniac. Lin Ji coughed a few times in an attempt to ease the embarrassment. But Xiao Yuanlin was the first to speak. You forget it, come with me. Seeing that Xiao Yuanlin gave up pursuing him, Lin Ji breathed a sigh of relief. Zhao Ziming stood aside with a look of excitement. Boss, what is your relationship with Mr. Xiao? Why does he look at you like this? How can I put it? Ambiguous. Yes, it is ambiguous. Lin Ji's face was dark, and he knocked Zhao Ziming's head hard. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. It hurts, it hurts. Zhao Ziming hurriedly protected his head and said, I know. I won't say that again. That's more like it. Hurry up and catch up. Okay. After the three people walked away, a man walked out from behind a painting at the end of the corridor. He was wearing a white shirt and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and looked very bookish. Butler Zhang, he said. Uncle Zhang heard the voice, came to the man respectfully, and said, Yes. Is this the person Xiao Yuanlin brought back this time? That's right. The man laughed contemptuously. Xiao Yuanlin is really becoming more and more useless. I thought he would bring someone back, but it turned out to be a child and a young girl. It seems that this girl has a special relationship with the young master. Uncle Zhang said, Oh. The man was a little surprised. How did you know? I watched the young master grow up. You can tell his attitude towards a person from his eyes. The way the young master looks at this young lady is very different. Uncle Zhang said. The man smiled deeply. If that's the case, it's interesting. The interior of the Xiao family fortress is full of twists and turns. Lin Ji and Zhao Ziming followed Xiao Yuanlin for a long time before they reached the real inner gate. Zhao Ziming has been shocked all the way until now. Boss, the safety factor of this fortress is too high. Zhao Ziming exclaimed in a low voice. That's right. Lin Ji nodded and then instructed Zhao Ziming. From now on, you should listen more, watch more, and talk less. Understood. As soon as Zhao Ziming finished speaking, the door opened. Inside the door is a luxuriously furnished living room. Xiao Shui was eating fruit in the living room. When she saw Xiao Yuanlin coming, she excitedly stood up, supporting her waist. Brother, you're here. Xiao Shui walked over quickly with a big belly. Slow down. Xiao Yuanlin hurriedly stepped forward to support her and said in a somewhat reproachful manner, You are about to give birth, and you are still so careless. Aren't you afraid of accidents? Xiao Shui stuck out her tongue and said confidently, What am I afraid of? My whole family is protecting me, and Xiao Ma is here in person. I will be fine. After Xiao Yuanlin glanced around the hall, he said in a somewhat reproachful tone, Where is the person? Why is he nowhere to be seen now? Who are you talking about? Of course it's your Dr. Ma. Xiao Yuanlin said in a bad tone. Oh, you're talking about him. He has something to do, and will come over later. Xiao Shui straightened her expression and said, Brother, you must not have a conflict with him again this time. You are all doing this for my own good, but you two don't like each other. It's so difficult for me to be caught between you two. Seeing Xiao Shui like this, Xiao Yuanlin couldn't help but feel distressed, so he took the initiative to give in and said, As long as he doesn't hurt you, I won't embarrass him. Xiao Shui smiled as soon as she heard this. I knew my brother is the best. You just know how to please me. Xiao Yuanlin looked at Xiao Shui, his brows softened. Where are my parents? Xiao Shui was about to speak when she saw a middle-aged couple walking over. It's Mr. and Mrs. Xiao. Speaking of the devil, he appears. Xiao Shui walked over, took Mrs. Zhao's arm, and leaned on her mother's shoulder with a happy face. Brother just came back, and we were just talking about you. Alin, why are you back? Mrs. Xiao looked at Xiao Yuanlin and said kindly, I told you that you don't have to worry about the things at home. You don't have to come back specially. That's right. Xiao Xue just gave birth to a child. It's not a big deal. Why did you have to make this trip? It's not easy to go out now, and it's also very dangerous. Mr. Xiao looked at Xiao Yuanlin with some worry in his eyes. I heard that things didn't go well for you at Sifong Fortress last time. How are you doing now? I heard. Xiao Yuanlin couldn't help but frown and asked subconsciously, Dad, who told you that? You are still so aggressive, kid. Who else can you listen to? Of course, Xiao Ma, Mrs. Xiao said with a smile. He is the one who usually does things that need to be done outside our home. Naturally, he is more informed than us. Xiao Yuanlin nodded and said nothing more, but Lin Ji, who was standing by, saw the doubt on Xiao Yuanlin's face. Alan, you brought 2 guests back this time. Madame Zhao's eyes fell on Lin Ji and Zhao Ziming. She complained with a smile. Blame me, blame me. I was so busy talking to you that I didn't notice the people you brought with you. This is Lin Ji, and this is Zhao Ziming. Xiao Yuanlin's introduction was very concise and to the point, without a single word of nonsense. Xiao Xue's eyes fell on Lin Ji. She looked Lin Ji up and down, then whispered a few words into Mrs. Zhao's ear. Really? Mrs. Xiao looked at Xiao Xue in surprise. Xiao Xue nodded heavily and said, It's absolutely true. When Madame Xiao looked at Lin Ji again, the love in her eyes almost overflowed. She walked over, took Lin Ji's hand, and said in a friendly manner, So you are the other female leader of Ant Fortress. You are so young. Ms. Lin is so amazing. She has a very sharp eye. No one had invested in this project before, but it was Miss Lin who invested all her fortune in my brother. Xiao Xue explained. After hearing what Xiao Xue said, the young lady liked Lin Ji even more. She held Lin Ji's hand tightly and said, Such a young, capable, and excellent girl is really rare. By the way, did our Lin bully you in the Ant Fortress on weekdays? Lin Ji smiled slightly and replied calmly. Boss Xiao is a very kind leader and treats us very well. Chapter 52, Personal Doctor. Leader? Xiao Xue looked at Lin Ji and asked with a smile, Is my brother just a leader? Mrs. Xiao also smiled meaningfully. Can you stop being so boring? Xiao Yuanlin frowned slightly. He subconsciously looked at Lin Ji beside him and explained, Xiao Xue has always been very naughty and speaks without thinking. Please don't be offended. Who said I speak without thinking? Xiao Xue retorted. You are obviously Ms. Xiao Xue. You don't have to make fun of Mr. Xiao like this. Lin Ji quickly came to the rescue. Mr. Xiao and I are not only partners, but also comrades in arms who fight side by side. Seeing Lin Ji say this, Xiao Xue could only curl his lips. He subconsciously glared at Xiao Yuanlin and muttered, You are destined to be a lonely man. That's better than you being blind. Xiao Yuanlin said lightly. You. Okay. You two should stop quarreling. Mrs. Xiao smiled helplessly. You two have been quarreling together since you were little. You look like decent people in front of outsiders, but behind closed doors you are just like 2 children who have never grown up. That's Xiao Xue, not me. I'm not as noisy as her. Xiao Yuanlin glanced at Xiao Xue. Xiao Xue was not convinced and wanted to say something, but suddenly her eyes lit up, and she looked at Lin Ji's back and said excitedly, Junwei, why are you here just now? My brother has been here for a long time. Lin Ji turned around and saw a man and a woman walking in from the door. The man looked clean and scholarly. He wore a pair of glasses and a clean white coat with a light gray striped shirt underneath. He looked very gentle. Lin Ji thought maybe this is the Dr. Ma they are talking about. Xiao Xue walked over and naturally took the man's arm, looked at Lin Ji and introduced him. Ms. Lin, this is my husband. His name is Ma Junwei, and he is a doctor. Before the end of the world, he worked in a medical center in the United States. He is very capable. Ma Junwei lowered his head and smiled, a little embarrassed, saying, You also said that this is the end of the world, so don't mention these things before and after, lest people think I want to show off wherever I go. Xiao Xue said seriously, I am telling the truth. You're already very good. Should excellent people hide their talents? Xiao Xue is right. The woman next to Ma Junwei said with some dissatisfaction, Cousin, you are so outstanding. Why do you keep a low profile all day long? If you don't know, you would think that any Tom, Dick, or Harry can be compared with you. As the woman spoke, her eyes deliberately glanced at Lin Ji. It can be seen that she expressed great disgust and resistance to Lin Ji's identity as a doctor. Isn't the management of Zaijiabao very strict? How come people can come in and out so easily? The woman said dissatisfiedly. Xiu, don't talk like that. Ma Junwei pointed at the woman. Xiao Xue was a little embarrassed. He smiled at Lin Ji and said, "This is my husband's cousin. Her name is Su Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, I'm Xiao Yuanlin's business partner and one of the current leaders of Ant Fortress. My surname is Lin, and you can call me Miss Lin or Xiao Lin." Lin Ji looked at Su Xiaoyu neither humbly nor arrogantly. Su Xiaoyu was slightly stunned when he heard this. He looked at Lin Ji and said in disbelief, "Brother, Lin's partner is actually a woman. What's wrong with women?" Zhao Ziming was very unhappy when he heard this. "My boss is decisive and straightforward in doing things. He is no worse than that brother Lin you mentioned." "TSK, you dare to compete with brother Lin?" Su Xiaoyu rolled her eyes at Zhao Ziming. "How dare you, a yellow-haired boy, yell in front of me? Do you think this is your home?" Zhao Ziming wanted to refute Lin Ji, but he pulled her back and said, "Ms. Xiaoxue, would you mind sitting down so I can take a look at your physical condition?" "What are you looking at?" Su Xiaoyu immediately stood in front of Xiaoxue when he heard it. He looked at Lin Ji unhappily and said, "Xiaoxue's health has always been taken care of by my brother. My brother is a doctor of medicine. His level of medical skills is much higher than some medical students who are not very good at medicine. Don't give me instructions here. Xiaoyu, stop making trouble." Ma Junwei pulled Su Xiaoyu and said seriously, "This is someone brought by Lin. You can't disrespect him. Brother Alan has been outside for too long and has been dazzled by some flashy people. How dare they bring such people into Zaijiabao?" Su Xiaoyu was very unhappy. Apologized to Lin Ji. Xiao Yuanlin came to Lin Ji's side. He looked at Su Xiaoyu coldly, with a hint of anger between his brows. "What you said is too much. Brother Lin, why are you helping an outsider?" Su Xiaoyu was furious when she saw Xiao Yuanlin protecting Lin Ji. She looked at Xiao Yuanlin in disbelief and said angrily, "Did a slut seduce you? Xiaoyu, stop talking nonsense." Ma Junwei's face changed immediately after hearing this. He pulled Xiaoyu behind him and whispered to her, "You are not only hurting Miss Lin by talking like this, but also Lin." Su Xiaoyu looked at Lin Ji jealously, very unwillingly. "Do you really want these two outsiders to be here? You keep talking about outsiders. Aren't you an outsider too?" Zhao Ziming couldn't stand it anymore. "You." Seeing that Su Xiaoyu was about to lose her temper, Ma Junwei shook his head at her with a sullen face. Even though Su Xiaoyu was furious, she had to endure it. Lin Ji didn't say anything. She looked at Xiao Xue and asked, "Is it convenient for Miss Xiao Xue?" Xiao Xue nodded, walked out from behind Su Xiaoyu, pulled Lin Ji, and said affectionately, "Miss Lin, I'm so sorry. Don't take it to heart. Xiaoyu is a straightforward person. She says whatever she thinks. She is very straightforward. She didn't mean anything else." Lin Ji smiled faintly. "I came here to visit you. As for what other people say or do, I don't care. It has nothing to do with me." Mr. and Mrs. Xiao waited until the farce was over before they stood up and said politely, "Xiao Xue, take Miss Lin to the guest room." Xiao Xue took Lin Ji to a guest room. Lin Ji walked into the guest room and looked around, and couldn't help but frown slightly. Zhao Ziming was like an old-fashioned man who had never seen the world. He wanted to touch and look at everything he saw. "Boss, look, this painting is so interesting." Zhao Ziming turned around and looked at Lin Ji, pointing at a painting on the wall, and spoke loudly. Lin Ji looked in the direction that Zhao Ziming pointed to. It was an ordinary oil painting of a medieval noblewoman. "Ms. Xiao Xue." Lin Ji turned around and looked at Xiao Xue. "Where did this painting come from?" Chapter 53, Sense of Danger. "This painting was given to me by Junwei." Xiao Xue said, "Miss Lin, is there any problem with this painting?" Lin Ji shook his head and said, "Nothing." After she finished speaking, she gave Zhao Ziming a look and finally took another look at the painting. "This painting is really well-intentioned. Yes, this painting is the last masterpiece of the famous artist Raphael. Junwei spent a lot of effort to help me find this painting." Xiao Xue looked at the painting on the wall with a happy face. Lin Ji looked at Xiao Xue's smile, frowned at first, then smiled slightly and said, "Miss Xiao Xue, come with me." They sat on the sofa. Zhao Ziming stood behind them. Lin Ji gently held Xiao Xue's wrist and looked at her face carefully. "Ms. Lin, am I okay?" Xiao Xue looked at her with a smile. "Fine. I knew it. It's because my brother is too worried about me. What could possibly happen to me? He is always worried about me." Xiao Xue said, complaining with a look of reproach on her face. "Ms. Lin, please don't take it too seriously. My brother always likes to make a fuss out of nothing. You are his only sister and the family member he values most. It's natural for him to care about you," said Lin Ji. "I know he cares about me, But running around randomly in the current situation is not a good thing after all. What's more, I have Junwei by my side. Junwei is a doctor and can protect me. Xiao Shuei sighed. It's just that my brother doesn't like Junwei very much. Is there any conflict between Mr. Xiao and Dr. Ma? Linji asked. What kind of conflict can there be? Xiao Shuei said with a smile. It's just that my brother-in-law doesn't like my brother-in-law. What else can it be? Xiao Shuei said this, and then lowered his head to observe Lin Ji's face. He asked tentatively, Miss Lin, what do you think of my brother? Be considerate of your subordinates and assign the right people to the right positions. Stop, stop! Xiao Shuei waved her hands repeatedly. That's not what I'm asking. So, what did you ask? Zhao Ziming couldn't bear to watch it anymore and said speechlessly, Boss, you still don't understand? Miss Xiao has already explained it so clearly. Xiao Shui nodded and looked at Zhao Ziming expectantly. What Miss Xiao means is, has President Xiao usually deducted your salary or distributed supplies to you? If not, she will definitely take care of it for you. Zhao Ziming looked at Lin Ji with a look of disappointment. Lin Ji suddenly realized. So this is what Miss Xiao Xue meant. Don't worry, Miss Xiao Xue. Mr. Xiao treats us very well and doesn't treat us harshly. That's right, Zhao Ziming said. When there was danger, Mr. Xiao asked me to be the first to retreat. What a good boss. Xiao Shuei nodded with an awkward smile. Thank you, Xiao Zhao. You said it very well. Zhao Ziming didn't take it seriously and waved his hand. You're welcome, Miss Xiao. Lin Ji's inner thoughts. It's really hard to bow your head and hold back your laughter. Ms. Lin, am I okay? Xiao Shuei got back to the point. I'm afraid if I stay too long, Junwei will get worried. Lin Ji said, Miss Xiao Shuei and Mr. have a really good relationship. Xiao Shuei blushed slightly. He cares about me a lot, so I don't want him to worry too much. Yes, understand. After Xiao Shuei left, the smile on Lin Ji's face faded. She turned around and told Zhao Ziming, Go ask Mr. Xiao now if the Xiao family has a blood bank. Zhao Ziming nodded and left. Lin Ji sat in the guest room, looking at the painting, and fell into deep thought. Ms. Lin. There was a knock at the door. Lin Ji looked in the direction of the voice and saw that it was the butler named Uncle Zhang. Butler Zhang. She stood up. Uncle Zhang said, Everyone is drinking tea in the living room. The implication was to let her go to the living room and not let her stay here alone. Okay, I understand. Lin Ji smiled slightly, got up, and went back to the living room. Following Uncle Zhang, Lin Ji always felt that everything was so weird. It was difficult for her to describe this strange feeling, as if it was an instinctive alertness to dangerous environments. In the past, Lin Ji would automatically enter this state only when she encountered imminent danger. This was her body's instinctive fighting state. From the moment she entered the Xiao family fortress, her body had been extremely tense, and this tension had just reached its peak. Ms. Lin, Xiao Shuei waved at her. Junwei doesn't believe what I said. You should explain it to him. Lin Ji was confused and asked, What do you want to explain? Of course I explained that I was in good condition. Xiao Shuei said, Junwei said that you must have noticed something wrong with me, which is why you took so long to check. Lin Ji looked at Ma Junwei. He was smiling, but the smile was only on the surface and did not reach his eyes. Ms. Lin, please explain quickly. Xiao Shuei said to Lin Ji in a coquettish and cute manner. Miss Xiao Shuei is in good health and is fine. Lin Ji said. After hearing this, Ma Junwei's smile warmed up a little. He nodded and looked at her with a half-smile, saying, I have rich clinical experience, and I know Xiao Shuei best. I know whether she has any problems or not. Lin Ji smiled faintly. Yes, Mr. Xiao just wants to seek peace of mind. This is his only sister. One more person is an extra layer of insurance. One more piece of trash pointing fingers will only cause more trouble. Su Xiaoyu rolled her eyes as she drank tea on the side. I really don't understand why Brother A Lin would bring a piece of trash like you home. Who are you calling a waste? Zhao Ziming walked over unhappily. Also coming with Zhao Ziming was Xiao Yuanlin. Su Xiaoyu, you talk too much. Xiao Yuanlin looked at Su Xiaoyu unceremoniously. Lin Ji is a distinguished guest I personally invited. Even if she can't help, she is still a guest of the Xiao family. I don't allow others to tell her what to do. Su Xiaoyu looked at Xiao Yuanlin in disbelief. She pointed at Lin Ji and said in disbelief, Brother A Lin, how can you speak for this woman? What is her relationship with me? Xiao Yuanlin looked at her coldly. Seeing that he didn't answer, Su Xiaoyu began to imagine the end of the world crazily. She said angrily, So the reason you haven't come back is because you are with this woman? How could you be like this? How could you be so close to another woman? Su Xiaoyu said, turning her head to look at Lin Ji. The vicious look in her eyes made Lin Ji shudder. It was you, a woman, who seduced Brother Ailin, right? Su Xiaoyu shouted with red eyes. It was you who took Brother Ailin away from me. Xiaoyu. Ma Junwei quickly stopped her. Don't mess around. Let me go. Su Xiaoyu was like a madman, about to rush forward and hit Lin Ji. Xiao Yuanlin took a step ahead of her and pulled Lin Ji behind him, then looked at Ma Junwei coldly. Dr. Ma, please take good care of your patients. If anything happens to my people, I will settle accounts with you. Chapter 54, Complexity. Ma Junwei's face looked extremely ugly. The corners of his mouth twitched, but he tried to maintain an ugly smile and said, Yes. Brother, what did Brother Alan say about me just now? Su Xiaoyu suddenly looked at Ma Junwei nervously. It's nothing. Xiaoyu, you heard it wrong. My brother told you to have a good rest. Seeing that the situation was not good, Xiao Shui immediately pulled Su Xiaoyu. Get out of here. Su Xiaoyu suddenly waved her hand and pushed Xiao Shui hard. Xiao Shui. Xiao Yuanlin was so frightened that his face turned pale. Lin Ji's hands reacted faster than her brain. She took 2 or 3 steps past the crowd and supported Xiao Shui. Because Xiao Shui was pregnant, her body was unstable and she fell heavily to the ground, and Lin Ji was pinned to the ground by her. Everyone screamed, Xiao Shui, Xiao Shui, Xiao Shui, how are you? Everyone helped Xiao Shui up, and everyone surrounded her and asked her all kinds of questions. Xiao Shui, does your stomach hurt? Xiao Shui, how are you? Xiao Shui. Outside the crowd, Lin Ji looked at Xiao Shui worriedly. She looked down at her legs and saw a small patch of wetness that looked like amniotic fluid. She was about to remind everyone when she saw Xiao Yuanlin suddenly walking towards her from the crowd. He helped Lin Ji up, worried but also scolding her. Why are you so impulsive? Lin Ji? Xiao Yuanlin scolded nervously. Have you ever thought about the possibility of getting hurt? You are so impulsive. What if something really happens? Lin Ji's heart began to beat fast when he heard his words. She looked at Xiao Yuanlin's slightly nervous tone and felt inexplicably flustered. She felt her breathing was a little unstable, as if she was indeed a little uncomfortable. This discomfort was like a match that was suddenly lit, making her heart itchy. Boss, how are you? Zhao Ziming came over at this time. He looked at Lin Ji nervously, fearing that she might be hurt. Ma Junwei also turned around and looked at Lin Ji, saying, Ms. Lin, are you okay? Lin Ji nodded. I'm fine, go and see Xiao Shui. As long as you're okay. Xiao Yuanlin suddenly stood up and he returned to his previous indifference, saying, Don't get hurt and cause me trouble. Xiao Shui is very important now. If you get hurt again, no one will have time to take care of you. Xiao Yuanlin's words made Lin Ji feel like a bucket of cold water was poured over her head. But Lin Ji also felt that this was also good, and she would not have any psychological burden. She adjusted her mood, raised a faint smile, and looked at him. Don't worry, Mr. Xiao, I won't hold you back. Xiao Yuanlin was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Lin Ji to say such a thing. Xiao Shui's water broke. Lin Ji reminded everyone in time. What? Mrs. Xiao was excited and nervous. She looked at Ma Junwei carefully. Dr. Ma, please. Don't worry. Leave it to me. After Ma Junwei said this, he ordered Uncle Zhang to push a wheelchair over and then carry Xiao Shui onto the wheelchair. He stood up and looked at everyone and said, I will push Xiao Shui back to the room first. Everyone should get ready tonight. In one sentence, everyone was in panic. Lin Ji always felt that something was wrong. She looked around and suddenly found that Su Xiaoyu, the culprit, was missing. She had a bad feeling and asked quickly, Where did Su Xiaoyu go? Zhao Ziming shrugged. Who knows where that lunatic has gone? He is simply a mad dog. How could the Xiao family allow such a person to live in their home? Mrs. Xiao lowered her head and remained silent. Lin Ji noticed that Mrs. Xiao was acting strange. She walked over, looked at Mrs. Xiao, and asked in a low voice, Mrs. Xiao, are you okay? Mrs. Xiao was obviously startled when she heard Lin Ji's words, but she quickly put on a gentle smile and said, Thank you, Dr. Lin, I'm fine. I'm just a little worried about Xiao Shui. Mrs. Xiao, why does Su Xiaoyu live here? Lin Ji asked. Mrs. Xiao didn't want to say it. Mom, I've always wanted to know the answer to this question. Xiao Yuanlin walked over and looked at Mrs. Xiao seriously. Mrs. Xiao was helpless. She sighed and said, It was Junwei's request. Him? Xiao Yuanlin frowned slightly. What did he ask for? He said his sister was sick and couldn't take care of herself. She had to stay with him to keep her illness under control. Mrs. Xiao said, Your father and I didn't agree at first, but Xiao Xue insisted, so we had no choice. Mrs. Xiao said, looking at Xiao Yuanlin. You don't go home often, so you don't know a lot of things. But she hasn't been sick in the past few years at home. At most, she said something unpleasant, but she didn't attack anyone. The more Lin Ji listened, the more she felt something was wrong, but she couldn't tell what was wrong. Xiao Xue is about to give birth. I hope you can lock up this lunatic. Xiao Yuanlin said, and stood up to leave. After he walked 2 steps away, he paused, looked back at Lin Ji and Zhao Ziming and said, What are you two still doing standing there? Lin Ji and Zhao Ziming looked at each other, then followed closely behind Xiao Yuanlin. When Lin Ji left, he glanced at the glass mirror on the wall. In the mirror, he saw Mrs. Xiao with a very special expression. In the corridor, some servants and security guards of the Xiao family were walking back and forth patrolling. Lin Ji came to Xiao Yuanlin and was hesitating whether to ask Xiao Yuanlin, but he heard Xiao Yuanlin suddenly say, What do you want to ask? Ah! Lin Ji was stunned. Do you want to ask about Ma Junwei and Su Xiaoyu? Lin Ji was shocked. She really wanted to ask this question, but how did Xiao Yuanlin know this? Could this person have the ability to read minds? How could he know everything she wanted to ask? Ma Junwei used to be Xiao Xue's attending physician. The two met in Country M. Xiao Xue was in love, so she quickly confirmed her relationship with him and got married. Xiao Yuanlin said to himself, Just like you treated your ex. Ahem, that's all in the past. Lin Ji was a little embarrassed. Am I not sober now? Xiao Yuanlin was a little sad. If only Xiao Xue was as sober as you, she is getting deeper and deeper into trouble. You don't like Dr. Ma Junwei? Xiao Yuanlin paused. I don't like it. His answer was very direct, which made Lin Ji feel a little at a loss as to what to say in response. What a coincidence. I don't like it either. Zhao Ziming said on the side. I always feel that Dr. Ma has bad intentions. Lin Ji was very curious and asked, How did you feel it? Man's intuition. Zhao Ziming said very arrogantly. Well, it's no use asking you. Lin Ji was speechless. He's right. Xiao Yuanlin looked at Zhao Ziming. I feel the same way. It's just that I haven't been able to find any evidence against him in the past few years. Lin Ji asked again. What about Su Xiaoyu? Su Xiaoyu. Xiao Yuanlin looked a little strange. He said, I just know that what I'm going to say next may seem absurd to you. Mr. Xiao, you can even accept that I have special abilities. So what else outrageous can't you accept? Zhao Ziming said carelessly. Xiao Yuanlin glanced at Zhao Ziming. I always feel that Su Xiaoyu is not a human being. Chapter 55 Humanoid Puppet. Not a human? Zhao Ziming couldn't believe it. If it's not a human, then what else could it be? A puppet of human nature. Lin Ji said. Xiao Yuanlin was a little surprised. He asked, How did you know? Wait. Zhao Ziming was a little confused. He looked at Lin Ji and asked, Boss, what is a humanoid puppet? Humanoid puppets are a new type of mutant human race. Lin Ji explained. To be honest, humanoid puppets are still human beings, but their brains have been polluted and interfered with by the controllers, so they are no longer normal people. They will obey the controller's orders, and their behavior is also influenced by the controllers. That's why they are called puppets. In fact, they are essentially the same as zombies, but they are a little better than zombies that have no brains at all. Zhao Ziming felt a tingling sensation on his back after hearing this. I mean, Su Xiaoyu looks like she has a mental illness. She speaks and acts strangely, not like a normal person. It turns out she is a living dead. Xiao Yuanlin looked at Lin Ji, a hint of inquiry in his eyes. Zhao Ziming thought of something and murmured, If it's really as you said, then this controller is very powerful, right? Lin Ji frowned slightly. Zhao Ziming explained, Think about it. If this is the case, then the controller can easily trap any fortress without any soldiers. After all, as long as the brain of a person is polluted, the person can be controlled. There is no need to fight for supplies. It can be occupied silently. After hearing Zhao Ziming's explanation, Lin Ji was shocked. If so, Lin Ji couldn't help but look at the Xiao family fortress that seemed to be impregnable. Keep a close eye on Ma Junwei, Xiao Yuanlin said in a deep voice. Do you think Dr. Ma Junwei is the manipulator? Lin Ji finally reacted. We can't rule out this possibility. Xiao Yuanlin said seriously. The Xiao family fortress is not a blessed place. Zhao Ziming was extremely scared. It turned out to be a dangerous place. I was wondering why you secretly brought me here, Mr. Xiao. Xiao Yuanlin glanced at Zhao Ziming. Zhao Ziming immediately covered his mouth and said, Wrong. I won't say anything. Lin Ji pondered for a moment, then instructed Zhao Ziming. Keep an eye on Su Xiaoyu. If she makes any movement, knock her out. Oh my god. If she is really a human, I'm not afraid. If she is not a human, I'm afraid I can't beat her. Zhao Ziming was a little scared. What are you afraid of? You're not even afraid of that monster last time. Lin Ji patted his shoulder and said with a smile, I'm rooting for you. Lin Ji said as he looked at Xiao Yuanlin again. Boss Xiao, you and I will go and protect. I'm enough on my own. Xiao Yuanlin rejected Lin Ji's proposal. Ma Junwei might be very dangerous. It's because of the danger that I can't leave you here alone. Xiao Xue is about to give birth, and one more person means more help. Lin Ji looked at Xiao Yuanlin very seriously. Have you forgotten what happened at the Sifeng Fortress? I protected you. If you let me follow you, I will be your last trump card. Xiao Yuanlin looked at her, and seeing her persistence, he stopped trying to persuade her. Okay, you have to be careful. Let's split up now. Lin Ji looked at Zhao Ziming. Remember, if you can't hold on, run. Xiao Yuanlin turned his head and looked at Zhao Ziming. Can you fly a plane? I didn't know how to do it before, but I learned it after watching you driving on the way here. Zhao Ziming said proudly. I learned things very quickly. Xiao Yuanlin nodded. The three people acted separately. Xiao Yuanlin went to count the number of guards in the fortress. Zhao Ziming went to stare at Su Xiaoyu. Lin Ji went to look after Xiao Xue. In the delivery room, Xiao Xue was lying there. Junwei, I'm a little hungry. Xiao Xue said coquettishly as she looked at Ma Junwei, who was preparing various injections. Ma Junwei turned his head and looked at Xiao Xue, smiled gently and said, Wait a minute, I'll get you something to eat. Okay. Xiao Xue smiled sweetly. As soon as Ma Junwei went out, Lin Ji came in. Xiao Xue. Lin Ji came to Xiao Xue, looked at her worriedly and asked, How are you? I'm fine. Xiao Xue touched her belly. I just hope the baby in my belly is safe. Lin Ji felt a little sad. She held Xiao Xue's hand, looked in her eyes, and said seriously, Xiao Xue, you may not believe every word I say next, but you must do it. If you don't, the consequences will be disastrous. Consequences? Xiao Xue smiled. Ms. Lin, you are not lying to me. Lin Ji shook his head. Xiao Xue looked at Lin Ji's serious expression and knew that she was not joking. Go ahead. Lin Ji whispered something in Xiao Xue's ear. Impossible. Xiao Xue immediately retorted. Absolutely impossible. I don't believe it. Xiao Xue, I've told you that you may not believe it, but you must do it. Lin Ji's eyes were firm. What if I don't? Xiao Xue's voice trembled slightly. Lin Ji smiled suddenly and said, You know what, Xiao Xue, I really envy you. You have parents who treat you like a pearl in their palms, and a brother who loves you like a treasure. Each of them works hard for you. Just treat this time as if it is for them, okay? Xiao Xue was a little shaken. You do as I say. If not, at most you just made a mistake and had a little conflict with Dr. Ma Junwei. Lin Ji advised, but if I'm right, you will have saved the lives of everyone in the Xiao family fortress. Xiao Xue was completely shaken. Xiao Xue, you should know better than me what is important. Xiao Xue bit her lip and closed her eyes as if accepting her fate. Okay, I'll listen to you this time. As the two were talking, the door of the delivery room opened and Ma Junwei came in. Xiao Xue, come here. Ma Junwei pushed open the door of the delivery room and saw Lin Ji was there. The smile on his face froze for a moment, and then he smiled again without leaving any trace. Why is Miss Lin here? I was worried about Xiao Xue, so I came here to check on her. Lin Ji said with a wry smile. Thank you for your concern, Miss Lin, but I am Xiao Xue's personal doctor and husband. No one knows her body better than me. Miss Lin, there is no need to be too nervous. Ma Junwei said it without any mistakes. Dr. Ma, you're joking. Of course I trust you the most. But Xiao Xue is about to give birth, and I'm also a doctor. I can help you a little bit. When the baby is born, I can also take care of the baby myself. Lin Ji did not give in at all. Dr. Ma, you're also a doctor. You should know that it is not enough to have only one obstetrician to give birth. A midwife must be arranged anyway. Ma Junwei was about to refuse. Xiao Xue suddenly interrupted. Junwei, let Miss Lin stay to take care of me. She is the doctor my brother brought. I will feel more at ease with her around, and you will also feel more relaxed. Chapter 56, Xiao Xue's difficult labor. Okay. Ma Junwei didn't say much. Lin Ji looked at the smile on his face, not ignoring the sinister look that flashed across his eyes. Eat something. Ma Junwei brought the plate over. On the plate was a delicious sirloin steak. Xiao Xue looked at the steak and subconsciously wanted to eat it. Just as she picked up the knife and fork, she seemed to remember something and said to Ma Junwei, "Junwei, I want a drink juice." The smile on Ma Junwei's face froze for a moment, and then he said calmly, "Wait for me." As soon as he left, Linji immediately smelled the steak. It's colorless, odorless, and volatile. Linji sneered, "Ma Junwei poisoned you." Xiao Shui's face turned pale, and she smiled in disbelief. "No, it's impossible. How could Junwei hurt me?" Linji knew that Xiao Shui would not believe him no matter how much he said. So he took out a live chicken from the space farm and cut off a piece of steak to feed the chicken. 30 seconds later, the chicken twitched and then dropped dead. Xiao Shui stared at the dead chicken on the ground in shock. The color on her face quickly faded. Her hands were shaking and she murmured, "No, impossible. How could Junwei?" "Xiao Shui, this is the fact. There is less than a minute left before Ma Junwei arrives. I allow you to be sad for a minute. After a minute, please accept the reality and cooperate with me." Linji looked at her calmly. "You're a member of the Xiao family, so show some of the Xiao family style." Xiao Shui stared at Linji blankly. Her eyes were red, and she tried hard to hold back her tears. "Very good." Linji held her hand. "From now on, you will follow my instructions." Xiao Shui nodded slightly, biting her lips and not daring to speak. Linji knew that as long as she opened her mouth, she would burst into tears. "Pa!" The door of the delivery room opened, and Ma Junwei walked in with a glass of orange juice. He walked over to Xiao Shui with his usual smile and handed the orange juice to her mouth. "I just asked the kitchen to make it freshly squeezed, with an apple added. It's your favorite flavor." Xiao Shui didn't say anything. She looked at him with trembling eyes. Seeing Xiao Shui like this, Ma Junwei immediately became alert. He pretended to ask, "Xiao Shui, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell?" But Xiao Shui's tears suddenly flowed down. Linji secretly thought that something was wrong. "My stomach feels uncomfortable, and I feel very uncomfortable," Xiao Shui said in a weak voice. Linji secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Ma Junwei was slightly stunned, then put the juice down and nervously touched Xiao Shui's belly. He frowned and murmured, "Contractions started so soon? Xiao Shui, get out of bed first. I'll help you walk. Walking will make you feel much more comfortable and will also help you give birth to the baby." Linji took this opportunity to help Xiao Shui up from the bed. "Xiao Shui, do you want to eat something to replenish your energy?" There was a barely perceptible hint of panic in Ma Junwei's voice. "Dr. Ma, Xiao Shui has no appetite now. Eating will cause esophageal reflux. If the delivery process is not smooth and the birth is changed from vaginal to cesarean section, fasting at this time will be better for her." Ma Junwei looked at Linji with a gloomy face, then smiled formally and said, "Dr. Lin is really thoughtful. I am also a woman, so I can naturally understand Xiao Shui," Linji said, holding Xiao Shui's hand to give her a sense of reassurance. Xiao Shui looked at Linji with red eyes, her eyes full of gratitude. Linji supported Xiao Shui and walked slowly in the delivery room. She kept staring at Ma Junwei from time to time to prevent him from interfering. The exercise accelerated Xiao Shui's contractions. Xiao Shui soon began to tremble in pain and sweat profusely. "Linji, it hurts so much." Xiao Shui held Linji's hand tightly, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. "Xiao Shui, come on, I'm with you." Linji helped Xiao Shui onto the bed, then found a pair of sterilized rubber gloves and performed an internal examination on Xiao Shui. "It's already 8 fingers dilated. The baby will be out soon. Just hold on." Linji comforted Xiao Shui softly. "Xiao Shui, the baby is working hard with you. Just bear with it a little longer. And when the contractions start to hurt and you want to push hard, be sure to tell me." Xiao Shui was in so much pain that she couldn't speak and could only nod her head repeatedly. Linji looked back at Ma Junwei and said, "Dr. Ma, please show me Xiao Shui's pregnancy checkup report." Unexpectedly, Ma Junwei smiled and said nonchalantly, "The medical examination report is gone." Linji was stunned and subconsciously raised his voice and asked, "What did you say?" "I said her medical examination report is gone." Ma Junwei sat on the sofa calmly, looking at Linji with a fake smile. "Don't you want to be the boss? Go do it yourself. What medical examination report do you need?" Linji was so angry that he was shaking all over. "Dr. Ma, Xiao Shui is your wife. Aren't you even worried about your wife's condition? What if she has severe iron deficiency anemia? She will bleed heavily during childbirth, and it won't be possible to stop the bleeding. As a doctor, you should be very clear about this." "Well, so what?" Ma Junwei stopped pretending. You've ruined my plans time and again, and I haven't settled the score with you yet. She's just a woman. If she dies, she dies. There will always be another one. Junwei, you are so cruel. Xiao Xue burst into tears. Xiao Xue, I miss the fact that we are husband and wife, so I want to send you off quickly to spare you some pain. But you want to be tortured, so don't blame me for being cruel. Ma Junwei said, taking off his glasses. He stood up, looked at the two of them, and sneered. Take care of yourself. No one will come to save you. After he finished speaking, he strode out of the delivery room and locked the door before leaving. Junwei! Xiao Xue shouted at the bulletproof door. Xiao Xue, hold it in, stop calling this scumbag. Lin Ji felt a pain in her heart. She looked at Xiao Xue, feeling extremely distressed. Save your energy and give birth to the baby later. Lin Ji, did Junwei just say he wanted to kill me? Xiao Xue said, tears streaming down her face. Did he say he wanted to kill me? Lin Ji nodded helplessly. Yes. He's so cruel. Xiao Xue's tears fell like beads from a broken string, gurgling around her ears. I was so good to him, but he still wanted to kill me. He's so cruel. Xiao Xue, don't think about this garbage. Think about the people in this world who love you. Think about your parents. Think about Xiao Yuanlin. Lin Ji said hurriedly. In order to protect you, Xiao Yuanlin brought Zhao Ziming and me back here at the risk of our lives, just to keep you safe. Don't be discouraged. Lin Ji's words gave Xiao Xue great encouragement. For my family, I can't lose. Xiao Xue gritted her teeth. Very good. Now I'll give you another internal examination. You are just 8 fingers dilated, so the baby should be born soon. Lin Ji put on sterilized gloves, covered his hands with iodine, and performed another internal examination on Xiao Xue. A strong contraction came, and Xiao Xue screamed in pain. After the internal examination, Lin Ji was so scared that he was shaking all over. Xiao Xue, I want to tell you something. You have to hold on. You say? The child shrank back. Lin Ji trembled all over. What? What does this mean? Xiao Xue was puzzled. This child cannot be born. Chapter 57, Anatomy. What? Xiao Xue looked at Lin Ji weakly. What do you mean the baby can't be born? The baby has retracted. Your cervix has also retracted. Lin Ji was distressed. She knew it was very painful. Then, what should I do? Xiao Xue panicked. She grabbed Lin Ji's hand and begged, Lin Ji, you must save me. I don't want to die yet. I will definitely save you. Lin Ji's eyes were very firm. It might hurt a lot later. You must bear it. Xiao Xue gritted her teeth and nodded heavily. I'm here to find some anesthesia. You need an emergency cesarean section. Lin Ji said, checking the delivery room, then turned back to look at Xiao Xue and asked, do you know where Ma Junwei usually keeps the medicine? Xiao Xue pointed to a cabinet and said, he usually puts the medicine there. If it's some medicine that needs to be stored at low temperatures, he puts it in the freezer next to it. After hearing this, Lin Ji walked to the cabinet in 2 or 3 steps, turned around and looked at Xiao Xue and asked, is this the cabinet? Xiao Xue nodded. But the cabinet was locked. Lin Ji had no time to look for the key. She took a hairpin from her head and then forced the lock on the cabinet open. As soon as the cabinet was opened, Lin Ji felt as if he had been hit by a bolt of lightning. Xiao Xue noticed something was wrong and asked worriedly, Lin Ji, haven't you found the medicine yet? Xiao Xue was already feeling an excruciating stomachache at this point. She clutched tightly at the railing beside the bed, and even her voice was shaking. Lin Ji did not answer. But not answering is already the answer. Xiao Xue felt like the sky was falling. Lin Ji, is there no medicine in the cabinet? Lin Ji didn't dare to look Xiao Xue in the eye. She had just opened an important cabinet with great excitement, but it was empty. Ma Junwei was really cruel. He actually took away all the potions. Lin Ji just felt her teeth itching with hatred. She had never expected that Ma Junwei would have a trick up his sleeve. Xiao Xue was already very desperate at this time. She stopped shouting but still held the railing of the bed, looking at Lin Ji helplessly. I regret it so much. Xiao Xue smiled bitterly. To be honest, Junwei just poisoned my food and wanted me to die, but I'm not this sad. I am really sad and upset now. Junwei not only wants me to die, he also wants me to suffer. He hates me. Xiao Xue said these words calmly, but Lin Ji felt heartbroken when he heard them. She took a deep breath, tried to calm herself down, then came to Xiao Xue and held her hand tightly. Xiao Xue, I'll find a way. Lin Ji. Xiao Xue looked at her, as if she had made a great decision. She grabbed Lin Ji's wrist, her eyes shining black. Do a cesarean section for me? What did you say? Lin Ji shuddered with fear. It doesn't matter if there's no anesthetic. Xiao Shui looked calm, but her eyes were frighteningly red. If there's no anesthetic, just give me a cesarean section. I must give birth to this child. I can't lose my life like this. Do you know how much it hurts? Lin Ji couldn't help but burst into tears when she saw Xiao Shui like this. You will feel so painful that you will want to die. I don't want to die. Xiao Shui looked at Lin Ji firmly. Her eyes were frighteningly bright. If I die, my parents and brother will be sad. If I die, Ma Junwei will be happy. I absolutely cannot do anything that will make my relatives sad and my enemies happy. Seeing Xiao Shui's firm attitude, Lin Ji comforted her and said, although I don't have any anesthetics here, I have some painkillers. You may feel better after taking them. Xiao Shui nodded. Lin Ji found a piece of gauze, rolled it into a big ball, and said to Xiao Shui, I'm going to put this thing in your mouth now, in case you feel too much pain and bite off your tongue. Okay, come on, Xiao Shui said, looking ready to die. Lin Ji stuffed the gauze into Xiao Shui's mouth. She carefully cut open Xiao Shui's clothes with a scalpel and then checked her condition. Xiao Shui's current condition is not very good. If the baby is not taken out, it is likely to cause amniotic fluid embolism. Lin Ji turned Xiao Shui over, and he ran his hand down along Xiao Shui's spine. After touching an acupoint, he pressed heavily on the acupoint on Xiao Shui's body with both hands. Xiao Shui felt her whole body numb, and it seemed that she could not move any part of her body except her eyeballs. Lin Ji found the last bottle of anesthetic in the space ring and applied it on Xiao Shui's belly. This smear-type anesthetic is generally used in medical cosmetology. It is not very effective in relieving pain. However, this situation is better than nothing now. About 20 minutes later, Lin Ji took out a scalpel. She looked at the exact position on Xiao Shui's stomach and gently cut open Xiao Shui's stomach. 8 minutes. Lin Ji only had 8 minutes. She removed the fetus neatly, cut the umbilical cord, and then sutured the wound. She was extremely glad at this moment that she brought a full set of tools for suturing. At this time, Xiao Shui had already fainted due to the pain. The equipment in the delivery room had long been damaged by Ma Junwei, and Lin Ji was unable to use it at all. She could only use the most primitive method, taking Xiao Shui's pulse to determine her physical condition. Although Xiao Shui's pulse was weak, it was relatively stable. Lin Ji finally breathed a sigh of relief. She ground up the painkillers and fed them to the unconscious Xiao Shui, and then fed her some anti-inflammatory drugs and antibiotics. Lin Ji was very anxious at this time. She didn't know what the situation was outside the delivery room. Just when she was extremely worried, Zhao Ziming suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Boss, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Lin Ji stepped forward. Zhao Ziming was shocked when he saw the blood stains all over Lin Ji. His expression suddenly changed and he asked nervously, Boss, why are you covered in blood? What happened? This is not my blood. This is all Xiao Shui's blood. I just performed a cesarean section on her. Zhao Ziming heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this. That's good. You scared me. I was afraid something might happen to you. You don't even know that it's a mess outside now. What's going on? Lin Ji became nervous when he heard it. How is Mr. Xiao now? I didn't find him, but I knocked Su Xiaoyu unconscious. She was just like what you said, not a human at all. Zhao Ziming was still very scared when he talked about this. She was just a puppet. There was not even a drop of blood on her body. This is the first time I have seen such a realistic human puppet. We have to find a way to get out. Lin Ji frowned. If we stay here any longer, our lives will be in danger. I'll go find the keys. As soon as Zhao Ziming finished speaking, the door of the delivery room suddenly opened. Chapter 58 Threat. Looking for keys? Is this the one? At the door, Ma Junwei stood there leisurely. Lin Ji looked at him, his whole body in a state of high alert. Don't be so scared. Ma Junwei walked in slowly, shaking a bunch of keys in his hand, and said with a smug smile, Don't you want to take the keys? The important keys of the entire fortress are on this bunch. If you want, come and get it yourself. Zhao Ziming was very impulsive and immediately rushed forward, trying to snatch the key. However, Ma Junwei reacted very quickly. He dodged to the side and easily avoided Zhao Ziming's attack. Little boy, you'd better save your energy with your mediocre kung fu. Even if you practice for another 10 years, you will never be able to snatch these keys from me. Ma Junwei sneered at Zhao Ziming. Zhao Ziming was very angry at being ridiculed like this. He was about to attack again, but Lin Ji stopped him. Boss. Lin Ji shook his head at Zhao Ziming. You can't beat him. He has kung fu skills. After Lin Ji finished speaking, he looked at Ma Junwei warily. What do you want to do? Ma Junwei smiled and said, I want to make an exchange with you. What exchange? Exchange the key in my hand for the key of your cell phone, said Ma Junwei. Lin Ji understood. It turns out that Ma Junwei's goal from the beginning to the end was the Ant Fortress. It was you who led us here. Lin Ji said, You're really smart. I like working with smart people. Ma Junwei's smile deepened. If Xiao Xue were as smart as you, I would save myself a lot of trouble. Give me the key to the management of the Ant Fortress, and I'll give you the key to the Xiao family fortress. It's fair and reasonable. What do you think? Lin Ji sneered and looked at him. Sorry, I don't have the key to the Ant Fortress. You can fool others, but you can't fool me. Ma Junwei said confidently. You are the second in command of Ant Fortress. You must have the management key of Ant Fortress. I'm not the second in command. Lin Ji sneered. Your gossip is not reliable. Hee. Whether it works or not, Xiao Yuanlin's expression on your face says it all. Ma Junwei said, Before, I was still doubting your relationship with Xiao Yuanlin, but now, I'm sure the key is in your hand. Lin Ji sneered and said, Not to mention that Xiao Yuanlin and I are just a subordinate superior relationship. Even if the key is really in my possession, I won't give it to you. I advise you not to have such wild ideas. Ma Junwei was not surprised by Lin Ji's answer. He nodded and then smiled. Ms. Lin, you will pay the price for being stubborn. Ma Junwei turned around and was about to leave. Before he left, he seemed to have thought of something, turned around and looked at Lin Ji and the others and said, The Xiao couple is already under my control. As for Xiao Yuanlin, he is already trapped in my jar. If you want to save them, take the key in your hand and exchange it with me. I will come here again in an hour. That will be your last chance. After Ma Junwei finished speaking, he closed the door of the delivery room again. Boss! Zhao Ziming was a little anxious. Ma Junwei has taken control of the entire Zaijiabao. What should we do now? What was the situation back there when you came here just now? Lin Ji asked in a deep voice, looking at the tightly closed door. I don't know either. I just heard that it was very chaotic outside, and there seemed to be a lot of people. Zhao Ziming said truthfully. Lin Ji nodded and looked at Zhao Ziming calmly. Can you go back to the Ant Fortress now? Of course you can, but what should I go back for? What will you do when I go back? Zhao Ziming was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. You should have a space storage device on you, right? Lin Ji stared at Zhao Ziming. Zhao Ziming subconsciously covered his body. Please, boss. How do you even know this? Go back to the Ant Fortress now and give this note to Uncle Zhao. You don't have permission to enter those places, but Uncle Zhao does. Lin Ji took a note and wrote something quickly on it. He will give you what is on the note. You put it in your space storage device and bring it back to me. Zhao Ziming breathed a sigh of relief and said jokingly, I thought you were going to steal the treasure and kill people. I don't like your little treasure. Zhao Ziming took the note handed over by Lin Ji. We don't have much time. You must hurry. Lin Ji reminded. I know. Zhao Ziming said, turned around and disappeared out of thin air. Only Lin Ji and the unconscious Xiao Xue were left in the room. Lin Ji looked at the clock on the wall, feeling uneasy. I don't know what happened to Xiao Yuanlin and the others. In such a closed space, Lin Ji knew she could do nothing, so she took out some food from her space necklace. Instead of just waiting like this, it is better to eat something to replenish your body so that you can be better prepared for the situation that is about to come. Just as Lin Ji was enjoying her meal, she suddenly felt the temperature in the delivery room drop sharply. It was obvious that someone was manually controlling the temperature in the room. No doubt it was Ma Junwei who did it. There is an indoor thermometer in the delivery room, and the temperature can be seen to gradually drop from normal room temperature to below 5 degrees. Lin Ji was shivering with cold. She took out a down jacket from her space necklace to keep warm. She glanced at Xiao Xue lying on the hospital bed, then took out a thick down quilt and covered her with it. You want to make her surrender using this method? No way. The temperature in the room was getting lower and lower, and white steam appeared just from Lin Ji's breathing. This Ma Junwei is really cruel. Lin Ji took out the oil heater and skirting board from the space necklace without panic. When I purchased these items, it was just a coincidence. I thought that if the heating equipment in the room was not enough, I could use these two things to make up for it. I didn't expect it would come in handy. She immediately connected several oil heaters and skirting boards. It's really an energy-hungry machine. The temperature rises so quickly. Lin Ji clearly felt that he was not so cold anymore, and the air in the room was much warmer. Obviously, Ma Junwei outside the door did not expect that Lin Ji actually had so many cold-proof equipment. He was still wondering why Lin Ji hadn't succumbed in such extreme weather. In the delivery room, Lin Ji sat down leaning against the heating equipment. She looked at the closed door and thought proudly. Ma Junwei probably doesn't know that she has so many equipments. Heating was impossible because the room had an air conditioner for cooling. Ma Junwei certainly wasn't stupid enough to throw the question and the answer to the other party at the same time, so he could only cool it. But now the refrigeration is useless unless he cuts off the power now. However, if the power goes out, his method of forced cooling will become ineffective. So, no matter what Ma Junwei does now, he will not hurt Lin Ji. Lin Ji smiled complacently. Too clever is foolish. Chapter 59. On the verge of breaking out. Boss, I'm back. As soon as Zhao Ziming returned to the delivery room, he couldn't help but sneeze loudly. What the hell? Why did the room suddenly become so cold? Zhao Ziming kept touching his arm and said, "It's colder than outside." "It's not that cold now. I still turned on the heating." Lin Ji threw him a down jacket and said, "Put it on so you don't catch a cold." After putting on the down jacket, Zhao Ziming obviously felt much warmer. "Boss, take it." Zhao Ziming took out the supplies that Lin Ji needed from his space storage area. "What is so heavy? I saw Uncle Zhao had a hard time moving it here." Zhao Ziming looked at the tightly packed supplies curiously. "It's as heavy as a piece of iron." Lin Ji smiled slightly. She opened the material and said, "This is not iron. This is a gun." When Zhao Ziming saw these guns and ammunition, his eyes almost dropped to the ground in surprise. "Oh my god, they are actually guns." Lin Ji picked up one of the guns and threw it in front of Zhao Ziming. "Hold it. We will need it later. But I don't know how to use it." Zhao Ziming held the gun at a loss. "You do what I do," Lin Ji said as he loaded the bullet. Zhao Ziming followed Lin Ji's example and learned how to use a gun. "I'll go unlock the door. You protect Xiao Xue. If there's someone outside the door, don't hesitate. Just shoot them." Lin Ji was very determined. Zhao Ziming was a little scared. This was his first time holding a gun. He trembled and said, "Boss, we are not really going to kill anyone, are we?" Lin Ji's face was very gloomy. She said coldly, "Do you want to kill someone or be killed later?" Zhao Ziming shut up immediately. Lin Ji pointed the gun at the door lock. Bang, bang, bang. The door lock was damaged after 3 gunshots. Lin Ji looked back at Zhao Ziming and said, "Be prepared." Zhao Ziming looked extremely alert. He nodded heavily and said, "Understood." Bang. 1 time. Bang. Twice. Boom. The door to the delivery room collapsed with a loud bang. At the moment the gate collapsed, Lin Ji pulled the trigger, loaded the bullet, and fired several shots outside the gate at an extremely fast speed. After a few screams came from outside the door, several gunshots were heard. "Hurry up and squat," Lin Ji shouted. Zhao Ziming squatted down immediately. The moment he squatted down, he felt a bullet flying past his head. He looked back at the wall behind him and saw an obvious bullet hole in it. If he had been half a second later, the bullet would not have been in the wall, but in his head. Zhao Ziming was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He finally felt what a life and death struggle was like. He gritted his teeth and hid under the bed with his pistol in hand. "Boss, is it okay for us to hide from Xiao Xue like this?" Lin Ji whispered, "Xiao Xue is a hostage. If a hostage dies, she has no value. No matter how stupid Ma Junwei is, he will not kill the hostage before achieving his goal." "Understood." Outside the delivery room, several men dressed like servants pointed guns at them. "People in this room, please stop struggling in vain. You are surrounded by us." Lin Ji looked at the person talking outside the door. It was Butler Zhang. "Butler Zhang, you're actually in cahoots with a villain like Ma Junwei. It's a pity that the Shao family treated you so well, but I didn't expect that they fed an ungrateful wolf." Lin Ji said with a contemptuous smile, "It's better to raise a dog than to treat you well. A dog knows how to protect its owner at the critical moment, instead of biting the Shao family like you did." Uncle Zhang looked very calm, and his psychological quality was quite good. "Ms. Lin, I know you were trying to provoke me, but unfortunately, what you said is of no use to me. Shameless people naturally don't care about their face." Lin Ji snorted coldly. "Since you are not a member of the Shao family, I will not target you. As long as you take out the things that Dr. Ma told you to do, I will not make things difficult for you. I will even arrange for someone to send you away from here." Uncle Zhang said. Lin Ji sneered. "Butler Zhang, you are old. How can you be so naive? How many times do you want me to tell you that I don't have the key? There are 2 management keys for the Ant Fortress. One is with the young master. and the other one must be with you. Uncle Zhang said with certainty. Unfortunately, you guessed wrong. Uncle Zhang smiled and said, Ms. Lin, I know you won't admit it, but I know everyone in the Xiao family, and I also know all of the Xiao family's business projects. You can hide it from others, but you can't hide it from me. The young master likes you, and you are the second largest shareholder of Ant Fortress, so he will naturally give you the management key of Ant Fortress. Lin Ji just found it funny after hearing what Uncle Zhang said. How could Uncle Zhang be so naive as to think that Xiao Yuanlin liked her? Whether in the previous life or this life, Lin Ji had never seen Xiao Yuanlin have intimate contact or communication with any woman. It's not like she hadn't thought about Xiao Yuanlin's personal problems, but facing his cold face and his attitude towards the opposite sex, Lin Ji privately thought that Xiao Yuanlin might be a bit of a minority in terms of sexual orientation. Just because Xiao Yuanlin favored him, they mistakenly believed that Xiao Yuanlin was interested in her. This was really a huge joke. No wonder Ma Junwei thought that there was some special relationship between Lin Ji and Xiao Yuanlin. After all this time, it turned out to be what Uncle Zhang said. Butler Zhang, let me say it again, I don't have the management key. Whether you believe it or not, I really don't have the key. Lin Ji said lightly. It's not up to you to decide whether you have it or not. When we catch you alive later, we will search you. Uncle Zhang pointed the gun at her. If you give us the key now, I will still let you have some dignity. If we catch you alive later and let several men touch you and search for your personal key, I believe Miss Lin would not want to experience this kind of humiliation. Give me the key now, Before Uncle Zhang finished speaking, Lin Ji pulled the trigger, and the bullet pierced through Uncle Zhang's wrist with a bang. Uncle Zhang loosened his grip in pain, and the gun fell to the ground with a click. Uncle Zhang's face suddenly changed, and he immediately shouted to the servants around him, Shoot, shoot, capture these two men alive. But it was too late. As soon as Uncle Zhang's pistol fell to the ground, Lin Ji rushed towards them. She rushed over and pulled the trigger, shooting at the servants blocking the door. The servants following Uncle Zhang reacted quickly and fired at Lin Ji with their pistols. After a hail of bullets, the walls were full of bullet holes, and everyone was injured to varying degrees. But Lin Ji stood among them unharmed. Catch her! Uncle Zhang shouted, covering his wound. Lin Ji sneered and pointed the gun at Uncle Zhang's head. Butler Zhang, you are too slow. Chapter 60. All or Nothing. Uncle Zhang looked at the black muzzle of the gun pointing at him and was shocked. He stood there in a daze, not daring to move. Seeing this, the servants around pointed their guns at Lin Ji, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Lin Ji saw through their thoughts early on. She curled her lips with a sneer and said, Tell your people not to act rashly. My hand holding the trigger is faster than yours. Uncle Zhang turned pale with fear. He shouted to the servants around him, Put down your guns. Seeing this, the servants around him put down their guns. Lin Ji raised his eyebrows proudly. Very good. After she said that, she turned around and came behind Zhang Shu, grabbed his neck, and pointed the gun at his temple. Uncle Zhang was so scared that his legs went limp. What are you going to do? You are the steward here. You must know the safe base of the fortress. Take us to the safe base. You're dreaming, Uncle Zhang yelled, stiffening his neck. Dr. Ma will be back soon. When he comes back, you'll be dead. Dr. Ma won't kill me. He didn't get what he wanted, so killing me would be futile. Lin Ji said firmly, Butler Zhang, you have no more cards to play now. If you don't cooperate with me, you will die. Either you take us to a safe base or... Lin Ji said as she quickly pointed her gun at the servant in front of her who was about to shoot her. Before the servant could pull the trigger, Lin Ji's bullet had already flown out and hit him right between the eyebrows. Blood spurted out from between his brows. The servant's eyes widened in disbelief, and then he fell to the ground with a bang. Or like him, seek death. Uncle Zhang was completely scared. He really underestimated Lin Ji. He thought Lin Ji was a delicate lady who at most knew some medical skills. But he didn't expect her to be so strong and terrifying. Uncle Zhang was filled with regret at this time. How could he forget it? How could a man like Xiao Yuanlin bring a vase back to Zaijiabao? Who of the people following him doesn't have special skills? It was no use for Uncle Zhang to regret anymore. He had no choice now. Uncle Zhang gritted his teeth, then closed his eyes resignedly. You guys follow me. Butler Zhang, you are a smart man. Don't play tricks on me. Remember, my finger pulling the trigger is always faster than yours. Lin Ji reminded him slowly in his ear. Uncle Zhang pretended to be calm, but he was already terribly scared in his heart. I actually promised you, so I won't break my promise. Lin Ji nodded, very satisfied with Uncle Zhang's performance. He shouted loudly to Zhao Ziming inside the door. Push Xiao Shui out. Zhao Ziming pushed Xiao Shui's bed out while holding a pistol. Uncle Zhang led Lin Ji and his group, and after many twists and turns they arrived at a very cramped place in the fortress. Butler Zhang, I'm warning you, don't play tricks on us. Lin Ji pointed the gun tightly at Uncle Zhang's head. Uncle Zhang said, this is the place with the highest security level in the entire Xiao family. No one will come here. Even Dr. Ma doesn't know this place. Why should I trust you? Uncle Zhang smiled bitterly. My life is in your hands. How could I lie? Lin Ji glanced at Zhao Ziming and said, bring the handcuffs here. Zhao Ziming was shocked again. How did this woman know she had handcuffs? Although Zhao Ziming had many doubts in his mind, he still took out the handcuffs obediently. Lin Ji handcuffed Uncle Zhang very skillfully. Open the door and let them both in. Uncle Zhang walked to an invisible door. Facial recognition has been passed. Welcome to the shelter. A mechanical female voice sounded. The invisible door slowly opened, and the moment the door opened, the dark room inside suddenly became bright. Boss, this room is quite smart, really interesting. Zhao Zi was obviously very excited and immediately forgot about the danger just now. Lin Ji raised his chin towards him. He immediately understood and pushed Xiao Shui's bed in. Then he pulled Uncle Zhang into the room and handcuffed Zhang Shu's hands to a water pipe as thick as an arm. I'll leave this person to you, Lin Ji said as he turned and was about to leave. When Zhao Ziming saw her leaving, he immediately asked in a panic, where are you going, boss? It's very dangerous outside now. The Ma guy is everywhere and they all have weapons. Don't go out, just hide here. Lin Ji looked back at Zhao Ziming and said calmly and firmly, I can't let Xiao Yuanlin fight alone. Boss, it's really too dangerous, you can't go. It's precisely because it's dangerous that I have to go, Lin Ji said. And without waiting for Zhao Ziming to react, he strode out of the shelter. As soon as she walked out of the shelter, the door of the shelter was closed again. She replaced the pistol in her hand with an M246 from her space ring. Just now she asked Zhao Ziming to go back to the Ant Fortress and asked him to prepare these guns, ammunition, and some protective equipment such as bulletproof vests. Uncle Zhao really lived up to her trust and got all the weapons together. Lin Ji walked in the corridor with M246 in his hand, full of vigilance. The corridor was very quiet, without any sound at all. Lin Ji's mind was already highly concentrated and tense. According to her many combat experiences, the quieter the time, the more dangerous it was. The sea is always calmest before a storm. She couldn't help but slow down her steps and hold her breath. She knew very well how many unknown powerful people there were in such a doomsday, and perhaps Ma Junwei had such a powerful person under his command. All Lin Ji can do now is to try her best to prevent the other party from discovering her whereabouts. Turning a corner of the corridor, she keenly noticed a drop of blood splattered on the wall. The drop of blood was very small and had already dried up. Lin Ji immediately bent his waist with his gun in hand and walked forward cautiously. 1, 2, 3. Lin Ji silently counted the numbers in his mind. With every step she took, she would try her best to maximize her hearing and listen for the sounds ahead. Coming to a wall where he could hide his body, Lin Ji nimbly dodged inside. She closed her eyes, held her breath, and put her ear against the wall to listen to the sounds outside. 1, 2, 3, 4. There were 4 people outside, each holding a weapon. Lin Ji was secretly planning his next move. She was thinking about how she should rush out and shoot all the capital outside. Then at this moment, Lin Ji felt her whole body sink, and something grabbed her feet and pulled her down desperately. Lin Ji's heart sank. She tried to struggle, but found that she couldn't move at all. Hey, don't even think about running. Lin Ji looked up. Through the crack in the wall, a pair of golden eyes were staring at her. Chapter 61, Unexpected Gains. These golden eyes are made up of countless tiny tissues. They are obviously not normal human eyes. These golden eyes seem to emit a long green light in the dark, which was very dark and eerie. Lin Ji was shocked when she saw it, but she quickly calmed down. A soft, boneless hand grabbed her from the crack in the wall. Those hands were wet and sticky and would make anyone shudder if they touched them. The hands had just wrapped around Lin Ji's arms, but Lin Ji smiled coldly, pulled out a small but sharp dagger from his waist, and stabbed the hands hard. Hiss! The other person shuddered in pain and quickly withdrew his hands from her body as if escaping. What did I think it was? Turns out to be just a little snake man. Lin Ji's words were full of sarcasm. The other party was shocked. He didn't expect that Lin Ji could tell his identity so skillfully. You actually knew? The snake man's voice was so shrill and low that it could not be heard at all if one did not listen carefully. And only in this closed gap in the wall could one notice that he was speaking. It's just a monster from a failed experiment. Lin Ji had seen many creatures of this kind in his previous life. In the later period, when Lin Ji relied on bounties to obtain supplies, he hunted many of these strange monsters. In addition to some of these monsters being artificially bred, some of them were mutated due to the influence of radiation. But Lin Ji knew very well that no matter whether it was artificial breeding or radiation mutation, someone was manipulating the production of this creature behind the scenes. You're so arrogant. The snake man's eyes immediately turned into vertical pupils, which was a manifestation and sign of his anger. His body was no longer that of a normal human being. It was soft and gentle like a snake. The wall he was clinging to gradually stood up, just like a real snake. He grew from half a meter tall to 1 meter tall, and finally to more than 2 meters tall. The tongue in his mouth also turned into a long, forked tongue like a snake. If an ordinary person saw this situation, they would have been scared to death. However, Lin Ji remained calm and composed. She looked coldly at the snake man waving in front of her. Seeing that Lin Ji didn't say a word, the snake man thought that Lin Ji was scared. He laughed and said, "Are you scared? Don't worry, because you are so pretty, I will let you die happily." Lin Ji curled his lips and shook his head. "I really don't know where you get the confidence to think you can definitely kill me." Seeing Lin Ji talking nonsense, the snake man opened his mouth wide and was about to launch an attack. However, the next second, a small knife flew over quickly and accurately and stabbed him in the middle. The snake man widened his eyes and looked at the knife, more than 3 inches long, in disbelief. However, the centipede is still alive even after death, and the snake man did not die so easily. His soft body still wanted to launch an attack. "You don't think I'm really like a snake and will die if I'm hit 3 inches? The snake man sneered. "I'm certainly not that stupid." The snake man suddenly became fierce. "In that case, you will die." However, just as he was about to launch an attack, he found that his body seemed to be stiff. Lin Ji smiled lightly and tapped his body with his hand. The snake man's soft body fell to the ground with a bang, leaving only the part above 3 inches stuck in the crack of the wall. Blue blood spurted out, and the snake man stared at Lin Ji in disbelief. "It's useless to just attack your 3 inches, but if I cut off your head, I don't think you can survive." Lin Ji raised his eyebrows and said nonchalantly, "You don't think you can really kill me? I have killed at least 500 little karamis like you." The snake man opened his mouth, and the next second, the part above 3 inches shrank rapidly, becoming only 2/3 of its previous size, and then rolled down the wall. Lin Ji reached out and wiped off the blue blood on his face. "Stupid thing, you don't know your own limitations." As he spoke, he moved forward with difficulty in the crack in the wall, and then searched among the broken bodies. After a while, something about the size of a fingernail was turned out from the 3-inch hole by Lin Ji. This thing emits blue light like a gem. This is the beast core, which has its own energy. Beast cores of different colors possess energy of different attributes. Blue beast cores can increase the strength of metal materials and are generally used in military fortresses and high-tech weapons. This type of animal core is divided into different colors and depths. The lighter the color, the lower the energy, and the darker the color, the stronger the energy. The blue beast core on the snake man is light blue, indicating that it is a low-level item. This kind of low-level stuff can usually only be used to reinforce daggers, machetes, and the like, and the effect is not very good. However, when the number of low-level beast cores reaches a certain level, they can be smelted into higher-level beast cores. Lin Ji threw the beast core into his space necklace. In her previous life, she discovered the material of beast cores about 2 years after the end of the world. At that time, it was common for many hunters to kill people and steal treasures in order to seize these supplies. After all, in the end times, only the stronger people can live longer, so suffering and harmony directly determine whether this person will become stronger. If in the early stage everyone judged who would live a better life based on materials, then after the early stage it would be the military strength that would determine who would be the real long-term winner in the apocalypse. If nothing unexpected happens, the current situation will undergo a drastic change in about a year. During this year, some people will continue to accumulate their own strength to increase their bargaining chips for hegemony in the next year. However, Some people become cannon fodder because they are greedy for comfort due to the abundance of materials and have no sense of crisis. In the previous life, the reason why Su Ningning and the others could live so comfortably was simply because Lin Ji was blocking all foreign invasions in front of them. Comfort comes with great risks, and all the risks in the previous life were borne by Lin Ji. Now Lin Ji will definitely not be like before. She will continue to increase her strength to withstand the melee in a year. She looked at the corpse of the snake man on the ground and thought to herself, this kind of creature actually appeared so early, which means that she can get a lot of beast cores in the early days of the apocalypse. Originally, I thought that the civil unrest in the Shao family fortress was at most a personal dispute, but I didn't expect that there would be such an unexpected gain. This made Lin Ji secretly happy. When leaving, Lin Ji also put the snake man's body into the space necklace. Although this snake man is a mutant species, apart from his weak fighting power, he still has many useful treasures on him. When she returns to the ant fortress, she will use the snake skin from the snake man to make a pair of leather boots and a leather vest. Chapter 62. Inexplicable Frustration. Lin Ji solved the snake man. She stayed quietly in the crack of the wall, waiting for her chance to move. The footsteps outside the wall became more and more frequent, from 3 or 4 people at the beginning to nearly 10. Lin Ji held his breath and concentrated, not daring to let himself relax in the slightest. Relaxing during a battle is a big taboo. The snake man just now talked too much and was too arrogant, so he let his guard down and was killed by Lin Ji with one blow. There were a lot of people outside, but no one was talking. Lin Ji could only rely on his keen hearing to hear the sound of clothes rubbing against each other. Lin Ji guessed that this place should be the gathering point for the group of people, and the way they communicated should be sign language. After all, walls have ears, but using sign language is not likely to leak information. It seems that the other party is highly alert. After Lin Ji pondered for a moment, he seemed to understand something. Without thinking, she slipped out from the crack in the wall. The group of people outside the crack in the wall saw a man suddenly appear and instantly went on alert. After the leader saw Lin Ji clearly, he signaled the others to retreat. Everyone scattered like birds and beasts in an instant. There were only 2 people left in the narrow corridor. Why are you here? Lin Ji looked at the man with a smug smile on his face. It's you, I knew it. Xiao Yuanlin seemed puzzled. He looked at Lin Ji with a surprised expression. Were those people just now yours? Lin Ji looked behind him where there was no one. What's wrong with you? What's wrong? Lin Ji didn't understand. She followed Xiao Yuanlin's gaze and looked at herself, and she understood instantly. Her body was stained with a large amount of dark blue liquid, the blood of the snake man. Xiao Yuanlin frowned slightly. What is this on you? It's just blood, Lin Ji said nonchalantly. How could there be such bloodstains? Where did you get them from? Xiao Yuanlin's words were a little hurried. Lin Ji was stunned at first, then smiled narrowly. Are you concerned about me? Xiao Yuanlin looked a little unnatural. He said a little stiffly, You are my partner. It is my duty to care about my partner. Although this was the answer Lin Ji had expected, when Xiao Yuanlin really said this, Lin Ji inexplicably felt a little frustrated. This is the blood of a snake man. Lin Ji was too lazy to beat around the bush and said, The blood of a snake man is this color. All other beasts have this non-red blood. Where did you see the snake man? Xiao Yuanlin didn't seem surprised by the existence of the snake man. Right there. Lin Ji pointed to the wide crack in the wall and said, I was hiding here just now and met a snake man in the crack in the wall. Where's the snake man? He's dead. I killed him with one blow and cut off his head. Lin Ji raised his eyebrows. Well, he should have escaped. Xiao Yuanlin said thoughtfully. Aren't you curious at all? Lin Ji looked at him. What are you curious about? Xiao Yuanlin said calmly. Do you want to ask about the snake man, or what else? If you want to ask about the snake man, based on the information I have obtained recently, this strange beast should be a human-animal experiment conducted by Ma Junwei. Behind the Shao family fortress is a small sacred mountain, which is very likely to contain Ma Junwei's experimental base. The experimental base should have a secret passage connecting to the Shao family fortress, so it is not surprising that the snake man appeared here after escaping. You know everything? Lin Ji was surprised. So, your purpose of coming to the Shao family fortress this time is not just to protect Xiaoxue, right? Protecting Xiaoxue is just one of the purposes. Xiao Yuanlin said frankly. Xiao Yuanlin's answer was very honest, but this honesty made Lin Ji feel very upset. Lin Ji vaguely felt that Xiao Yuanlin's bigger goal of returning to the Shao family fortress this time was to capture Ma Junwei. So, Can you tell me why you are here? Xiao Yuanlin looked at her, frowning slightly. Lin Ji was a little annoyed. Don't you know everything? Why are you asking me? There are things I don't know. Xiao Yuanlin looked at her. For example, I don't know how you confronted this snake man. As far as I know, this kind of narrow space is very favorable for the snake man's attack. If you see a snake man for the first time, and in such a closed environment, it is difficult to come out alive. Lin Ji shrugged and said nonchalantly, you also said it was difficult, not completely denying it. Things that are difficult for others may not be difficult for me. The snake man only looks scary, but his attack power is not that strong. It's not as good as a cobra biting me. I cut off his head with a knife. Yes, you have always been very powerful. Xiao Yuanlin's brows relaxed a little. When he thought of what happened last time on their way to Sifang Fortress, Xiao Yuanlin sincerely admired Lin Ji. This thin-looking girl always seems to be able to burst out powerful energy at critical moments. Even he couldn't help but feel scared when he first saw the snake man, but he didn't expect the girl in front of him to be so calm. In his heart, Xiao Yuanlin couldn't help but look up to Lin Ji a little more. This girl is indeed worthy of his serious treatment. You should have been hiding in the cracks in the wall just now. Why did you suddenly come out again? Xiao Yuanlin looked at her with a faint smile on his face. Aren't you afraid that we are Ma Junwei's men? Lin Ji looked at him and said, if you were Ma Junwei's men, you wouldn't be communicating with sign language here. Now the fortress has been occupied by Ma Junwei. If you were his men, you would just talk openly instead of being so sneaky. How did you know we were using sign language? Xiao Yuanlin couldn't stop asking. She felt that Lin Ji was so smart that she couldn't help but become extremely interested in this little brain. There are footsteps and the sound of clothes rubbing against each other, but no one is talking. The sound of clothes rubbing against each other indicates that there is physical communication and contact between you, which means that you communicate through sign language instead of using sound. Lin Ji said it in one sentence. You are really smart. Xiao Yuanlin looked at her with satisfaction. Lin Ji looked at the faint smile on Xiao Yuanlin's face, and for some reason she suddenly became angry. What is this? A question and answer session. Who does he think she is? ChatGPT? Whatever he asked, she answered. Lin Ji felt secretly annoyed. I have a task for you now, Xiao Yuanlin said. What mission? Find my parents and get the key to the fort. Lin Ji's dissatisfaction reached its peak. Why me? Why don't you arrange Zhao Ziming to do this? Chapter 63 The Key to the Fortress. Zhao Ziming is careless. He is not as brave as you, nor as careful as you. Although he is very capable, he is not calm enough at critical moments. Xiao Yuanlin said truthfully. If Zhao Ziming had encountered the situation just now, he would definitely be killed by the snake man instead of killing the snake man himself. So you're testing me? I didn't test you, but your performance reassured me. Lin Ji nodded and looked at Xiao Yuanlin expressionlessly. Very good. I am very happy to have your trust. Xiao Yuanlin frowned slightly. He felt that although Lin Ji said she was happy, she was not happy at all in her heart. But now he has no time to think about the situation. My parents are on the 3rd floor underground, in a storage room at the corner of the staircase corridor. Xiao Yuanlin said, go to the storage room and knock on the door. Knock 3 long and 1 short. They will know. Didn't Ma Junwei say that the lady and the gentleman were under his control? Lin Ji asked in confusion. It was true at the beginning, but he only knew the surface of the terrain structure of the fortress, not the inside. There are many secret passages inside the fortress, and he thought that if he locked my parents in the room and had someone guard them, they would not be able to escape. Xiao Yuanlin said lightly, the walls of the fortress are connected in all directions. If it weren't for the person who designed the fortress, he would have no idea that there were so many mysteries in the fortress. Ma Junwei didn't know the blueprints of the fortress, nor did he participate in the construction of the fortress, so he naturally didn't know the secrets inside the fortress. So that's how it is? Lin Ji suddenly realized. But time is urgent, Xiao Yuanlin said worriedly. As long as they find out that my parents are not here, they can search the room carefully and naturally find the secret of the passage. Then they can follow the passage to find my parents. So now I need someone I completely trust to take my parents away, and you are the person I trust. Lin Ji was very reluctant, but the situation was urgent, and she couldn't afford to have so many sentimental thoughts, so she said, I understand. I put Xiao Xue in the shelter. Before Lin Ji finished her words, Xiao Yuanlin interrupted her. Zhao Ziming has already informed me. Fine. Lin Ji curled the corners of her mouth dryly. No matter what happened, she would be the last to know. Lin Ji had just come up with this thought when he was suddenly startled by himself. How could she have such jealous thoughts? Please, this is the end of the world crisis. This is not some fancy world romance. Didn't she suffer enough from the pain of love in her last life? Does she want to be in love again in this life? Xiao Yuanlin had no interest in her in the first place, and she was already getting angry before he even said anything. What a disgrace. Bah. Lin Ji suddenly woke up. The slight, unhappy thought in my mind disappeared without a trace in an instant. The strongest friendship in this world is not family ties or friendships, but the revolutionary friendship of common struggle and the same lofty ideals. She and Xiao Yuanlin belong to the last type of relationship. Lin Ji also knew very well that if they wanted to stay like this with Xiao Yuanlin for a long time, they could only choose the last way of getting along. After Lin Ji regained his composure, he suddenly looked much calmer. When facing Xiao Yuanlin, he was much calmer. I will go find your parents. What about you? I'm going to find Ma Junwei. Xiao Yuanlin's eyes darkened. Keeping him here will be a nuisance. He has evil intentions. He will be more dangerous if he stays here for a day. Lin Ji didn't know what to say, so he could only say, take care of yourself. She said this and left. Lin Ji avoided Ma Junwei's men and came to the storage room on the third floor below ground very carefully and cautiously. There were 3 long knocks and 1 short knock on the door. There was a pause of a few seconds, and then the door lock clicked and opened. Ms. Lin. Before Mrs. Xiao could finish her words, Mr. Xiao immediately covered her mouth. Lin Ji looked around privately and didn't notice anyone nearby, so he quickly went into the storage room. The storage room is not large, but it is clean and tidy. The two of them were trembling in fear in the storage room. Seeing Lin Ji coming, Mrs. Xiao could no longer bear it. She covered Lin Ji's hand in fear and whispered, Ms. Lin, what's going on outside now? The current situation is not too bad for the time being, but the fortress has been occupied by Ma Junwei's men. Lin Ji said truthfully. Mrs. Xiao became more worried when she heard this. How is Xiao Xue? I watched you go to the delivery room. Lin Ji's expression relaxed a lot. She smiled and said, Xiao Xue's condition has stabilized. Xiao Xue is being guarded by Zhao Ziming, who came with us. Zhao Ziming is a very reliable person. You 2 elders can rest assured. After hearing this, Mrs. Xiao immediately knelt on the ground, made the sign of a cross on her chest, and said, Thank God for your mercy. How can this be God's mercy? Mr. Xiao said solemnly. This is all because Miss Lin risked her life to protect Xiao Xue for us. Mr. Xiao said, looking at Lin Ji and asking, How is Butler Zhang now? I have already captured the butler. I have left him in the shelter with Xiao Xue and Zhao Ziming. Hearing Lin Ji say this, Mr. Xiao finally felt relieved. That's good. Zhang Guanjia is a coward. If you catch him, based on his knowledge of the fortress, he will definitely keep them safe. Sir and madam, Xiao Yuanlin has instructed me that you need to hand over the key to this fortress to me. Yes. I almost forgot about it if you hadn't mentioned it. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Xiao immediately took off one of her platinum bracelets and put it on Lin Ji's wrist. This is the key to the fortress. Madam Xiao said solemnly. Find a way to insert this key into the control room of the fortress, and the fortress's highest defense system will be activated. Then the airborne fortress closest to us will receive the signal, and they will send people to support us, and we will be saved. Airborne fortress? Lin Ji seemed very surprised. We reached an agreement with the airborne fortress when the Xiao family fortress was first built, Mr. Xiao explained. The construction of the airborne fortress also received strong support from our Xiao family, so they have the obligation and responsibility to protect us. So that's how it is. Lin Ji understood. She looked at her wrist and suddenly seemed to have thought of something, and looked at the Xiao couple. Mr. Xiao, since this is the key to the Xiao family's fortress, what is that thing in Ma Junwei's hand? Chapter 64, Race Against Time. The Xiao couple looked at each other. That we don't know. Mr. Xiao looked at Lin Ji anxiously and urged, Ms. Lin, please go to the control room quickly. Don't stay here too long. Lin Ji didn't say anything more. She looked at the Xiao couple and asked worriedly, What will happen to you two if I leave? If Ma Junwei finds out that you two are missing, he will definitely be able to find you through the secret passage. Mr. Xiao and Mrs. Xiao smiled at each other and said helplessly, So we put our fate in your hands. Lin Ji was puzzled. Madam Xiao looked at her and said very seriously, As long as you can find a control room and insert the key, the fortress can activate the highest defense system to cut off all the entrances and exits of the secret passage. Even if they can find the secret passage, They will be trapped in the secret passage. We will be safe here. Lin Ji understood. She assured the Xiao couple, "Don't worry, I will keep you safe." After Lin Ji finished speaking, he left the storage room. After she came out of the storage room, she did not leave immediately, but hid in a shadow. About 2 minutes later, two people dressed as servants looked around and then sneaked to the door of the storage room. "Is this the place? I just saw Miss Lin coming out from here. There must be something wrong with this storage room. Have you got the key? Who needs a key now? Just use a gun to unlock the door." As the servant spoke, he took out a small pistol from his bosom and prepared to unlock the door. The next second, a bullet flew out of his temple. Before the other servant realized what was happening, he saw the servant who was shot lying in a pool of blood. Seeing his companion dead, the servant immediately pulled out his gun, but before he could load the bullet into the gun, his head had already exploded. Lin Ji waited in the dark for about 2 minutes, and when no one came, he walked out of the shadows with peace of mind. She kicked the two servants and left only after making sure they were dead. Ma Junwei also seemed to be looking for the real key to the fortress, and there were many of his people rummaging through things on every floor. Seeing this, Lin Ji secretly sighed in her heart. Fortunately, she had some skills. Otherwise, in the current situation, it would not be easy for her to avoid the search of Ma Junwei's men. At this time, outside the Xiao couple's room, a group of servants were sitting there chatting. "Why don't you assign us some other task? What's the point of guarding these two old men and women?" A servant said very dissatisfiedly. "Other people are doing more important things than us. When they capture the fortress, they will get all the credit and get more supplies than us." "That's right," another guard also said dissatisfiedly. "It's because we too are not worthy of Dr. Ma's attention, so he can only assign us such chores. Others who are good at flattering are enjoying themselves." After occupying the fortress, the Xiao family will have so much supplies for them to squander. It's a pity for us. We worked diligently for the Xiao family all our lives, working like slaves, but in the end, we probably won't get much. The two people became more and more unhappy as they talked. "We shouldn't have agreed to Dr. Ma's lobbying in the first place. If we had known that this would be so easy to accomplish, and let this brat named Ma take the lead, it would have been better for us two brothers to take the lead." "That's right. It would have been better for us two brothers to step forward and become the boss." Another servant, Fu He, said indignantly. "You want to be the boss?" At one end of the corridor, Ma Junwei suddenly appeared. When the two servants saw Ma Junwei, they were so scared that their legs went limp and they fell to the ground. "Dr. Ma, no, that's not what we meant." A servant waved his hands in fear. Ma Junwei sneered and looked at the servant. "I heard everything you said clearly." Another servant was shaking all over. "Dr. Ma, we were just joking. We are both old, so we like to talk nonsense. We really don't dare to do that kind of thing. We just talk nonsense." "Oh, really? Just want to satisfy your craving for pleasure?" Ma Junwei looked at the two servants and asked with a smile. His smile was so sinister that the two servants even forgot to tremble when they saw his creepy smile. I saw Ma Junwei waving behind him. A group of people in black robes came forward and surrounded the two servants. The two servants were so scared that they wet their pants. After seeing this group of people in black robes, the two servants realized that Ma Junwei was not joking with them. The legend of the man in black robes, which has been passed down among the servants, has a long history. The employees did not know the origins of all these people, but everyone knew that they were Ma Junwei's executioners. When a man in black robe appears, blood will be seen. At this time, the two servants were so scared that they burst into tears. "Dr. Ma, please let me go. Dr. Ma, please forgive me. I will never dare to do it again." Ma Junwei nodded. He raised his hand and pointed at the door behind their door and said, "I'll give you one last chance. If you do your job well, I'll just give you a small punishment and let you two go this time. But if something unexpected happens, you know the consequences." When the two servants heard this, they knelt on the ground and kowtowed, saying, "Don't worry, Dr. Ma. We have been guarding the door the whole time. We haven't moved a step. The two old men are in the room. There is absolutely nothing wrong." "That's what you said." Ma Junwei had a sullen face and waved to the people behind him. I saw the group of people in black robes behind me open the bedroom door. The two servants immediately pointed to the bedroom and said, "We're standing guard at the door without moving. We know if a fly passed by. They must be in there." As the two servants were talking, they looked into the room and were immediately dumbfounded. The room was completely empty, without a single person in sight. How is this possible? Where are they? Where did they go? Ma Junwei didn't seem surprised by the result. He walked slowly into the room, looked around, and then stopped in front of a huge portrait. Tear down this painting. Upon seeing this, the two servants immediately stepped forward and took down the painting. Behind the portrait, there was a small door. Ma Junwei looked at the two servants and said with a fake smile, "You two did a great job." The two servants looked at Ma Junwei in horror. Ma Junwei stood up and didn't want to look at the two men anymore. Deal with them. Chapter 65 Secret Passage. Ma Junwei's expression at this moment was as ugly as it could be. The Xiao couple is missing, which means the most important thing has been lost. It was not until he went to the main control room that he realized that the so-called key to the Xiao family fortress in his hand was actually a fake. Okay, Xiao Shui actually dare to play tricks on me. When I catch you, I will make sure you are in trouble. Ma Junwei said, gritting his teeth. Commander, a man in black robes appeared beside Ma Junwei. Su Xiaoyu is already disabled. It looks like Xiao Yuanlin's men have already begun to occupy the interior of the fortress. Useless things. Ma Junwei took a deep breath to calm his inner anxiety. I didn't expect that there are people inside the fortress who are so loyal to the Xiao family. They have been dogs all their lives, and they want to continue to be dogs. What a bunch of idiots. The gangster said, "What do we do next?" We went to the main control room, but they had the key. Given this situation, they will definitely find a way to get into the control room. Ma Junwei said, gritting his teeth. However, just as the two men reached the stairs, they heard the alarm ringing inside the entire fortress. The air raid sirens continued to sound inside the fortress. Ma Junwei's face turned pale. Oh no, someone got to the main control room first. It looks like our plan has failed. The man in black robe looked at Ma Junwei and asked, Commander, what should we do next? Ma Junwei cursed angrily and then said unwillingly, Go to the back mountain. In the main control room, Lin Ji inserted the bracelet into the keyhole. When she heard the red alarm sound, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. There was a burst of electrical noise coming from the signal receiver. Hello, this is the Airborne Fortress Operations Department. When Lin Ji heard the voice, his face turned red with excitement. Hello, this is the Xiao Family Fortress. We need rescue inside the Xiao Family Fortress. Please provide support immediately. Received. The Xiao Family Fortress is 15 kilometers away from the Airborne Fortress. The rescuers will arrive in about 10 minutes. Xiao Family Fortress received. All personnel of the Xiao Family Fortress, please ensure your safety. We will arrive as soon as possible. After ending the call, Lin Ji breathed a sigh of relief. However, she did not sit still in the control room. She thought of the problem of the snake man she encountered in the crack of the wall before. According to Xiao Yuanlin, this snake man was trained by Ma Junwei, which means that there are many such mutant orcs in Ma Junwei's experimental base. If this is the case, then there must be many beast cores in the orc's body. In Lin Ji's impression, the appearance of the beast core was not discovered until a long time later. In other words, even if Ma Junwei cultivated the orcs, he didn't know what the beast core in the orcs' bodies was used for. Moreover, this orc was bred only in the early days of the apocalypse, which shows that Ma Junwei had started working in this area a long time ago. If this is the case, it means that all the orcs that appeared in the apocalypse were trained by Ma Junwei, and he was the one who created the orcs in the first place. Lin Ji made up her mind that she would follow Ma Junwei to find the training base. She left the main control room and thought of the back mountain that Xiao Yuanlin had mentioned before. But she didn't know the internal structure of the fortress. How could she find the secret passage leading to the back mountain? Lin Ji thought of someone. She turned around and came to an invisible door, and then opened it. Inside the door, Zhao Ziming jumped up excitedly when he saw Lin Ji. Boss, you did it! Lin Ji smiled slightly. She glanced at Xiao Shui lying on the bed and asked with concern, How is Xiao Shui? It's fine. I gave her an anti-inflammatory injection, said Zhao Ziming. Where did you get the anti-inflammatory injection? Have you forgotten my abilities? Zhao Ziming said proudly. Lin Ji smiled. Then he came to Uncle Zhang. Uncle Zhang no longer had the arrogance he had before. He looked at Zhao Ziming, then at Lin Ji, and immediately said, Miss Lin, is there anything I can help you with? You are quite sensible. Lin Ji sneered. Of course. You don't know that during the time you were away, this butler was convinced by me. I told him, my boss, you are 10,000 times more powerful than me. If he didn't listen to you, the torture he suffered at your hands would be 10,000 times more than mine. Zhao Ziming said, as if taking credit. Lin Ji was a little curious. What did you do to him? I just found a few bugs that made him uncomfortable and made him feel sick all over. Zhao Ziming said with a smile. This is a treasure. I usually don't want to use it. If I use one less, it will be a waste to use it on him. Lin Ji smiled slightly and ignored Zhao Ziming's exaggeration. She turned her head and looked at Uncle Zhang and asked, which secret passage leads to the back mountain? When Uncle Zhang heard that Lin Ji wanted to go to the back mountain, his eyes trembled and he quickly said, Miss Lin, the back mountain is very dangerous. You can't go there. I asked you where the back mountain is and how to get there. Just answer me and don't give me any suggestions. Lin Ji looked at Uncle Zhang coldly. Uncle Zhang saw Lin Ji's firm attitude, gritted his teeth and said, the secret passage leading to the back mountain is in the young lady's bedroom, under the bed. Okay, I got it, Lin Ji said and turned away. Zhao Ziming immediately shouted at her. Boss, are you going alone? Lin Ji turned his face slightly without looking back. Protect Xiaoxue, don't let anyone in. After she finished speaking, she left without looking back. Zhao Ziming looked at Lin Ji's departing back and said with admiration, Wow, that's so cool. Xiaoxue's room is located on the second floor of the Xiao family fortress. This location has a wide view. Although the room is small, it is very exquisite inside and does not look like a shelter at all. Lin Ji looked at everything in the room. His mind moved slightly, and he had a strange idea. As soon as this thought came to her mind, she saw the moved bed. Under the bed was an open door. It seems that Ma Junwei had already escaped to the back mountain through the secret passage. No wonder she didn't see Ma Junwei along the way. I'm afraid Ma Junwei had already given up on these small fry, so these people were already dealt with by Xiao Yuanlin's men. Inside the door was a deep well with an iron ladder and a few old yellow lights on the wall of the well. From Lin Ji's perspective, the scene inside the door was like a huge mouth of an abyss, hiding unknown fear and danger. However, all this did not seem scary to Lin Ji. She already knew what was on the other side, so this was a prepared battle. She curled the corners of her mouth confidently and jumped into the well. Chapter 66, Ma Junwei's Secret Base. The well mouth is very deep and narrow. After Lin Ji jumped down, he landed steadily at the bottom of the well. The bottom of the well is very flat, and some footprints can be seen. It can be seen that people often come and go here, most likely Ma Junwei. There is a narrow path connecting the underground well, which should lead to the back mountain. The inside of the path was slightly damp, and there was a long-standing musty smell in the air. In this smell, Lin Ji also faintly smelled the fishy smell of orcs. It seems that Ma Junwei has been studying orcs here for some time. Lin Ji walked forward following the smell. The further we go, the wider and darker the road becomes. Lin Ji took out a flashlight from the space necklace. The light instantly illuminated the dark space, and when Lin Ji saw the pattern on the wall clearly, he couldn't help but be secretly surprised. There are various totems painted on the walls, and the shapes of these totems are very strange and complex. Lin Ji had seen these totems before. In his previous life, he had seen quite a few of them on orcs. The totems painted on each type of orc were different. He looked carefully at the totems on the wall and touched them with his hand. These totems do not look like they were newly carved in recent years, but rather seem to have existed for a long time. Lin Ji couldn't help but feel a little doubtful. If this is the case, then the research on orcs may not have just begun in recent years. Lin Ji took out a mini camera from the space necklace and took pictures of the patterns on the wall. Although the patterns on the walls attracted her, she did not stay there for too long because every minute she delayed would reduce the possibility of catching Ma Junwei. Lin Ji quickened his pace. The closer they were to the target, the stronger the smell of the orcs became. Lin Ji could even faintly smell a fishy odor. The smell made Lin Ji feel uneasy. She was very familiar with this fishy smell, which was usually the smell emitted from the body of an orc after death. When she found Ma Junwei's base camp, it was too late. Ma Junwei had already escaped. This base is a very large experimental base, which is filled with various injections and medicines. But no matter how hurriedly Ma Junwei left, all the potions were destroyed by him. Lin Ji walked inside with a serious expression. She came to an iron gate, and the fishy smell seemed to be getting stronger. Lin Ji couldn't help but frown. She looked down at the iron gate. The iron gate had been opened. Lin Ji pulled the iron door open with force. A strong fishy smell swept towards her like a surging ocean wave. The smell was so strong that Lin Ji almost fainted. Lin Ji immediately found the protective mask that Xiao Yuanlin gave her when they went to Sifang Fortress last time. After putting on the protective mask, Lin Ji instantly felt that the strong, fishy smell was much less, and his breathing became much smoother. After calming down, Lin Ji raised the light. When Lin Ji saw the scene in the room clearly, he couldn't help but be shocked. This place is like a huge orc cemetery, with many orc corpses piled up densely inside. There were an astonishing number of iron cages placed in the room. Lin Ji held up the flashlight and was surprised to find that the number of iron cages was so endless that he could not see the end of it at a glance. She looked at the iron cages under the light, each of which contained several orcs. However, there were no living creatures under the iron cage, and all the orcs were dead. This is a dead silent cemetery. Lin Ji touched the body of the nearest orc. There was still a trace of warmth on the orc's body, and it seemed that he had died not long ago. Damn it, he actually got away. Lin Ji was speechless. It seems that Ma Junwei had already made a perfect backup plan. If he succeeds, then the Shao family fortress will be in his pocket, and he can develop his plan openly. If he fails, he will destroy the entire base for studying orcs to prevent his secret from being discovered by anyone. Lin Ji was very upset. After all, she was late. Orcs are a great danger in the apocalypse. In the previous life, many people were killed by orcs in exchange for points in the shelter. Orcs are very aggressive, and they can survive well in the harsh and polluted environment of the end of the world. In fact, the more serious the environmental pollution, the more helpful it is to the orcs. Lin Ji originally wanted to destroy Ma Junwei's orc plan, so that when the apocalypse reaches the middle stage, the threat to human survival can be greatly reduced. In the previous life, any fortress that was not well defended would be captured by the orcs. Lin Ji had a good idea, but the plan still failed. She couldn't help but sigh. Humanity will suffer again in the future. She stood up and prepared to leave. There is no value or meaning in staying here anymore. Suddenly, a slight sound came from a small cage in the distance. Lin Ji became alert and walked towards the small cage. The cage was very small, only about 1 cubic meter. Curled up inside the cage was a man who looked like a lion. The man had long bristles all over his body, and the bristles trembled as he trembled. Lin Ji approached the orc. When the orcs heard Lin Ji's footsteps, they were immediately frightened out of their wits. "No, don't kill me. You can ask me to work like a slave for you. But please don't kill me." With the help of the flashlight in his hand, Lin Ji could see the man's appearance clearly. This is a rare lion man. Lin Ji didn't know much about the lion man. It's not just because lion men rarely appear, but more because the status of lion men is different from that of other orcs. The lion is the lord of all beasts. Even if it merges with humans, it can still crush other orcs in all aspects. Apart from being capable and mysterious, Lin Ji had no further understanding of the lion man. "Don't kill me, I beg you. I can do anything for you. As long as you let me live, you will be my master forever." The lion man in the cage begged bitterly. Lin Ji squatted down and looked at him and asked, "Where did Ma Junwei go? Are you asking about the person before?" The lion man looked at Lin Ji cautiously. "Yes, it's him." Lin Ji asked, "Where did that person go?" "I don't know. He destroyed everything here and then ran away." The lion man said of Ma Junwei with a look of fear, "He is so terrible. He killed all of us. Why are you still alive?" I don't know either." The lion man was so scared that his teeth were chattering. "He clearly released poison gas, but I didn't die." Poison gas? Lin Ji suddenly realized. The originally depressed mood was swept away at this moment. She looked at the lion man in the cage and was very excited. "Ma Junwei, you really gave me a great gift." Chapter 67. The cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. "Have you seen my boss?" Inside the fortress, Zhao Ziming grabbed a passing patrolman and asked nervously, "Brother, have you seen my boss?" The patrol officer looked at Zhao Ziming in confusion and asked, "Who is your boss?" "Lin Ji from Ant Fortress. She's a beautiful girl, tall, thin, and in great shape." Zhao Ziming said hurriedly, "Have you seen her?" The visitor shook his head. "Never seen it." When Zhao Ziming saw that the patrol officer did not notice Lin Ji, he immediately asked another person, "Brother, have you seen my boss? She's a very beautiful woman." Zhao Ziming asked tirelessly, but everyone who passed by shook their heads. Zhao Ziming was getting more and more anxious. He saw a man from a distance who was dressed differently from the others. He walked up to him and grabbed his arm, then asked nervously, "You are the leader of these people, right? Did you see a girl who came with me? She is very beautiful, about this tall, and dash. Are you from Ant Fortress?" The man looked at him. Yes, it's me. Do you have any?" The visitor looked at Zhao Ziming and asked, "Is the person you're looking for called Lin Ji?" When Zhao Ziming heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. He nodded repeatedly and said, "That's her. She's my boss. Have you heard anything about her?" The visitor answered truthfully. "When we were counting the people inside the fortress just now, we did not find Lin Ji." Zhao Ziming shuddered when he heard this, and had a bad feeling in his heart. "Boss, she can't be." "Don't worry. We won't confirm the death of others before I find her body. I will try my best to find your friend." The voice of the person seemed to have a trace of magic, which made Zhao Ziming less anxious. "Thank you." Zhao Ziming was so excited that he wanted to cry. Lin Ji has been missing for almost 2 hours. After the airborne fortress people arrived at the Shao family fortress 2 hours ago, they quickly took control of the situation inside the fortress, rescued the Shao couple quickly, and protected Shao Xue's personal safety. Shao Yuanlin took this opportunity to eliminate some of the rebels inside the fortress, and brought them to justice and handed them over to the people who airborne the fortress for handling. The personnel of the airborne fortress acted quickly, accurately, and ruthlessly, and it only took them half an hour to clear the entire Shao family fortress. After the threat to the Shao family's fortress was lifted, Zhao Ziming realized that Lin Ji was missing. He searched the entire fortress, but couldn't find Lin Ji. He went to find Shao Yuanlin, hoping to seek his help. However, after hearing that Lin Ji was missing, Shao Yuanlin did not say much and just asked Zhao Ziming to leave temporarily. Zhao Ziming was very unwilling to accept this, as he thought Shao Yuanlin had just abandoned the donkey after it had done its work, not caring about Lin Ji's life or death. So when he was inside the fortress, he would capture and interrogate anyone he saw dropping into the fortress. He interrogated for a long time, but couldn't find out anything. Finally, he found a little information about Lin Ji from this man who looked like an officer. "Please make sure to find my boss. She cannot die." Zhao Ziming looked at the officer in front of him solemnly. The officer smiled and said, "Okay." Zhao Ziming seemed to remember something. "Oh, by the way, if you find my boss, where should I find you later and how can I contact you? If you find our airborne fortress, just tell me my name." "What's your name?" "My name is Shun Xingqi." In the back mountain, Lin Ji held the searchlight and walked back carefully. She always felt that there was something wrong with this road. She clearly remembered that there were not so many potholes and stones on this road when she came here, but when she returned, there were many more potholes and stones on the ground. Lin Ji's keen intuition told her that this road was not the same road she had taken. Lin Ji's heart was filled with alarm bells, and she suddenly realized that this back mountain might have been turned into a maze by Ma Junwei a long time ago. It is easy to get in, but it is extremely difficult to get out, especially to return the same way. What a good guy, Ma Junwei. He actually has so many ideas. Lin Ji was very upset. She only thought that the path in Shao Xue's room was the only way leading to the back mountain, but she forgot about the snake man she had seen in the crack of the wall. If Shao Xue's room is the only exit and entrance, then the appearance of this snake man will definitely be discovered, especially by Ma Junwei. Since Ma Junwei did not notice the escape of this snake man, it means that there is more than one passage leading to Shao family castle from the back mountain. Lin Ji's brows gradually twisted into a knot. It seems that it is easy to enter the back mountain, but difficult to exit. No wonder Ma Junwei is not afraid of Lin Ji coming here to find him. It seemed that he had calculated that once Lin Ji came in, he would not be able to leave. The road ahead was getting darker and darker, and Lin Ji could even feel the air ahead gradually becoming thinner. Based on Lin Ji's experience in surviving in the wild, the road ahead should be a dead end. Lin Ji didn't hesitate and turned around and returned to the gate of the base. Seeing that the power light in his hand seemed unable to illuminate the dark base, Lin Ji took out a huge searchlight from the space necklace. The moment the searchlight was turned on, the entire dark base was instantly illuminated as bright as day. Lin Ji immediately closed his eyes, and after about 30 seconds he slowly adapted to the light. When seeing the scene in front of him, Lin Jixin couldn't help but feel depressed. The light was too dim just now, and she couldn't see clearly. Only then did she see clearly that there were actually 10 passages in the open space leading to the base. Damn it, Lin Ji couldn't help but curse. You can't stay in this kind of underground cave for long. However, at least 2 of the 10 passages in front can lead to the Shao family fortress. Just when Lin Ji was struggling, she suddenly came up with a brilliant idea. She released the Lion Man from the space necklace. "Master, what do you want me to do for you?" The Lion Man looked at her respectfully. "Do you still remember the smell of Ma Junwei?" I will remember even if it turns to ashes. Lin Ji nodded, quite satisfied. Very good. Go to these holes and smell them to see where he passed by. The lion man came to the 10 cave entrances, smelled them one by one, and pointed to one of them and said, "The smell in this cave entrance is the strongest and freshest. He should have left from here." "Well done," Lin Ji said. "You lead the way." The lion man nodded. He lowered his head, sniffing the ground and the wall, and walked forward little by little with Lin Ji. After walking for about 5 minutes, the lion man suddenly made a sharp explosion. "What's wrong with you?" Lin Ji was shocked to see the lion man suddenly go crazy. The lion man gasped and looked back at Lin Ji in horror. "Master, there's an earthquake. Run!" Chapter 68. Life hangs on a thread. Lin Ji's face changed, and he immediately ran forward. Because the lion man has some animal attributes, he runs much faster than Lin Ji. After the lion man finished speaking, he rushed out like a cannonball and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Then Lin Ji was still trapped in the dark passage. The violent shaking sound came from far away. As Lin Ji was running, he felt something strange. Before the end of the world, she had encountered earthquakes many times. The situation now is not like an earthquake, but more like Lin Ji thought of a possibility. She looked back, a trace of fear flashed in her eyes, and then she ran forward like a rocket. A thick smoke was rolling out from the passage behind him, mixed with many unknown smells. Among these smells there was a faint fragrance, which seemed out of place with the stench that was everywhere. However, this faint fragrance can paralyze people's minds and make people faint. This fragrance may not seem to be able to kill people in one blow, but it can make people wait to die in such harsh conditions. This is a very painful way to die. You watch clearly as your body is taken over by the poison gas bit by bit. However, your limbs are already so weak that you have no ability to escape. So cruel. Ma Junwei's cruelty far exceeded Lin Ji's imagination. Lin Ziyuan thought that Ma Junwei was just trying to escape, but he didn't expect that Ma Junwei not only wanted to escape, but also wanted to make confusing moves and kill those who wanted to investigate him. In order to prevent his research from being leaked, Ma Junwei should have made a plan to kill people early on. However, based on Lin Ji's survival experience, she had already fallen into the trap set by Ma Junwei, so the passage leading into Xiao Xuei's room would also be closed. This may be the only comfort in Lin Ji's heart. As long as the passage is closed, no more people will be killed. The poisonous gas gradually surrounded Lin Ji. Lin Ji felt as if his nerves were paralyzed, and his eyes were a little blurry. My legs became heavier and heavier. They felt like they were filled with lead, and I couldn't run. Lin Ji gritted his teeth, pulled out the knife, and cut a deep wound on his arm. The physical pain briefly brought her back to consciousness. Lin Ji gritted his teeth and walked along this passage that seemed to have no end. She felt very tired, painful, and heavy, as if a huge weight was pressing on her back, making her feel so tired that she couldn't breathe. But she didn't dare stop, for she was afraid that if she stopped she would fall to the ground and never get up again. The light ahead seemed to be growing brighter. Lin Ji could even smell a hint of oxygen in the air. The exit should be ahead. Lin Ji's eyelids were trembling with excitement. She finally saw hope. She struggled to crawl forward. Just hold on a little longer, and you will reach the exit. Hope is right in sight. The next second, Lin Ji's eyes went dark, and he fell limply into the darkness. "It's been several days. Why hasn't she woken up yet?" said a woman. I asked the medical officer, and he said all we can do now is wait, said a man. Wait? How long do we have to wait? A week? A month? Or a year? The woman was anxious and angry. Don't worry. I checked the results of the examination. The boss's physical features are relatively stable, and there are no obvious signs of injury on his body. He is now unconscious. The doctor said that his central nervous system is probably damaged. Central nervous system? The woman was surprised and asked quickly, is this damage reversible? Will it affect her normal activities? Before the man could answer, the woman continued to ask, you three went together, and now you're the only one guarding here. Where's Xiao Yuanlin? As the person in charge of the fortress, Xiao Yuanlin must come out and give me an explanation. At this moment, Linji only felt a buzzing pain in his brain. She finally woke up, but before she opened her eyes, she heard two people talking beside her bed. Just by listening to the voices, he knew the two people who were talking were Lu Xiaoyu and Zhao Ziming. Xiaoyu. Linji spoke with difficulty. When Lu Xiaoyu heard Lin Ji's voice, she immediately rushed forward excitedly. She grabbed Lin Ji's hand tightly and said, You're awake. That's great. Zhao Ziming was also very excited and panicked. I will go and call the medical officer to check you out right away. No need. Lin Ji stopped him. I am a doctor myself. I don't need anyone else to check me. So, how do you feel now? Lu Xiaoyu asked. It's all right now. Lin Ji smiled. I'm sorry for making you worry. I'm glad you're okay. I was really worried that you would never get up. Lu Xiaoyu's voice was filled with tears. You scared me to death. Okay, don't be scared. Just think of me as being too tired and taking a nap. Lin Ji looked at Zhao Ziming and asked, Why are you here? Didn't Xiao Yuanlin assign you a mission? Sent. Zhao Ziming muttered. Then why don't you do it? I don't want to go. Zhao Ziming said reluctantly. He's not good to you. Why should I listen to him? Lin Ji smiled slightly. I'm not good to you either, so why do you listen to me? Zhao Ziming said unconvincedly. Who said you treat me badly? Every time I complete a mission, you give me a lot of supplies. This time, you even asked Sister Xiaoyu to send me a big bag of supplies, which will last me a long time. Unlike that Mr. Xiao, who is so cold and icy. When I told him that you were missing, he was still calm and composed and didn't care about you at all. I know you were worried about me. Lin Ji comforted Zhao Ziming and said, Don't you see that I am fine now? That's because Major General Shun saved you. If it weren't for Major General Shun, Mr. Xiao wouldn't care about your life or death. Zhao Ziming blurted out, I think he wishes you were dead so that he can monopolize your supplies, and then have all the control over Ant Fortress. Anyway, after what happened last time, I have seen through them. The Xiao family only has interest in their eyes and has no emotions. Okay, don't be angry, Lin Ji said. Zhao Ziming, you're a very good person. Because you are so good, I hope you can understand. Don't act out of emotion at any time, let alone let your emotions interfere with your reason. Zhao Ziming lowered his head and said nothing. In the last days, any negative emotion may kill you at a critical moment. Although Zhao Ziming was not convinced, seeing Lin Ji like this, he could only say frustratedly, Okay, I get it. Zhao Ziming said this and left. Lu Xiaoyu looked at Lin Ji and asked worriedly, Are you really not angry? Chapter 69 Matchmaking. What are you angry about? Lin Ji asked. Of course I'm angry at Xiao Yuanlin. Lu Xiaoyu was a little unhappy. He left you alone and didn't care about your life or death. Shouldn't you be angry? Lin Zaiwaner smiled. Why are you angry? I don't know what there is to be angry about. But he is so. What? Lin Ji asked back. As a partner, when you know there is a serious danger, it is the right thing to do to save your own life. What's right about that? Lu Xiaoyu was dissatisfied. Lin Ji explained, If I really died in an accident, then his saving me would increase the risk. If I and he died at the same time, it would be a huge blow to the Ant Fortress. So he chose not to save me, but was responsible for the tens of thousands of residents in the Ant Fortress. Tang Yin was speechless for a moment. Although she disagreed, she had to admit in her heart that Lin Ji was right. Personally, it seems like he and I don't have any more personal relationship, so it's not a personal thing. Lin Ji smiled faintly. Lu Xiaoyu was originally very proud, but after hearing what Lin Ji said, her anger suddenly subsided a lot. You have thought it through clearly. You have to think about me too. If something really happens to you, what should I do? Lu Xiaoyu looked at her and said, If something happens to me and I can never come back, the supplies we left behind should be enough for you to live on your own. And considering that I died in the line of duty, Xiao Yuanlin will treat you well and won't make things difficult for you. Help me. Can you not be so irrational, woman? You always explain the problem so thoroughly. How can I make use of it? Lu Xiaoyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But you were quite right. Xiao Yuanlin has so many things to do. If you two die together, what will happen to our Ant Fortress? No wonder he told me that if you wake up, stay in the Ant Fortress and don't go anywhere. After hearing this, Lin Ji subconsciously felt that something was wrong. Where did he go? Lu Xiaoyu shrugged. Anyway, the person is not in the fortress. He must have gone out for something, right? I don't know. Lin Ji was about to ask something when he heard the doorbell ring. Lu Xiaoyu glanced out the peephole and then opened the door. Just as Lin Ji was about to ask who the visitor was, he heard a familiar voice. Lin Ji, you finally woke up? That's great. It's Xiao Xue and Mrs. Xiao. The young wife covered her chest with her hands and said gratefully, Ms. Lin, you finally woke up. Thank God. If you didn't wake up, I would be worried. Why are you here? Lin Ji asked in surprise. Lu Xiaoyu said on the side, Since you returned to the Ant Fortress, Miss Xiao and Mrs. Xiao have come to see you every day, just to see when you wake up. Lin Ji subconsciously felt a little embarrassed after hearing this. I was only slightly injured. There is no need for you to mobilize so many troops. As she spoke, she looked at Xiao Shui and asked with concern. You just gave birth to a child, and you're running around like this. Take care of yourself. You only know how to criticize me, but you don't care about yourself. You really scared us to death. Xiao Shui looked at him and blamed him. As a girl, you shouldn't go to such a dangerous place. Things like this should be left to my brother and others. I'm afraid of horses. Lin Ji paused. I'm afraid of people running away. He has been lurking in our Xiao family for so many years. He must have a backup plan. You can't catch him in one go. Xiao Shui said. That's right. In order to protect you, Ailin deliberately distanced himself from you and made that man surnamed Ma think that you had a bad relationship with him. He wanted you to stay away from dangerous things. Mrs. Xiao also added. That's right, if my mom hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known. Xiao Shui said, I clearly felt that my brother was interested in you, but his words were cold, and he even found fault with you. I thought I was wrong at first, but after my mom reminded me, I realized why my brother treated you so badly. He wanted to prevent that person from mistakenly thinking that you and my brother had a close relationship. Mrs. Xiao and Xiao Shui's words also resolved Lin Ji's doubts. She was also very confused as to why Xiao Yuanlin's attitude towards her had changed so much. He had been very nice before, but when they were at the Xiao family fortress, he scolded her again and again. It turned out that he didn't want Ma Junwei to think that he was special to him. If Ma Junwei determined that there was another relationship between the two of them, he would use Lin Ji as a hostage to threaten Xiao Yuanlin. After figuring this out, Lin Ji suddenly felt a little complicated. He couldn't tell what he felt in his heart, neither sweet nor bitter. Lin Ji, you are amazing. My brother is so lucky to have a capable assistant like you. I envy him. Xiao Shui said with great admiration. I have heard of you before, but your reputation was not very good. People said that you were love-brained and always do stupid things for a scumbag, but now it seems that this is not the case. You are smart and calm enough. I admire you so much. Mrs. Xiao also echoed. Yes, Miss Lin is smart, capable, and calm. It's really hard to find a girl like you. It would be great if our Xiao family had a girl like you. Isn't this simple? Xiao Shui said with a smile. As long as Lin Ji agrees to let my brother be your boyfriend, won't our Xiao family have such a girl? Don't talk nonsense, little bastard. Miss Lin has a boyfriend. We broke up a long time ago. Lu Xiaoyu rolled her eyes. Things about scumbags are all a thing of the past. Our Lin Ji is a single nobleman now, and he is not someone this kind of rubbish can marry. Xiao Shui and Mrs. Xiao were particularly happy to hear this. They looked at each other, then at Lin Ji, and couldn't help asking, What do you think of my brother? He's fine, Lin Ji said truthfully. Xiao Shui was even happier when she heard this. Then do you want to get to know him more? My brother is definitely better than you think. Ms. Lin, Ilin rarely cares so much about others. Don't look at him as cold. In fact, his attitude towards you is really different from that of others. I am his mother, and I have seen all of this. Even someone as slow-witted as Lu Xiaoyu could hear the hidden meaning behind Xiao Shui and Mrs. Zhao's words. She subconsciously glanced at Lin Ji, wanting to hear what Lin Ji thought. Lin Ji smiled slightly. Xiao Shui, Mrs. Xiao, thank you for your kindness to me. Xiao Yuanlin and I are just partners. There is nothing else between us. If there is anything that has caused you two to misunderstand, I will try my best to avoid him in the future and not cause you any trouble.